Elbow, elbow, wrist, wrist, touch your eye, blow a kiss, shove them. Welcome. I believe we're ready for our second night now, the mid-season of 2025, of course. And it is going to be one of the most important nights for especially the Chiefs and DFM, as ultimately if history is to be considered, possibly a battle for 7th and 8th.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. It was very much the case going into split one. This time around, we start things with top of the table and now bottom of the table in Play Day 2. But the realistic thing is it's a pretty drastically different Chiefs roster compared to what we saw coming out in Split 1. Of course, you have the new additions of Violet, Husha, replacing the likes of Mira and Limas. And from what I've seen, it definitely feels like there is a pretty significant shift, not just in of the team as a whole, but the attitude as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, they also have their substitute now in Zoranus, where they didn't have that 6th man in the original Split 1. So that can add a lot. It gives you a little bit more variety. You look at CFO, who were the most successful and still look to be the most successful team here in the LCP, utilizing that switch. We saw it yesterday, driver into rest, into driver again. It's something now that Chiefs have the option to do as well. If you are having a rough game, if you want to have a new dynamic come through to your team as the series progresses, it's definitely going to be, give you the ability, a bit more flexibility. On the other side of the rift, though, DFM, obviously they had Kakun play. He was a mid laner, comes in to play the AD carry position. Now he's had a bit more time to settle in, to find where he wants to play and how he wants to play this bottom lane. You'll have to expect he's going to have a bit better of a performance now.
Yeah, I mean, for DFM, this roster as well is no slouch. You look at the likes of like Rayfark in the top lane, Guon in the jungle. While, yes, they had a rough split as a whole in the first starting off the year, they still had moments where individual aspects of this DFM roster really shone, and they had moments where as a team they shone. Yeah,
absolutely. And so ultimately, I think this is the most exciting game almost of week 1, and that's crazy to think considering we had Talon versus CFO yesterday. I think sort of the Talon versus CFO is always going to be exciting, but it gets more exciting when these really good teams versus each other later in the split, where the meta's been a bit more resolved. You have just warmed up to the new environment a little bit more. But this truly, you get to see the new Chiefs. You get to see DFM now that they've had a bit more time to settle in. And I think ultimately this truly could be sort of deciding who is going to start the split off with a big hit to the confidence. Jimmy, and of course, there in the mid lane, fist bumping, who to me is the Thanos of the Rift in Aria. That guy, arguably a top 3 mid laner in what was a 7th place team.
And he just taken to this stage, the new addition, Violet, who, I mean, has had a pretty storied run in Oceania. He's synonymous almost with the region, and that bot lane position is support there as well as taking the stage. Looking at this Chiefs roster, the smiles abound coming into it. I mean, there's a lot of homegrown fans, a lot of international fans for the Chiefs coming, even in the stadium, we understand.
Oh, look at Big Poltron. Look at him. The coach there of the Chiefs, of course. I informed him earlier he's not allowed to sleep until he gets a series win, so we'll see how his health does after this week, as he has his opportunity now. Obviously, Chiefs, so far this year, have not found themselves a series win. Looking to do so here in week number 1. Violet, as well as you touched on his Oceanic career, in that career, he's also had a very good showing here in Taipei, as he did come over for the PCS playoffs and did very, very well, picking up the Oceanic first ever victory against a Thai, I think it was Frank Esports, I believe, so getting their first win against one of the PCS teams, which was a historic moment, not only for himself, but just for the entirety of Oceania.
And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the Japanese hopeful. I mean, this guy has just been standout. Well, it's far from the results they would have liked going into Split 1. Aria single-handedly made Team step up and take notice of the team, not because the rest of the team was lacking, but because he was just making start plays across the Rift. And then Jimmy, look, it was a muted performance in Split 1. We saw that he was genuinely struggling coming in towards the tail end. There was a lot of frustration clearly building, but they've had that refresher period coming into Split 2 and going into this matchup.
Jimmy in the 1v1.
There's a lot of faith in Jimmy, and given that they were tied first in the 1v1s coming out of Split 1, the Chiefs did incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy's, I think he might even be undefeated in the 1v1s.
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
Because he was getting them side selection on repeat, constantly. And you see there Luan was behind him, cheering him on. I believe maybe, I mean, if the camera is to be believed, it might be Jimmy up against Aria, which...
That's what the indicator was.
Oh, it was? Okay, I didn't notice it. Okay, so it is. That's pretty exciting considering Aria has been so dominant. Jimmy has been dominant, at least in the 1v1s.
I mean, the one big disparity, I think, is Jimmy, of the two of them, Aria's definitely the flashier of the two. Yeah. He's the one who will go for the likes of Yasuo, go something a bit out there, a bit crazy, and look to make those massive plays. That's exactly it. He completely cut them off at the knees. Whereas Jimmy is a little bit more, he plays it safe, he plays it secure, which is what you really want in League of Legends. You want a mid laner who is going to lock it down, do his job for the team, but it can be that flashy superstar element that really upsets the flow of a team.
Yeah, and especially in a matchup that is so close, that at least historically was so close here. Chiefs going to 3 games up against DFM, unfortunately couldn't get across the line, and that was because of Aria. All 3 games, he was the standout performer. On the Rift, even in the game they lost, I remember, I believe he was on Zia, and he was something like 6-0, and unfortunately for him, wasn't able to win, but...
The difference, the thing in that match was that it was Biopanther for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
really
it was the Scion.
Yeah.
And we're not going to see him here in game number 1. Zoranus was on the stage, so they are utilizing their substitute at least here in game number 1. Obviously can change as the series progresses, but Aria on your screen there, getting ready for his 1v1. Certainly no slouch up against him here in Jimmy. Very excited to see what they go for. We saw a Yasuo mirror matchup yesterday.
And Darius Riven. So, look, there's a lot still in the pool with Aria, Aphelios, Teemo, Soraka, Yone, Yorick comes in as well. We were meant to see Yorick best.
Okay.
Darius, okay. Look, I mean, Aria kind of blew Chiefs out of the water with his Yasuo pick. So Jimmy has really picked up the gauntlet laid at his feet. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Jimmy has played a lot of Yasuo historically in the PCS. He's looked very good on it. So, you know he's going to be able to play it. They're both going to be comfortable on the champion. So it's just going to come down to who plays it better, which is always exciting. You'll have to imagine it's going to be same runes, sort of mirror matchup runes. There's not much else you can really go other than the precision into the resolve tree. So we'll see. We'll see who gets the better end of the battle and who gets their side selection. And again, similar to the CFO versus Talon games, pretty important side selection in a matchup where you are genuinely considered very close, at least in power.
Oh, I mean, look, it adds that extra element, at least for the coaching staff. Having side selection to start things off allows you to instigate things a little bit more with the draft, whereas you have to play reactionary if your red side start. Yes, you get a counter pick at the end, but giving it a little bit of priority, especially around some of those big picks on the Rift at the moment, it could really make or break both these teams. So you'd love a win here, especially if you're the Chiefs, especially with the implications further down the line.
Absolutely. Now heading into our 1v1. Yesterday, it was, I believe, Betty Was it? No, Betty was on the Darius. Whoever was in the first game. Oh, okay, Halo Blade. So very quick, short, powerful trade. Double dagger versus the singular longsword. It does mean that there is the potion available for Jimmy, but the short trades will be very, very damaging coming out of Arya here.
Hold on. One of these is not like the other. Spirit Blossom. Come on, it's thematic. But no, Jimmy gets the start. Oh, he gets the early aggression off of that trade. The HP trade ultimately is much of a muchness, but Jimmy now coming out second best, gets the knock up. Arya, and again, it's pretty even.
For sure, nice landing here of the tornado out of Arya. It's going to be the Ignite still available for Jimmy though. Barrier both down, and Jimmy gets it. I think the resolve tree is just so strong at this stage of the game, especially when you have the Halo Blade, sure, but it is answered by resolve tree. So you're just going to be hitting this, empowered auto attacks or faster auto attacks straight into what is the bone plating out of Jimmy and Yasuo. So pretty early lead and a very significant one at that.
Pretty clutch one as well. I mean, you're talking maybe 20, 30 HP difference there in the end. But it's a start. It's exactly what Jimmy needs. He's also got a 9 CS lead, so Arya's not going to be coming back to lane with anything bar the refillable potion. Whereas you look at it already, Jimmy coming in with some heat, some intention. He's got that zeal. Suddenly, Arya has a much bigger task on his hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get the attack speed on the zeal. You also get 40% crit chance because the Yasuo is passive. It's a significant advantage now that Jimmy finds himself with. The only answer is that refillable, but Jimmy already had that anyway. Nice trade from Arya. Big minion wave too, so this is going well for himself thus far.
Oh, that's a big
tornado. And it was a crit as well.
Oh, what a wall. Jimmy, he's looking to put the nails in the coffin here. He's come out of the gate swinging, found the first blood. He's got an advantage, not just in terms of XP, but in terms of the itemization. Ooh, that's a bit of a rough spot for Jimmy, but he's pretty good on it, honestly.
Yeah, he's still trading fine, but actually, this could be a bit of a problem for him. He's going to have to do something crazy here. No, Arya turns it around. Jimmy getting a little bit too confident, trading into a massive minion wave, not finding the knock-up, and just going to be punished for it. So now Arya evens up the gold, maybe even going to be able to take an advantage.
I think Jimmy got a little bit dizzy there, honestly. Just sort of Arya dancing around in too many places to look, got a bit dizzy. Fumbled. I mean, look, it's going to be a pretty even reset off the back of that. Jimmy he does get the recurve bow, so it is...
Oh, this is not even.
Yeah.
These two builds were not created the same.
No, there's a pretty big disparity here.
Phantom Dancer, meaning now Arya has 50% crit versus what is just the 40 out of Jimmy, while that shouldn't mean too much generally. A little bit additional attack speed from Jimmy, meaning a shorter cooldown on his Q. But we'll see how that plays into things. Both summoners available, both ults available. Levels are even.
He is looking to stack the wave up a little bit. From what I'd assume, he's looking to crash that into the tower. We'll look to go for a back, try and get another advantage if possible. But realistically, if Arya tries to force the issue here, there is a very real chance that this just ends.
Yeah, definitely going to want to wait till the bounce back from his minion wave, as is sort of the fundamentals of laning, and he'll be aware of that from, his experience in the middle lane, so should be fine. Taking a sizable amount of damage from the minions here.
Oh, what a wall. Yeah, Jimmy would have been a big misplay if he'd been caught by that. He's looking for another, but Jimmy, he's just playing around the lack of vision. Both these players could pull that trigger in a moment. One connection on a tornado could really spell death.
Yeah, level advantage now from Arya, and it's probably an advantage that now means you're probably not wanting to fight because each level is a sizable amount of gold in terms of its stats it does provide.
Gone. He's backed off.
He's not there. Let's see what Jimmy gets. He gets a Berserker Greaves, so, I mean, overloading attack speed at this point, and Arya's going to be able to do much the same if he so chooses. We'll have a look at what he does end up opting into, but
600 GP difference.
Yeah, but that is just this minion wave. These minions give so much more gold than the Summoner's Rift ones, and ultimately, gold is essentially evened up. Sure, there's 100, but that's not really that consequential generally.
Yeah, it's more what do you pick? What do you pick up with that money? There's not a heck of a lot, I think, for Arya at the moment.
Greaves.
Yeah, that's about the long and short of it. There wasn't much more he could have done. But yeah, I think Jimmy, again, he's looking for probably another reset before we hit sudden death. As we can see, he isn't. Oh!
He lands the tornado though, and he's going to be able to get that ult off. Is winning the trade for the time being. As long as he dodges out of the tornado of Arya, should be in a very, very favorable position. Arya does have so many minions, he's going to be able to get himself out of the harm's way, although Jimmy does manage to catch up. It's going to be answered back though, and Arya now gets his shield, but Jimmy lands the knock-up as well. He's still got barrier, and if you go up against the 1v1 king, you better not miss. Jimmy once again secures side selection for the Chiefs.
All that attack speed looking to pay off there in that situation for Jimmy, and he's able to string so many more of those Qs together, gets that little bit of extra damage out over Jimmy, and just being the instigator on so many of these plays. Oh, look, you want that. That is exactly what the Chiefs need. They need that momentum coming into game one.
Yeah, absolutely. So now Chiefs are going to have their choice of sides. You have to assume based on yesterday it will be blue side. I think it was 100% selection rate in terms of who got the side selection. So most likely we'll go there. And I'll tell you what, if you're a Chiefs supporter, you're really wishing the way that LCP worked was you got one game win from the 1v1. Because right now Chiefs could have a very different position in terms of, not so much this split of course, they're just 0-0, but last split for sure, because so far Jimmy has been completely infallible.
Yeah, well, yes. Yes, unfortunately, that doesn't always translate onto the ref. You could tell there was a lot of frustration in the team in terms of how the split was going for them. That did manifest itself in their games in the best of threes towards the end. But coming into, you can see, like, refreshed. They look a lot less stressed, a lot less tense than they were in those last couple of games that we saw out of them in split one. They look revitalized.
Yeah, absolutely. And Violet there, of course, a little bit of motivation to the team. Certainly know from his time here in Oceania, the work ethic of this guy is impeccable. He will pretty happily queue up for 20 games of League of Legends in a day if that's what it takes. And I imagine now that he's been gifted this opportunity, he's certainly going to make the most of it. He's going to have his opportunity now up against DFM, Ray Farkey there on your screen. Going against Zoranus, won't have that much experience. Obviously, there would have been, I imagine, some scrims and whatnot, but in terms of stage, I don't believe these two have ever met before.
Yeah, while it is a small corner of the world, it is still pretty far apart in the grand scheme of actually being able to compete against one another. Scrims against the likes of Japanese teams from Oceania is almost non-existent.
It isn't. You have to try and play on 150 ping, and that doesn't make the game particularly playable at the highest of levels.
And I mean, boot camps. You're not even talking about a boot camp going into Asia as of recent. But look, we start to hear the music. We're not there yet, but you can feel the building. We're getting to it. It's time. What has Poltron cooked in the off-season? The guy definitely had a clue. He knew exactly what was going down when it came to draft. Unfortunately, that didn't always translate into a win. But that extra step, that depth of understanding from him is going to set these guys up for potential success.
For sure. But there's always DFM in your way. You're not just going to be able to get exactly what you want all the time. There's bans come through. You can take away the champs in the selection. And somehow, ultimately, yes, you bested him in the 1v1, but you on the Rift have to somehow navigate the inevitable storm that is Arya, because I think, for my money, if you go based on last split to now, Arya was the highest performing player between the two teams. Now, it is always important to mention the three new faces that are starting here on the side of Chiefs, and I think ultimately for Oceanian fans, they probably don't have that much idea of Husha. But this Husha guy is, I think, the only argument you could make for the teams from the PCS that have better junglers, or the junglers from the PCS that might be considered better than him, is pretty much only Kasa and Junja, because this guy is an incredible jungler. In his history, he was on PSG Talon when they were known as that. He was on Beyond Gaming, where he was taking them to first place in the standings, up against the likes of CFO and PSG Talon at the time. And so, big expectations for this guy.
Into the draft, Kalista Varus, Sion banned away from DFM, Zia Gwen Vi, the response to the Chiefs, and it is going to leave a Rumble open, which has been hard banned by Red Side so far in the two series that we've played. But that will give Rumble over to Ray. He locks that in immediately, but it translates the Xin Zhao over to Husha.
Absolutely. Ray is going to be really happy with this. It's a champion that he has always found the most success on out of the entire sort of champion pool, and so he gets it here in game number one of the mid-season. He's going to feel pretty happy, but of course, as you said, two power picks in their own right going over the Chiefs here in the Ahri, which is something Jimmy already played a lot of, and Husha as well with the Xin Zhao.
And I mean, yeah, again, one of those, she's not the be-all and end-all mid, but she's definitely risen up to easily a top 4, top 5 mid laner at the moment with the changes, or with change in, I suppose, itemization rather than actually the champion itself. But Guan picks up a pretty solid response, something that we saw plenty of in Split 1 to great effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Arya got a bit colourful.
Ooh.
Okay, so he goes for the Rise. Already we've seen one Rise. It was Fofo, and it did pick up a win. A very scary champion, especially if you are able to get those 2 items. Of course, you more often than not should be able to. He is gankable, especially against the likes of an Ahri and a Xin Zhao. But if you are able to navigate the early game, you start to be pretty menacing and very difficult to deal with later on.
Okay. So last split, I was very, very critical of Lemus's Misfortune. This is a new bot laner for Chiefs. It will be Violet, debuting on Misfortune. There's a little bit to be concerned about. There's a Rumble Wukong already drafted by DFM, which is the bane of every, immobile bot laner's existence. So positioning-wise, Violet has his work cut out for him. Luon as well has a big task in making sure that he has the freedom to get that bullet time off. But look, this is a new split.
Absolutely. And ultimately, I think the most important thing about this Misfortune pick is I have played support for Violet exactly one time in solo queue, and he was on Misfortune, and we won the game. So I think he's just thinking back to that and locking in the Misfortune. Rakan, Alistair bans, and there he is. There he is. Oh, we've been waiting for this guy. He has been very active and very loud, vocal about his support of the Chiefs.
He is easily, undoubtedly, the biggest Chiefs diehard in the LCP.
In the world.
Right now.
In the world.
Easily.
Because this guy, for the past 2 weeks in a row, has been showing us, sending us signs that he has prepared for the Chiefs, and when he turns up to watch the Chiefs games, and here he gets to support them here.
Maybe that's the difference maker. Maybe having a fan there live and in the flesh could be the difference maker. But second round of the ban phase, Alistair Jace taken away by DFM. Makes a lot of sense. Jace in the top lane very strong. Alistair pairs very, very well.
And this is a Zoranus classic. So Zoranus is a player that likes range tops. He likes range tops generally a lot more than the melee tops. At least that's what he shows in the solo queue. And here he's going to have his choice of it. It's a decent matchup into the Rumble as matchups come. And he's going to be very, very comfortable on this pick. Now, it does mean you are pretty heavy on AP. Obviously, there is still a completely fine split, so you're not that concerned. And actually, the other side of the Rift is dealing with even more of an AP problem.
Now, hear me out. Luon Pantheon support.
All right, I've finished hearing you out.
Look, it's not going to be amazingly strong.
It's going to be terrible. Let's move on from this. You're not playing Pantheon into Wukong Rise.
No, you're not. But look, it could have added a bit of extra AD. I think realistically, with what's left available, Leona's there, Rel's there, Nautilus picked up. It's an iconic duo. There isn't a huge amount of front line, but there's also a huge amount of burst damage, so you don't necessarily need the front line.
Yeah, and I think importantly, because of how Xin Zhao works and his ultimate in particular, he is pseudo frontline because you can just deny so much damage by giving yourself that sort of zone, the shroud that you can't damage him unless you're in the zone with him, and that's one of those I'm not stuck in here with you sort of situations. And so yeah, I think the Rel pick makes a lot of sense. It has a completely fine matchup here, and
I really do.
Pairs exceedingly well. Probably the best support in the game to pair with Misfortune if you can get away with it. Oftentimes it's hard because of champs like Poppy, but when you have counter pick, you don't have to worry about it so much.
Yeah, I mean, so far, Chief's biggest weakness is if they can't instigate fights on their own terms, I think they're really going to struggle. They don't have a huge amount of counterplay. If a heavy engage does come their way out of DFM, you look at the mobility for the roster. They've got a Rumble who's going to be dropping that equalizer from distance. The Realm Warp comes in, paired with the just the Kaiser. There is a lot that could go drastically wrong very, very quickly if Chiefs aren't positioning correctly, but if they are the ones dictating the pace, and look at it, it's not, the Chiefs fans are coming out of the works.
That's a Jimmian fan right there. I believe if anyone missed the sign, the first sign from the real Chiefs fan, the #1 fan, it says something like, it's about Jimmian, and it's like, I am not League of Legends commentator, I am the Beethoven of League of Legends. It's something along those lines. It's honestly, if you get time to actually read it, it's hilarious.
It's poetry.
It is the funniest sign I've seen in my life. And yeah, I mean, Chiefs fans and numbers here in the LCP studio, probably going to be a big boost to the confidence, really. You have to expect the team going over there in Split 1 wouldn't have realized they have fans over there in the LCP arena. Now you get to see them in the flesh is going to feel pretty good for them.
Oh, absolutely. Seeing your own name on a sign in the crowd is just kind of bizarre, honestly. It's not something you get to experience every day. It's an oceanic player at the best of times. But you look at the drafts, look what we've got. Look, Chiefs, they've put themselves up in a pretty solid spot. The draft is good. It will give them a lot of room to work. It gives them a huge amount of zone control around objectives. Again, dictation of pace is going to be their biggest issue. If they control the map, if Husha comes in and allows every single lane to take priority and they can play the map, play the vision, the Chiefs could potentially just detonate, ironically enough, DFM out of this game.
Yeah, I like that one. Very excited. Both DFM and Chiefs with their first time on stage here in front of the crowd for our mid-season. I'm also very excited to see Aria because just watching this guy is, he's just so fluid. I don't know what other words to use.
If Jimmy is the Beethoven of the Rift, this guy's, he is the Leonardo da Vinci. Like, he is an artist.
Yeah. Voices in my head have told me there's a pause currently, there's a sound issue, and so a client is being restarted. Usually these issues resolve themselves pretty quickly, so we should be heading into the game very shortly. But yeah, I think Aria is certainly the player to watch out for on the side of DFM. On the other side of things, I think it's Husha. Can Guwon do a good job of sort of stopping this guy from having his way on the Rift? Because typically, any team Husha's been on in the past, it's kind of like Junja 2.0, where the game is often dictated around him having the ability to play the game the way he wants to. And if he is able to, it's almost certainly a win. And he's very good at setting himself up to do that. And not many players historically have been able to find a way to navigate that.
Yeah, I mean, you've also given him a priority jungler as well.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao is just so good at the moment in terms of allowing junglers to dictate that pace and set up plays off the back of it. Not to mention the fact that he's a pretty phenomenal frontliner with that ultimate. He's just able to, he doesn't have to full commit to tank. He can still get a decent amount of damage out while soaking a lot for himself and the rel as well. I mean, a good Magnet Storm could completely ruin this
100%.
roster. If he nails even just 2 of those members of DFM, it is over. A good bullet time will completely ruin them. An Aurora and an Ari on top, don't even talk about it.
Yeah, and the 2 Misfortune games we've seen do not equate to the same thing. Yesterday we saw a Misfortune against a Vi, Ambessa, Rise, and Kai'Sa. This Misfortune is very safe. He has a lot of room to work with, and he also has an Aurora to set up with him as well as a Rel. So those 2 champs already pair well together. You put a bullet time over top, it becomes a very clear-cut way to play the draft. You have the backline threat coming through from the Xin Zhao, from the Ari as well. So I think a versatile but well-rounded draft coming through from the Chiefs. Whereas DFM, much the same, honestly. You can't really fault them either. They've got Nautilus to set up for something like a Rumble ult, which
it's a very Wombo-y type combo. I mean, the Rumble Wukong is a kind of an iconic duo.
Yeah.
Just being able to get the Cyclone into the Equalizer. Don't even talk about the depth chart on top. There's just so much lockdown. You then have the Rise and the Kai'Sa just come play clean up, and they just free money at the end of the day. So, look, both teams have their win conditions. It doesn't really feel like there is much pressure. Yes, there is a bit of a clock on the Rise because he would just scale into infinity come the later stages of the game. So there is at least that pressure that Chiefs will need to either navigate that or try and avoid that situation by ending the game a bit earlier. But I'm excited. This new Chiefs coming in. They've got some fresh faces. They've clearly been doing some work in the off-season. Both teams have huge stakes on the line when it comes to this game as well.
Yeah, and DFM also had a lot more time to get Kakun and Harp on the similar page because obviously Kakun was a very last-minute addition to the roster after, unfortunately, their AD carry that they originally planned to play with came down with some health issues, and obviously we hope it gets better, but it did leave DFM sort of wanting in that AD carry position. And Kakun, I mean, to his credit, did about as best as he could with the very limited amount of time to not only form, cohesion with his support, but the entirety of the team, because especially in last split, the entirety of the early game macro almost resolved 100% around the support and bot lane duo, and they weren't able to find their foothold. This time, your standard 2v2 lane to start things off. You've had time to now work on your mechanics as an AD carry player, your macro as an AD carry player, and your cohesion with the entirety of the team. So I expect better things out of the bot lane, in particular here for DFM, and it's going to be important for Violet and Luan to make sure they've had the same amount of exposure to themselves to be able to pick up the pace and come in really fighting.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big disconnect for the Chiefs towards the end of that split. I think of the teams in this competition, they definitely fractured the most coming into the end of the split because there was so much dissonance. But yeah, look, coming into it, they need to step off on the same foot. They need to step off in the right direction, and they could really make some real strides in the competition.
Absolutely, and we now head into the game for day 2, week 1 of our mid-season. It's Chiefs going up against DFM. Honestly, this is a battle of 7th and 8th last split, but oftentimes the most exciting of battles. Early aggression not looking likely, although Harp could try and land a hook here onto Luon, who most likely will be able to just use that crash down to get himself out.
Yeah, look, terrain, it's a dangerous business when you're a Nautilus. They get a lot of damage, they get a bit of lane priority. Timing-wise, you kind of need to get to it if you're going to commit to it, mean that stagger things there for a little bit for Luon. Either way, I mean, for the most part, there is a huge amount of explosive potential in this matchup. Things could quickly swing one way or the other, and if they do, those leads can be very, very hard to get back, especially for a newer addition to this roster for Violet and Zoranus. We saw how tough debut matches can be yesterday. It was a massive come-up, though, that we saw. This time around, will it be the same?
Yeah, going to be exciting to see how this one progresses. Have to see how this Aurora top does into the Rumble. The Electrocute means these short trades will be pretty scary for Ray Farkey. But, I mean, Rumble is just always going to be okay.
Ooh, this could be bad.
I think this is probably an okay trade, really, for the Chiefs. They find the turnaround here. Luon is getting low. That's Ignite used by both supports. He has both pots going, so he's going to be okay eventually. Won't have the sustain of the likes of the Alistair, but ultimately a pretty even trade. Sure, Luon's the lowest in health, but Kakun lost a lot more than Violet did. And Misfortune is just going to be a lot stronger in the lane going forward here than the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and so a lot of posturing again, trying to get damage out. Kakun takes another chunk there. So the threat needs to be respected. Xin Zhao starting on the bot side, back both junglers starting on the bot side. Should there be a quick path, maybe who should deviate a little bit, they could potentially make a play off something. But I think realistically, you want to get around the map, you want to get those clears done so you can start pressuring as those timers cool down to bigger objectives.
Hook lands here, Luon able to buffer the Q. No harm, no foul. Does take a little bit more damage off the back end of that, but Violet doing his best to trade back and finds another Q there. The double up onto Kakun means, once again, Luon struggling for health, but it is still Violet very, very healthy and feeling great for himself in this lane.
You should award Raptors. It will expire, but they have an idea of where he's going to be. I think at this level, though, yeah, see both Raptors camps awarded, so both junglers will have an idea of where their opponent is, both pathing towards that top side. But you can see Husha maybe looking to go a little bit aggressive here onto Guwon's blue buff.
An interesting decision considering it's red buff up against blue. Typically, especially in these early game skirmishes, you just have to favor the guy that has the red buff, but Husha instead walks in, takes the smite of the Gromp and now walks away. It's going to be seen by Guwon that he is leaving. And because of the lane priority afforded to him by the range top laner, doesn't really have the opportunity to answer back here as Husha's going to gladly take the free camp, go back, take his red, and I imagine finish off his Krugs and then head to the bot side for that crab.
I mean, as the freshest jungler in this competition, that is kind of what you want to start things off. You want to start off again, make a little bit of a statement on the rift, get in your opponent's heads just a little bit, and he's done just that. Smarting away the Gromp, cheeky little steal onto Guwon, heads back completely unscathed for his efforts as well. But now there could be a fight brewing around that scuttle.
Yeah, he does not have smite, so this is just, I mean, neither does Guwon, and Husha now with the double buff is gladly fighting this Wukong, and I don't think he had to flash, but gonna flash anyway. And now is going to claim himself that top crab. Jimmy, however, losing a pretty big trade in the mid lane. Husha's going to be here, though. Is he going to be able to find the follow-up onto Arya, who is now really low on mana? He does! Oh, one mortal attack would do it, but he's not able to find it. Does get the flash away from that Rise, though. That mid lane gank looking a lot more scary now as soon as Jimmy does tick over to level 6 later on in the game.
Already, Husha is proving himself a problem on the Rift.
No, I'm telling you, this guy's crazy.
Look, you have me convinced. I am so ready to see what Husha can do here. And you look at it, okay, we must have missed that down on the bot side. Harp and Luon going at it, hammer and tongs.
So, wait, what is going on? I'm so lost. Oh, they get the kill!
Yeah, okay, that's rough. That is very rough for Harp. That is a greedy overcommitment.
Yeah, I mean, trying to play for his AD carry, make sure that wave crashes, but Luon playing his life perfectly, buys enough time for Violet to turn up. Of course, Misfortune's movement speed is pretty unparalleled in this this stage of the game. Now, both of our bot lane is going to be hitting up top, so really, sure there's a lane swap, but it's essentially just a reversed map.
One big difference being, though, that, I mean, even though it isn't a massive one, there is still a little bit of a lead establishing itself for Kakun. as a debut AD carry, you kind of want to be on the money when it comes to CSing, because yes, you picked up a kill early on, but it's about maintaining pace with your opponent, even if it is you being so far ahead that it doesn't matter. But that's easy fixed right now. You can see already, we see Karkun's backed off, got himself a couple of long swords there, Hart rotating towards mid to try and make some plays. But it's an Ari. It's kind of an impossible gank at the best of times.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's really Arya that should be feeling pressure here. Eventually, obviously, right now he has Harp and Guwon just sitting there and making sure he's safe. I think realizing, because the flash was lost, that the prime target on the Rift right now is Arya, but with the amount of support he has, it's not realistic.
Grubs are up, complete control of the top side here for Chiefs. Equalizer is going to be up, but realistically that's not going to translate into much on the Zoranus. Guwon starting up the Grubs, he's going to steal one away, so they will deny at least one of the points towards the feat of monster slaying from the Chiefs. But again, I mean, this is interesting that they were given that much freedom to steal that away. It's a very risky gamble from them.
Yeah, I think that was just because they had so much priority in the mid lane, so it's kind of fine to do it. Husha as well is just getting himself a lot of camps. You see he's up 12 CS, which means 3 camps for himself. And that is because he went to finish his full clear, then come to the Grubs, which I think is a really wise decision, because 6 Grubs, while strong, it's not the be-all, end-all. It's better to make sure you're ahead, so when you go to these more important fights, you do just have that gold advantage in your favor.
Yeah. So far the Chiefs, I mean, they're holding the lead at the moment. Again, one of the better starts they've had throughout the 2025 season. It's exactly what you want for some of these new debutants coming in. And Violet's right of the ship. He's got that lead back for himself. Now, so far there's been a lot of switching back and forth around the map. Obviously, next objective up is going to be that dragon. It's alive now. It's going to be a Hex Tech dragon as well. In terms of those abilities coming online, Violet very, very close to the bullet time. Realm Warp is there, so in terms of aggressive positioning for DFM, they can look to potentially make a pinch play on the backside of it. They are starting to come into their own. These big team fight abilities are going to be a problem for the Chiefs. The Cyclone Equalizer combo is going to be very, very hard to deal with if they cannot give Violet space to work with, and getting a bullet time off could be make or break. We've seen it already yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chiefs really are okay with just the pace the game's going at, while obviously somewhat of a time of rise. He's not like, you know, your level 16 Cassidy and Kale. It's not like he gets later on in the game and it's just lost. So right now you have the lead. You are just playing a pretty standard game. It's working very well, although as I say that, Violet and Luan are in a pretty tough position. The flash away, and it's not going to really mean anything. It's just going to be picked up. Karkun only expending the ult, gets himself that kill back, gives himself some much needed gold, and now a gold lead for him in particular. Arya though has to be careful. Remember, there is no flash. The charm goes wide, and so he should be able to get out. Phase rush is going to be procced. And unfortunately, that is just the Spirit Rush used for naught.
Yeah, and this was probably my biggest concern coming into this matchup for the Chiefs, is the feeling that they need to make plays. And that can be so deadly for a team, especially with the stakes like they are in this matchup. The feeling that you need to make plays around the map can force bad plays and can put a team that is ahead very, very far behind. So we've already seen a couple of situations where a bit of an overstay down on the bot side. Violet Vision's not quite as deep as it needs to be because DFM have been playing a lot of that vision around objectives. And you can see it, yes, they had the ward there. In terms of overstaying, not the most egregious. I think they do. Well, I mean, they see Guwon there. Violet, maybe a little bit greedy with the flash.
I think just needs the flash there as soon as it's almost hitting. Sure, you lose your flash, but you don't die. Unfortunately, now, because of that late flash, you are just going to lose both. Not the be-all, end-all. It's not like game losing immediately. It's just you've given over to gold that you didn't need to, which, you know, we've seen yesterday can really impact how the game continues to play out. But fight possibly over this Scuttle Crab. It looks like Chiefs have enough members here, enough bodies in the area to secure that for Husha once again, who still is expanding on his lead. He's up now 22 CS, which is a pretty sizable amount, really, all things considered.
Yeah, he's power and farming it just a little bit. He's looked around the map early on, but since getting that flash out of Ari, he's kind of just been doing his thing in the jungle, looking to play around objectives. He definitely feels like DFM has stepped up their macro game a little bit coming out of Split 1. They definitely are dictating a lot of the pace in terms of where the map is being influenced. Especially we saw it in the vision control. They absolutely cleared things out on the bot side. They want to be able to threaten. Harp, not
level
really
6 to level 5. This definitely isn't a fight that Chiefs are going to want. You really do want to get that Magnet Storm up and available for Luon here on the Rel. And so with that, going to seed priority around this objective, around those Void Grubs. We'll see if Husha chooses to try and come up and meet his team. You see Zoranus on the way up, so certainly for now it does look like Chiefs are wanting to contest eventually. Luon does hit level 6, and he stayed Fog for it, so they don't actually know that that's the case.
Without Barry, though, I mean, again, this is going to be a bit of a tenuous situation. If Violet gets caught out in a bad spot and Luon can't come to assist, yeah, they're going to be in big trouble. But the ward dropped over the wall will tell them that the grubs are being started. DFM have 4 members here in position to collapse in. So realistically, I don't think Chiefs have ground to work with in terms of contesting this. But DFM, I mean, realistically, should be able to turn and burn if the collapse happens.
This is going to be at least one grub, I have to feel like, for Chiefs. Husha going aggressively here onto Guwon. He's very low. He gets the clone does get him out. No! The charm from Jimmy and is going to secure 1 kill back. He gets the reset available for himself as Zoran is looking for Ray Farki. Unfortunately, won't find the angle. Has to flash away from that equalizer, and Arya waiting for him. And so it is just the 1 kill, the 1 grub for the Chiefs. But ultimately, DFM in a rough position do navigate it pretty well.
And look, it's actually going to give them a lot of priority at the top side. You're going to see Violet collapse that wave in, look to get some plate pressure, knowing that he's got the support there as well. Arya, a menace. Oh, he's hit by the charm, dragged into the tower, but bit of chip damage, enough to dissuade him from maybe trying any shenanigans to follow up. It's good for the Chiefs. I definitely take that at the end of the day. You don't lose out anything massively. You don't give over another feat of monster slaying, and you get yourself a kill onto Guwon, and it goes into the hands of someone who definitely needs it in Jimian.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, great start to the fight. Guwon just gets knocked back by the Xin Zhao ult. He does manage to get out for the time being with that clone, but Jimian with a massive charm there does secure that kill. It looked like Zoranus for a second could have picked up Ray Farki, but with Arya being there in the 2v1, it's certainly not worth the risk. Does get himself out with that Between the Worlds hop, and the flash to follow after getting away from the equalizer. So both top laners now in the top lane, no teleports available for either of them. If there was a dragon, it's going to have to be a 4v4.
Yeah. I mean, equalizer off cooldown for the next wee while, but you're looking at the Landry's is going to be finished up there for Race. It's even more burn damage coming through on top of what he already had to work with. Not quite there. In terms of item pacing, it has been DFM that is just getting those items out a little bit quicker. Okay, Titanic Hydra going to be the build path for Husha here, which is, it's not Sundered Sky, which is normally the way we'd expect Xin Zhao to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think an identification of the lack of frontline that they do have. So he knows that he needs to be a little bit tankier. He's going to speed up the clear just a little bit.
Sundered Sky would give you more tankiness. This is more damage.
That too, plus faster clear in the jungle means you can get around the map a little. I mean, it's not massive, but...
Yeah, I think it must just be for the tempo. I think it has to be the clear, because ultimately if you wanted to play that frontline, Sundered Sky is much better. You get that heal back, and honestly the damage that comes through the crit. This, I mean, there's not really going to be that many clumped members, which is surprising. So Titanic Hydra doesn't feel like it gets a lot of value in terms of the auto attacks, but certainly for clearing your jungle, it speeds it up tenfold. So that has to just be the angle. We'll see if that plays a massive part in sort of the tempo of the game.
Yeah, I think he realized that things in terms of macro haven't quite been as dictated by him as he would like, so he's looking to speed the process up just a little bit. They are looking to make a play onto Ray here, who's taken a lot of damage.
Does have flash, but ultimately I don't think that's ever going to save him. A really nice flash stunner from Luon does secure the kill, and that's the feat of warfare secured. Dragon on the other side of things, but a trade certainly that Chiefs are going to be happy with.
Absolutely, getting Ray off the map.
Violet has to be careful walking up to this wave.
Oh boy.
He's got a Nautilus, and Nautilus is going to stop him. Harp showing now on the map does mean that Violet realizes there's no real way to defend this, and a good answer back from DFM, as it's going to be a tower in the top lane for Chiefs, sure, but it looks like 2 towers, and one of them being the mid lane, does mean that DFM come off massively ahead off this exchange.
Yeah, in terms of the macro priority, they've now taken a lot. It's not going to go down immediately with Zoranus there, though. It might survive a little bit longer, so not the end of the world. Technically now just the 1-for-1 trade of towers overall. It's going to take a little bit longer for that bot lane one to go down. But yeah, certainly a lot of priority over to DFM. They're going to be able to get that ward line a little bit deeper now, get a bit extra vision, make it a little bit harder for Chiefs to function comfortably around the rift. Or, yeah, Arya knows, spots the ward, will clear it out. They aren't going to be able to find much onto Luon, I think, here, so he will just be able to recall.
Yeah. Not on a ward or anything, so it's fine to get out of there. 1 minute until the Rift Herald, which realistically should be the next objective looked for, but both teams being pretty relaxed in their efforts to take the objectives. 14 minutes in, essentially, we saw our first Dragon, which compared to the Talon vs CFO game yesterday is a massive difference. So this tower now will be taken out. Arya picking up the gold. Certainly the member, not necessarily a champion. I mean, it is the champion too, but regardless of what Arya's playing, he's the exact member of DFM you don't want gold to be on.
Absolutely. I mean, look, yeah, I think it was a great call from DFM. They identify the fact that the tower is so easy. It's going to be likely, yeah, the ward there tells them that Zoranus is going to be the one rotating, who doesn't really have the survivability to play into both a Ryze and a Wukong. So rotating Guon down there with Arya, just shoving the wave and having that confidence, they know that they can get away with it scot-free, and it will set them up. They can crash that wave and send Ray there, who has the teleport available. Now gives them the opportunity to rotate and start getting priority over this Rift Herald.
Absolutely. Now, Husha with an explosive start to this game has certainly quietened down. Now seemingly working towards the Sundered Sky, being that the Tunneler is in his inventory. Obviously complements the Titanic Hydra well, being that it does build health and further AD.
Yeah, Chiefs, despite that Hessen and Raw to start things off, definitely playing very measured in this matchup, knowing full well that if they aren't careful, things could swing away from them, as it had a decent amount in the past. Guon, the clone. Yeah, great clone out of Guon. He's playing very, very well despite how things have been going for him.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of finding his way back in. That's going to be Jimmy and having to use that Spirit Rush away from Arya, but it is the flash trade. So while this next fight, if they were to try and just pull the trigger immediately, it would favor the side of DFM because flash is a lot less impactful generally in fight than having an ultimate on a champ like Arya. Is Luan going to face check the bush, does get hooked in, but able to get out and really not lose all that much HP. Husha looking for the knock up here, does find it onto Guon, does get cycloned out though, and here comes the ultimate from him, but oh my god, what a flash. He gets himself out, equalizes big though. The bullet time from Violet is just as, and Zoranus comes in, the between worlds, he's hopping, he's trying to find a way, but Karkun's going crazy in the back, does get shut down as Jimmy is going to limp away on a minute amount of health.
Sometimes the game calls for a little bit of chaos, and that's exactly what that team fight was. Chiefs managed to come up trumps in the chaos, playing off the confusion. They think they've got to play. It turns out they didn't. Massive bullet time on top of Zoranus coming in over the shoulder of Violet. There, you look at it. They thought they had it all to go. Luan gets caught, jumps back. Guon does get out, but decides that actually, oh no, I need to help my support right now. Jimmy and taking damage. It's all false flags across the rip. They think they've got the opening that they do, but realistically they don't. Equalizer splits the difference.
Equalizer.
Worst possible person to jump onto, I think, there in terms of the hook for the Nautilus, because it keeps Zoranus, Violet, and Jimmy in free.
And Karkun, I think if he flashed and then queued, he actually would have killed Jimmy in two because he would have got the isolated Acathian Rain, but ultimately...
That has to be the most reserved reaction to something like that I've ever seen.
Husha, he's a stoic man. He's a very stoic man.
Nice.
Now, off the back of that was a Chiefs win, a lot of gold for them, but the Rift Shield answered back. It's 1k gold advantage for the Chiefs, but going to be expanded a little bit upon on this bot lane tower going down in Jimmy's pockets.
Chiefs definitely approaching this game a little bit differently compared to how they did last, but I mean, you had players wandering off on their own, getting caught. Yeah, it's not even just that. They're playing lines of sight, so any one champion is in a position to then help out another. You can see Jimmyans in the back pocket playing around Zoranus and Zoranus and Jimmy, and Husha can then collapse onto either of them if he needs to. They're not playing this almost just wayward wandering type style that we saw out of them last split.
Yeah, I think the team cohesion is certainly, at least obviously very early days. So, you gotta be careful. You don't want to jinx it, but they are playing a lot better than they were last split so far. Hopefully can continue that out and make this a very competitive game, because it certainly still is. DFM very strong. They're about to get that 10-stack rower for Arya here on the rise. They're looking to take their second dragon.
Do they know that Arya's in the back line? It's going to be Drake taken. Husha's going in.
Yeah, he finds his way here onto Harp. Harp should just be going down. Luan finds his way in and onto Karkun. And Karkun just melts away. It's bullet time. It's Harp time to go down. Jimmy and Husha will combine to take that kill onto the support. It's a 2-0, but the Dragon in favor of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, advantage-wise, I definitely think you take that. It is going to be Noxian Blessings going the way of DFM off the back of objective play. They get the Rift Herald plus the 2 Drakes. Ari's low in the mid lane, and Luan's looking for it. Hex Flash ready.
Yeah, it does find this done. Finds the knock-up. Massive shield, but it's not going to matter. The damage is there. Violet claims himself another, as Luan will get himself out of that tower range. They'll get the tower. They'll get everything. Chiefs are looking so good here. And oh my god, that camp just got completely one-shot.
Look, the game plan was there. And to be fair, DFM are making the most of these opportunities to try and take things away where they can. Unfortunately, go on just well away from the team. Can't really help out. I think if they get the Cyclone Equalizer there, it's a drastically different fight. But because he jumped over the pit wall to come around and find an opening that way, it just gives them so much freedom. Chiefs really aren't threatened by any of that damage combo. And they find themselves a brilliant opening onto the bot lane duo of DFM. Now 9-3. They found Arya off a massive tower. We would not have seen Luon pull that off in split one. There was just too much dissonance for the team, but they look on fire right now.
They certainly do. Starting to try and expand on that gold lead. They found themselves 3K now. It was 1K not 2 minutes ago. Starting to work on these objectives. Of course, Dragons in favor of DFM. They currently have the first 2 of the game. And Zoranus doing the most damage. While obviously he's had a lot of impact when he does come to the team fights, a lot of that is fake sort of I'm a range champ, you're a melee champ, top lane damage. Obviously does give you a bit of an advantage when it comes to that stat, particularly in competitive.
And Violet as well, he's found so many massive bullet times, which, again, into this comp is not impossible, but the fact that he's consistently finding very, very clean bullet times onto key targets speaks to how much freedom Chiefs are giving their new bot lane player. Zoranus, he's found Ray.
Green World's used. Are they going to be able to find this kill? Yeah, the slow comes through. Ray Faki will be able to flash away. But that is a key summoner now lost for the side of DFM, and with that, Chiefs taking priority over this mid wave. They're able to now head up to the top side, get themselves a vision, maybe even look towards the Atakan if they so choose. Hex Flash being used. They're going to find a lot here. Luon, he's going to get pretty low, but not low enough as bullet time once again. Harp goes down, trying to even go for more as Round Warp's going to get Arya back out to safety. G-Man with still 2 uses of that Spirit Rush, maybe able to look aggressively again, but it looks for the time that Chiefs instead are going to head back, maybe look for something else on the map. Oh, no, just take the kill and then be happy with that.
Yeah, I set the lanes up. It's about, they get an opening, they now get a bit of deeper vision, they can back themselves off, come back off the reset, knowing full well that at least the confidence to know they can make those plays onto DFM. And just look at the map state. Despite how things got a bit hiccupy towards that early to mid-game transition, the Chiefs have righted the ship. They're looking like they are firing on all cylinders. The Keijin is just, I mean, I keep touching on it because it is just such a night and day difference between this and split one.
Yeah, absolutely. Luon once again doing his job, setting up the vision around the top side. Baron spawning in 2 minutes. Of course, the Dragon before that, but the Atakan is still live and ripe for the taking, really. Chiefs with favor. Hex Flash coming out. Harp going to lose his actual flash. And I mean, Luon has just been so menacing here. The entirety of this mid stage of this game, he has found pick after pick in the team fights, obviously around the Dragon, managing to find the flash stun onto Karkun.
He's been involved in every single kill for the Chiefs here. He's a support unleashed. It's just so freeing to see him transition from what was just the most uncomfortable position for him to be in the split one, not being able to freely play because there was that dissonance, now to it looks like the Chiefs just have full faith in each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good to see from the Oceanic region. Still putting up a fight. Rift Shield going to be dropped though. Mid tower is what DFM are looking to acquire here. It does mean they get the priority, but Zoranus on the back. Let's get stunned up. And that might just be one very dead Aurora. A very unfortunate misstep means all priority on the Rift really is going to be lost for them. Now, he is going to be dead for the first 15 seconds of this Dragon, and that should be enough time for DFM to pick themselves up Soul Point. So DFM giving themselves yet another fighting chance.
Yeah, unfortunately just the lockdown there, too much for Zoranus to deal with. Wasn't able to turn and really get what he wanted to. But I mean, no depth charge.
Nice charge! Oh my god, it's massive! It couldn't be better! It's a 4v5 and Chiefs are wiping the Rift! Only Arya will survive, and Luon, we were singing his praises, but by God, what an ultimate!
He's stoked. He's Chiefs fans rejoicing. And I mean, again, That was night and day difference. You look at the cohesion. This is a 4v5. They had no right to find themselves in that position. The setup, they catch out Harp, and we're going to see it. This is just cinema at work. Look at it. Jimmy is so deep. Luon's here. They turn. DFM think they are the ones. They think they are the predators here, but the charm lands. Great flash magnet storm onto 3 into the bullet time. Kakun absolutely demolished. Guon, it's a saving grace, but nothing more. And they follow up onto Ray. They melt them like snow in a drought.
Absolutely. Look, it's Easter Sunday here in New Zealand, and I gotta be said, Chiefs have been reborn. It's such a great look. In Split 1, you could never even imagine a situation where they could find that. This time round, Zoranus gets caught out, 4v5. They're going to give over the Dragon Soul Point. No. Luon finds the most perfect engage we've seen thus far here in the mid-season, and Chiefs are so close to picking up their first Game 1 win, not of the split, but of 2025.
Absolutely. And you could not want it to happen to a team more deserving out of Oceania. Jimmy's going to be caught.
He's hooked. Here comes the killer instinct, but he's got so much mobility. And in comes Husha. Luon does arrive to the play. They haven't really found the angle yet, but Zoranus with that between worlds is so threatening. DFM, though, they have made a pretty decent play. They get out. They get Jimmy's ult off. There's one more charge, and it does fade. DFM, they navigated the storm, but Zoranus is still waiting. He's still looking, biding his time. Ultimate's there, still available for the Chiefs. It's only Jimmy and left wanting, but it's not going to result in anything for now. Maybe the top tower, actually. So still, the rotation's there. They get themselves something.
Great wave state control, but this could be a bit dangerous.
Luon's knowing, he's knowing, but it doesn't matter. Harp's too far out of position. Guwon finds his way into Violet. Violet fails his flash, but he's going to be able to get the bullet time off. He's very low. He's healing off the blue buff on the bottom side of things, so Kakun is trying to find the damage. He goes invisible. He almost gets Violet, but the Bloodthirst is there. Ray Faki and Aria, the 2 AP champions. Aria, you've got so much to do. You've got so much to do. And if anyone could, it's him. He takes the realm warp. He finds another, but Violet will get the kill. Only Ray Faki left. Aria, oh my god, to the bitter end, making plays and giving DFM hope.
10, 1, and 6 on his debut. That's not Violet, that's violence on the Rift. The man on Misfortune, a champion which looked dismal and bleak for Chiefs last split his play. This was chaos. This was the most unhinged fight I think I've ever seen. Everything dropped onto Violet. He flashes into a wall. A momentary bullet time onto Guan. Everything looking like it's going to collapse, but they somehow bring it back. Violet survives, gets the healing off. Aria turns and burns onto Husha. Zoranus overcommits, looking to play his life there, and the Realm Warp. It looked like it could have been over, but Husha gets the clutch knock-up for Violet to turn and burn.
What an insane play that was. However, it has to be said, Chiefs, they're in a great position, but Aria did just pick himself up an 800 gold shutdown. He's at 3 items now. He's even pace with pretty much everyone in the game, other than this completely menacing Misfortune. 4 items online, and Violet can absolutely be the one to get this across the line.
He's still, however, 900 gold behind what is currently a 16-stack Medjai's Jimmian.
Yeah, and there's the 4th item coming through. Medjai's kind of a half item. Obviously, at this stage, it is the effectiveness of a full item, but very cheap. Now, Baron up, Arakan up, and Chiefs are headed up that direction. It's very difficult for DFM in this position with how weak they are to try and find ways into this river. The vision control's there. It's so difficult to deal with the setup. Luon, Magnet Storm, the Between Worlds, Jimmy, and just finding a stray charm. So much playing in favor of Chiefs here as DFM trying to get control over that mid wave. It's the right way to approach things. Here comes the Realm Warp. They're looking for the back and they find it. The equalizer's great, but the bullet time's greater as Aria goes golden in one hell of a position. But Kakun, he finds one, he finds another. It's another close affair, but now it might just be over as Jimmian gets himself another in the fight, and 3 remain versus just Harp. This will be the Baron, and this will be Chiefs truly giving themselves the real potential.
Chiefs Esports, an Oceanic team unleashed here in the LCP. You would not think this is the same team taking to the roof from Split 1. Look, to be fair, 60% different, but still, the core is still largely the same. Poltron still standing behind them, and I think a lot of that team fight comes down to the fact that Jimmy opted into a crit bloom. So every kill he found added to the longevity of that fight, on top of the fact that he's just an absolute monster. Yes, look, he gets that one heal off. I think that is what keeps those little elements, look, you just look at it, it's brilliance here. Luon, he's still trying to do what he can to set up. Arya identifies a massive opening. Him and Guon go deep, but the charm catches him at the worst time. The bullet time on the back of it. They are non-factors. Karkon, this is about as good as it gets for him. Jumps in, gets 1,000 gold shutdown though for his efforts. Unfortunately for him, the 3 remaining players are Zoranus, Husha, and Jimmy, and 3 of the biggest monsters in this game at the moment.
Absolutely, and with that, they get themselves the Baron. They get themselves now their second dragon, evening up on that score. Again, you have to keep in mind this game is still pretty far from over considering the objectives. Sure, top is busted wide open, and Baron's going to have to do some heavy lifting here. They don't have it on 2 of their members, but they should be able to get this bot lane inner. They really need to put their stamp on this game, crack open the base, and look to end it in the near future because gold is stacking up. The 1k gold onto the Kai'Sa. You see the 4th item being close to being purchased from Arya, who already, you have to be scared of him. He has to be feared. Chiefs now, they're going to have another wave of Baron minions coming through in this mid lane.
Medjai's fully stacked for Jimmy.
Oof.
That is a big Ari. He's 4-0-14. That is just a massive water charm. Arya loses almost half his HP.
Yeah, going to be sent packing back to the fountain to recoup that lost HP. Hex Flash coming through from Luon, and Karkun gets half health from one combo there out of Zoranus. Not by any means going for the one-shot build, but almost making it happen anyway. Bot lane, Inhib tower, and the Inhib sure to follow in favor of the Chiefs now. The base has been cracked open. They're looking, turning their attention towards the mid lane. That is going to be Harp looking for the hook there. Jimmy loses his ultimate. They should be able to find this Inhib. Low health bar on Luon, who does not have flash to look for that immediate engage. Just going to take the ult. Karkun, he just goes forward. He has Zhonya's. He does use it. A lot of damage being blocked. But the bullet time. Violet finds a fantastic ult. And Arya finds 1 kill back. It's a 5v4. Almost a 3v4. And oh my god. The missile goes wide. Arya goes golden. Violet goes forward. And so will Guon. It's a kill found. The Crypt Bloom comes through. It's another. And 3v2. In the rift as Ray Farkey goes down. And Chiefs, they can get it done. They will get it done. They finish up game 1 for the first time in 2025.
An absolutely massive showing. Yeah, look, resistance, but at what cost? It's just going to be stat padding. A godlike, deathless Jimmian in the mid lane as Chiefs. Look, they aren't celebrating yet. It's only games 1 of potentially 3. But if this is what Chiefs are bringing to bear in Split 2, this is no longer a question of can they avoid the wooden spoon. It is now a question of how high can they fly.
Absolutely, of course. Game number 1 done and dusted. Chiefs for the first time in 2025. I can't believe I'm saying it. They got themselves 1-0 up in the series. Now, you have to look at DFM as well. It wasn't all nothing burgers from them. They were finding some crazy angles despite a massive deficit that they were ultimately in this game. Ray Farkey had some pretty on-point equalizers. Arya almost made the play of the year on the rise in the mid lane, if not from Husha, completely turning that one on its head for just 1 single knock-up. But there were some highlight moments from this side of DFM, and they are not going to go quietly into the night. They are going to fight back in game number 2, and it's up to the Chiefs. With all these champions now off the roster, can they do it again?
Look, I'm still struggling to process that this is the Chiefs we are seeing on their opening play day of the second split of the year. Compared to what we saw a team that was mentally, emotionally, almost spiritually broken in terms of coming into that final play day. They did not hold out hope that they were going to find anything. To then come in, revitalize, refresh. Look, I have to say, I'd be very interested to see how Brandy's doing because he's, someone checking him, make sure he's hydrated because that guy is going to be absolutely lightheaded right now. And it really started off here. We started to see that cohesion come to bear. Massive plays out of Luon, who undoubtedly is my MVP for that game because he was doing so much out of the support position. And from there, it just strength to strength, opening upon opening. And this Chiefs roster is coming in with some real heat.
Absolutely. I mean, even one thing you have to comment on that is generally just not even a competitive thing, but I think it just speaks volumes as to where their mental state is in comparison to the split one, is the mechanics were on point this game. I think a lot of times there were some really random mechanical issues we saw in the first split. This time we come in, almost everything they intend to happen happens exactly as intended, which just shows how locked in they are, how ready they are to compete. I mean, moments like this from Karkun show that DFM is certainly not going to go down without a fight, but it was just capitalization after capitalization. In this fight, Luon flashed down onto Karkun, who was the majority of the gold at this stage of the game for DFM. And taking this team fight was really where we saw that pendulum fully swing and just sit on the side of the Chiefs for the remainder of the game.
This is the moment. Luon, boom, flash, triple magnet storm into a bullet time. Again, you would not have seen that split one. And I mean, the craziness is, this is not a game that DFM played poorly. It's just that Chiefs played well in the moments where they needed to. And I mean, that was the general consensus from all the content we've seen coming into this split, is teams are not happy with the status quo that they ended split one on. It is now the proving grounds here of Asia Pacific. And we are seeing teams who are considered the worst in the league now stamping their mark on a much more competitive season.
Yeah. In this fight as well, Husha dodging out of 2 of the Rise Qs to live on that much HP to then find this knockup. If not for that, Violet certainly goes down, and that's a team fight that, despite a massive gold deficit, DFM would have picked up. It's just a knife's edge the whole time. Here, the cohesion from DFM to find this angle, but Chiefs were just there to answer. They were there time after time after time to answer exactly how they needed to. And we're living in a world now that Chiefs are looking like the favorites to take the series.
Well, I mean, one more win. They are currently, they're then tied first in the split for the first week, of course. But I mean, you look at it, just everything was coming up synergistically, cohesion-wise, communication-wise. These guys are clearly on the same page and coming in with a hot game plan. The draft is solid out of Coach Poltron. They execute it, well, not flawlessly, but is about darn close as you could possibly get, I think, in this situation.
Oh, I didn't even see that. The flash charm from Jimmy and to land that last kill there, and it was probably a done deal anyway, but certainly secured it with that one. And with that, we're now living in a world where Chiefs are 1-0 up. They're looking to take their first series, not of the split, of the season. We'll see you after our break.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键時刻卻倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャ力で行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。
Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们大喊的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's an Easter miracle. It's Chiefs going up 1-0 against DFM. But it has to be said, there is just the elephant in the room. That is the inevitability of Aria. And I am very scared for game number 2. Chiefs, they've got to have their confidence at an all-time high. You see smile on the face of Zoranus there. Had a bit of a quiet one, ultimately did old Zoranus, but did what he needed to. He set up very well for Luon, set up very well for Violet, who was ridiculously far ahead of everyone in that game. And yeah, DFM, they look a bit deflated. Not a good sign after just the first game of the split.
To be fair, Aria did put in a massive effort. So you could imagine that putting in all of that only for it to still not matter, it could be a bit detrimental mentally. But I mean, in the grand scheme, DFM, again, I stand by what I said. That was not DFM losing because they played bad. It was them losing because Chiefs just played, again, out of their mind. And a team that no one would have expected to be playing that well, and I think that potentially caught DFM off guard a little bit. So coming into game 2, Aria and DFM should have a better idea of now what they're playing into. They are going to have to step things up just a little bit. But yes, Aria just has that inevitability about him. You can't let him brew, because we saw what he was able to do. He still very nearly turned the tide of that game on his rise. He's not going to have that option, but he's got such a vast champion pool of very, very disruptive playmaking champions.
Yep, absolutely. Jimmy in there on your screen, monster performance, the best of the year so far from him on that Ari. Getting himself a 25 stack Magi, the confidence to go for that item in a competitive game. Oftentimes you're like, yeah, I've got 10 stacks on my Dark Seal. Let's get the
I didn't realise this was an Australian studio. You've got sticks on the Magi. But no, yeah, look, I mean, that confidence shows through into a very, very drastically different team in terms of attitude and how things are going. And my question was, what is Poltron cooking now into game 2? Into the ban phase, Callista Varus and Skarner targeted away, Sahusha and Violet being hit very, very hard there. The response, Azir, Gwen, Vi, so targeting the top 3 in terms of this DFM roster. Ray, Guon and Aria. Aria and Azir would have potentially been a death sentence here if given over.
One thing we never touched on in game 1 is that Chiefs opted into the red side. And so now they're just on red side again. So they're clearly very comfortable to be on the red side.
Which strangely still maintains a 100% win rate for them on the red side of the Riv, because that's where they won in Split 1. Talia picked up first. Could potentially be for Karkin. We have seen him play it in the past. Not great. I'd rather see that in the hands of someone like Arya, which is going to do a lot for him, I think, in terms of disruption. Zoranus insta-picks the Jace.
Yeah, again, he likes his range top laners. Jace kind of the ultimate range top laner in the current state of League of Legends, so not too surprising to see. Husha, you expect him to probably pick his champ. I mean, you could go for the mid laner here, being that you know you're against the Talia. Theoretically, it could go jungle and Karkun AD carry, but unlikely. So there comes the Maokai for Husha. Not going to have the same autonomy that he did early on in game number 1, and honestly the entire game started off so well because of how much he was able to get done. So going to be important to see if he's able to do something similar, look for an early gank, something like that on the Maokai. Neferi, oddly enough, just being completely ignored.
So is Nocturne, still there, very much available. So I'm going to do the pick up for Ray in the top side into the Jace. I mean, shouldn't really have too much trouble. It has a lot of bulk to negate a lot of that damage. So for the most part, it should be a pretty even lane. Should be both farming comfortably. Ray's going to struggle a little bit, obviously, in that range to melee matchup. For Husha, the Maokai gives a lot. And there you go. Neferi's going to be picked up straight away for Go On.
Yeah, Neferi already, yes, it's 1-1. Ultimately, even in the game that Castle lost on it yesterday, he had a great performance for himself. So I think this champ looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous in solo queue. It's been so far looking ridiculous in competitive play. Obviously, Guri's game, probably the best scoreline we've seen so far.
Easily. I mean, 13 kills on a jungle Neferi. 13. It was insane. And Yone, okay.
Gets the pairing, so quite often we do like to see the Maokai alongside the Yone. The Nature's Graph just does so well to set up for these big Fate Seals, and Jimmy, we've seen capitalize on them in the past in his career, so certainly going to be comfortable in doing so. Not the easiest matchup to navigate into the Talia, though. There he is.
He's got his...
Mr. Stay.
He's got a rotation.
Yeah, there you go. New sign. 420 in this day. I didn't get to read it.
It was the essential message was 0-7 now becomes 1-7, which would be their record if they do pick up the game to win here. Second round of the bans, Ashe taken away by DFM, Rakan taken away by Chiefs, as well as the Caitlyn. Now, there are a decent number of AD carries still left in the pool. We've even seen Tristana come out yesterday, so it's not like they are not in a position where they can pick something. It's not a famine situation in terms of the draft, but DFM, what do they look to take away? I think you target Violet here, given he is one of the freshest players in this competition.
I like the sign meta. It happened yesterday too. It's like they predict the score, then the wrong thing happens, just cross it out right underneath the new score.
Alistar take it away from Luan. And given how Luan played that last game, you don't want him having those priority supports, and Alistar is going to give a lot of room for him to work with in whatever Violet picks up here. And going into it, they are going to have that counter. Do they pick the support? It's going to be an Ezreal. It is available. It is very, very strong at the moment in terms of, he's safe. He does a lot of damage. He can kite around. It's going to be great for this comp already.
Big shoes to fill, though, after the back of Doggo's Ezreal performance. Some pretty crazy Ezreals in our region. See if Violet can sit up there among them. As now we get to see the bot lane come through for the side of DFM. Tristana is going to be the answer. We saw that yesterday as well. I can't say a bad effect. It was obviously Junja who put it very far behind, but it found a way back into the game in any case. See what it's paired alongside.
I mean, you got Leona, you got Brom. There are a number of your usual suspects still available in the support pool. We haven't seen anything crazy in terms of support deviation globally. I mean, maybe Elise, but it's going to be Leona. Again, one of the big priority supports at the moment, has seen a huge amount of priority both in the pick and ban phase of things. I mean, Brom's an option. I don't think it's the best into this comp at the moment with what they've got, but Ezreal Brom is a pretty iconic combo.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw yesterday out of Doggo and Kai Wing. See what Luan wants to go for. This is just going to be the Brom. I mean, it's a great Brom game. You're against 3 melee champions. Can block a lot of what Tristana wants to do, as well as Talia.
Yeah. I think it gives him a lot of room. And just having that Winter's Bite set up as well. I mean, you look at this comp out of Chiefs Poltron. I mean, he never really missed the mark in terms of draft. It was all execution. It was definitely the Chiefs' biggest problem when it came to that, but he's still got it locked down. He still knows what the game plan is. But DFM, it is a scary draft that could, if given the room to work, snowball out of control. So, again, a lot of work still to do for the Chiefs. They are not out of this, not out of the woods just yet. And with Aria still there lurking, brewing, building into this best of 3, they want to lock this out in a clean 2-0.
Absolutely. They've got the tools to do so, but I mean, I've seen, I keep talking about it, but I've seen Aria's Talia before, and it is scary. So we're going to have to make sure this guy doesn't randomly get a bunch of kills, and I mean, we often do see Talias do that. Cardi's Talia yesterday was something like 13-1 or 12-1 or something ridiculous as well.
Yeah. We've seen some very impressive scorelines in the what now 2.5 series that we've seen played out.
Yeah, I like the LCP arena. There's such a broad variety of supporters. We got people coming from Japan to support. We've got Oceanian fans there, and Mr. Steak, namely with his sign, his array of signs.
What does he do next? I mean, if they do end up 1-7, how does he step up the sign game?
Yeah, he's got a big job ahead of him. There's a lot of series to go through for him to do that. As we now do head into the game, Chiefs looking for some early aggression. They do have a very strong level 1, being that they have this Braum alongside the Ezreal. Very hard to land a Winter's Bite onto this Neferi champion because she just has 2 things blocking it permanently.
Yeah, he's back. He's getting his time. Look, we love fans. We love vocal fans.
That's Mr. Steak. That's it. That's it.
Look, maybe
that's passion right there.
Maybe what Chiefs have needed this entire time is a cheerleader. They needed some motivational voice to get them over the finish line. The voice of God speaking through them.
I love this guy. He is the most passionate Oceanian fan I have seen in years, and he is from Taipei.
Yeah, I mean, international fans tend to be the most diehard.
Yeah. Big respect to that guy.
I mean, look, over the last few years, it has been hard to be an Oceanic esports fan. So we need that revitalization. We need that freshness, much like the Chiefs, to get back into it.
Level 1 here. Very strong for the side of Chiefs. I don't expect that Kakun and Harp, although Tristana generally pretty good. Leona, not so much. So it should just be Violet and Luon pretty handily getting control of the early lane. You're going to see Jimmy struggle early on up against the Talia. The range disadvantage always going to be pretty difficult to navigate, but as long as you're picking up the CS, that is going to be the main objective.
And the experience. Oh, it's threading the needle. Luon is just playing lights out at the moment. Zoranus up in the top side into Ray. I mean, again, much how we expected this matchup to go in the range versus Melee. Husha, he's about to be spotted on the wall as he transitions to the top side, so they now know where he is. But again, to be fair, that information wasn't going to be completely in the dark anyway.
Yeah. So, Wave Crash going to be coming out here from the Chiefs. We see both junglers this game once again heading towards their top side. Somehow, Husha must just be the greatest Maokai of all time because he's actually having a faster clear thus far than Guon on the Neferi. Now, it is, you know, it has to be said that the sort of blue side of the map generally does go down a bit quicker than the red side, Raptors being an exception, but Krugs typically take quite a long time.
I mean, look, to be fair, Guon has caught up a little bit, so they might even be on pace to match each other here. Either way...
I think Guon will finish quicker.
Yeah, they theoretically should, but stranger things do happen on the Rift as they are both transitioning to their final buffs.
Zenith Blade goes wide, but the Winter's Bite won't, and Violet... Oh my lord, what a trade found.
It was this exact same matchup, wasn't it?
It was. Oh no, it was...
Yeah, Israel into...
Yeah, Israel into Trist, but the supports were different.
Yeah, no, but it was consistently the Mystic shot threading needle into the Tristana's face out of nowhere. Doggo was a bit of a miracle worker when it came to that.
Yeah, Violet so far too.
You love I mean, look, to be fair, after that misfortune showing, I'm not surprised anymore.
No. Now, Guon and Husha still remain on the same side of the map. I think both of them thought the other had gone for the top crab, and so now we're just in a position where we're both at the bottom crab. It should just be Husha picking this up. He doesn't have Smite. Guon won't realize that, so he's going to walk away. He's going to claim himself the top crab, but this means the tempo is going to be in favor of Husha.
Oh, what?
As First Blood comes out top, Zoranus finds the dive.
Yeah, the solo kill, the solo bolo legacy continues for the Chiefs out of nowhere. Okay, Zoranus, he's doing bits right now.
I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, but yeah, very impressive to have found that early on here, putting Chiefs at an advantage in game number 2. Very well played by Zoranus. I hope we get a replay.
Yep. So it's just Ray taking too much damage. Zoranus says, you know what, I can probably do this. He's got no mana to work with. Yeah, he just knows full well that he's got the damage. That is just understanding your limits in spades. He even gets himself a CS on the way out.
Yeah. Used a bit of a weird flash there from Zoranus, but, you know, no harm, no foul. I've seen weirder flashes so far, namely Casa on a dragon.
Which still did not go punished. There was the most bizarre element of it all. No one saw it. It didn't matter in the end because they still found the play off the back of it. Zoranus, he's going to get clipped, but he's then going to turn and burn onto Ray and equalize out, come out on top in that trade.
Yeah, not particularly strange at this stage of the Jace versus Sion. Eventually, Sion will get to a point where Jace isn't going to actually kill him, and nice trade once again from Violet. Finds the Essence Flux and manages to get the Eon, and now Kakun once again at a health disadvantage. Still farming up completely fine, so he's not really suffering all that much. Jimmy, on the other hand, certainly is. He's down CS. He's going to lose another couple here to his tower as he does have to take that recall, and Arya is going to be a little bit unleashed in this game.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's what we'd expect. I mean, it's not a disparity that would make you say that Jimmy is 100% out of this game. Synergistically, he's got a lot going for him as soon as those ultimates start coming online. Zoranus is going to hit 6, only closely followed by Ray. So both top laners will become more impactful, I think, for Ray going into team fight situations. But for Zoranus, yeah, just those level spikes are going to be pretty big for them. Husha coming in, helps Jimmy in to shove that wave in so they can look to make plays.
Yeah. Well played. It is going to be Luon and Violet very late to this play. Luon turning up now, but Guon will not really realize exactly where the Israel are. However, it's going to be a 4v5 unless the teleport comes through. Zoranus doesn't even have it. The decimating smash is going to be completely massive. And unfortunately for the Chiefs, it's going to be them going down early on in this fight. It's going to be the Grubs going over to DFM and 2 quick kills going over to the side of DFM. 1, importantly, going on to Arya.
Yeah, unfortunately, DFM continued the trend from last game in terms of just outpacing the macro game compared to the Chiefs. They are just one step ahead. This time, it pays out, I think, greater than it did in game 1.
Yeah.
As a result, you find a massive fight onto both Jimmy and Luon both going down, and kills desperately going where they needed to onto Arya and Kakun. That probably could not have been a worse situation for the Chiefs.
I think, ironically, that might have been them being slower on the macro game because Ray Farkey ultimately just didn't recall. He just didn't go to the bot side. They just committed fully to these Grubs, and it pays dividends as, unfortunately for the side of Chiefs, 2 members getting locked down and just completely annihilated. On the top side, you're seeing a possible dive attempt. There's not really any realistic way this works out. Just zoning them away from a few minions as Kakun maybe getting a little bit too far up. Does get the rocket jump to buffer, but Harp also going to get stunned. Guon still waiting around, does come through, but Husha's here. Husha's here for the answer. Violet's going to get out. Kakun flash the cleanse. Is he going to make his way out back to his tower? Violet will not allow it. He finds the Mystic shot. He finds the kill back. And Chiefs will not go down in that attempt. It is Husha, right place, right time, and the mechanics on point.
I mean, a red card moment there. Kakun back to found 10 minutes in the bin. But yeah, look, DFM clearly had a game plan. They knew exactly what I wanted. Again, synergistically, Luon and Violet, target prioritization. They switch at a moment's notice, look to try and turn and burn. They see Guon come. Husha's in, again, at the right place at the right time. Kakun forced to try and get out, and Violet from downtown, flash, Mystic shot combo, lands, picks him up a kill, and extends that lead out back in his favor again.
What a magnificent Mystic shot. He even had a cannon minion try and block that one. Wasn't able to do so. Violet finds himself 1 back, now evens up the kills between those 2 AD carries, and importantly affords some much needed tempo towards the bottom lane of the Chiefs. Evening up the kills, evening up the gold across the Rift.
again, to be fair, in terms of lane matching, both teams have been, timing-wise, sort of in the same place at the same time for the most part. There hasn't been too much of a mismatch. I think, to be fair, I don't think we've seen a 2v1 across the Rifty yet because of the timing out of DFM more than anything. And I think they did identify the fact that Ray had the ultimate, didn't need to back. They could probably use him more around the grubs than having him go bot lane then teleport up. So I think that was a pretty solid call on their part in terms of identifying where their strengths are.
Yeah, absolutely. Gold pretty even. Arya actually having the most in the game, but closely followed is following is Zoranus. He got a little bit of alone time in that bot tower when things went south up by the Void Grubs for the Chiefs, but there was still gold going over to your Jace. He's getting very close now to his Black Cleaver, or yeah, it should be the Black Cleaver here, especially up against the Scion.
Yeah, I mean, Zoranus has had an absolute ripper. I mean, game one, it wasn't a bad game, but for the most part, it was reasonably quiet. His job was there to try and keep Ray down. This time around, he's well and truly keeping Ray down. He's got a sizable lead over his opponent. He's got the solo kill under tower as well to boot. On the Jace, he's got a lot of potential for playmaking.
Sure. Now, Winter's Bite does connect. Go on, playing aggressively. It is a level 6 Leona versus the level 5. Something we did see last game as well, a little bit of an experience discrepancy between these two supports. Guwon now in the area, sweeping out the vision. That Luon just placed. Now, PowerPoint presentation. There we are.
I mean, Luon is like a smidge, like one minion falls over 6. So just a matter of getting the position to get that experience. We'll have that Glacial Fissure up and about. Again, Zoranus has pushed Ray into such a rough spot and then just runs away like it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, at this point of the game, Ray Faki not really under much threat of dying. If he is, he's really overstayed his welcome, and you see he's just going to recall now, has teleport, has ult even if he wanted to use that. Instead, it's just going to be the bot lane pathing out, at least Karkun pathing out to the top side. Of course, Void Grubs once again spawning. 9 seconds until they're up. Hoosh is going to take a bit of damage, and ultimately, well played to dodge out of that seismic shove now. Could be another fight on the horizon. I think this time, wise up to the antics here of DFM. Zoranus coming to join his team to be there, but as the engage coming through from Harp onto Luon, who will just be able to get out there by utilizing the dash to Husha.
Yeah, I mean, Husha's done that a couple of times, given Luon the out to avoid danger. Oh,
but unfortunately for Husha, he's going to be locked up. He does manage to get himself out and even gets the ultimate off. Jimmy finds a reasonable amount of damage onto Arya, but still it is DFM with complete control over this river. Full HP on Karkun, full HP on Guwon. Jimmy still looking aggressively in the mid lane. Arya realizing that there is a bit of threat at this stage of the game. But still, it's a winning play for DFM. They're going to get these Void Grubs fairly uncontested. Zoranus walks into the Decimating Smash, and unfortunately for him, he's just going to get completely taken out. A little bit too far forward in the river is going to go punished. Ray Faki playing well to try and find a way back into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, DFM looking for those opportunities, those openings. 6 grubs secured. Beat of Warfare as well. I mean, DFM are really, really clawing their way back into this tooth. And now we did say it was going to be Arya that did it, but it's not just him. The rest of the team, I did say this at the end of Split 1, for this DFM roster to find success, the rest of the roster needs to step up to match the effort Arya's putting in. I feel they're doing that now.
Yeah, certainly this game's looking very good for all parts of the map. I think especially, you know, Ray Faki, yes, he went down early, but since then he's been the driving force behind their comeback into this game right there, finding the catch onto Zoranus before the 2-man ult onto Luon as well as Jimmy. And so despite being put behind early, is having, I'd say, much more impact than Zoranus so far in this game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. In terms of momentum shift, that is very much the case. Arya as well, putting a lot of pressure on the Jimmy.
Finds a lot of damage, but I got a little scared he was walking too far up there. Zoranus is now going to be looked at by Guwon. He's also got Harp here in the area, the flash away, but this is going to be, is it going to be enough to get him out? The dogs, the bomb, he should be fine. He's tanky. There's going to be a pretty decent amount of damage onto him, but ultimately the healing is there, and I don't know why the healing is that much there.
Oh, no.
Arya, however, is going to be also, does put down the Scattered Earth. Unfortunately for Husha, Nature's Grasp will not connect onto the Talia, and what a sidestep from Arya. Showcase of mechanics from this guy. Jimmy finding his way in. Oh, this Fate Seal could be massive. It's going to land onto one, and Harp going to commit his life there. Finds a massive stun on the back end of it to make sure his team's able to get out as Ray Faki joins the rest of his team as well. We've got a 4v4 up on the top side. Violet on the other side of the map. Jimmy in. Oh, he gets stunned. Oh, it's a disaster. He saw the vision, but Arya is too damn quick on the trigger, gets down the scattered earth, gets the stun, gets the flash away, and gets the kill for his trouble.
Yeah, look, a bit of a disconnect there from the Chiefs. Violet was on his way back to base to pick up his Trinity Force, so that meant that it was a 5v4 in favour of DFM. They get what they can. Jimmy feels he needs to try and make a play to get more. He was darn close, and Zoranus plays this, again, very, very well to keep himself alive. He does bait DFM into pretty heavily overcommitting here. Timing-wise, it just wasn't there for the Chiefs. I mean, this... Again, a lot of 50-50s. DFM, I think, lucky to come out with the advantage they did, only losing their support, taking down a mid laner. But you look at the positioning-wise, this could have just been so disastrous. There was so much setup. Violet, in the position that he is, cannot find impact. They only catch half as Guan's able to jump out. So, yeah, look, it was not a bad attempt from the Chiefs.
Oh, looking at the bot side. Jimmy once again under pressure, but Luon's going to be there to support him. But right here, Arya, oh, the reaction times to get that out. Possibly even just a prediction or a safety net even. But does manage to make it happen, and with that, they once again will claim themselves the kill lead. They are also up 1k gold. No dragons yet taken again. Very quiet game in terms of the dragons here. In this quiet series, rather.
DFM, if they take that Drake, that's Noxian Blessing secured as well, which removes that threat off the map. I mean, again, very literally not the be-all end-all, but this could be a brewing tower dive.
Yeah, everyone here, Jimmy does sidestep the stun, at least does get knocked by the slow. It's a good ult out of the Braum to try and dissuade any forward action, but Luon getting very low does get taken out. Jimmy will find one back as well as Husha. So a 1-for-1 under the bot lane tower. Even trade yet again. Violet now joins the rest of his team. It's still very hard to play into this. You see Arya just with his massive range on the Talia. Finds another chunk onto Jimmy, and Husha doing his best to try and find a way to clear out these minion waves to make sure they don't lose the tower. He does get stunned up. Kakun's finding the damage. A massive explosion from that bomb, and looks like the play will dissolve.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy was sitting there, had the ult, but he's just taking so much damage, and Talia naturally going to make that a bit harder than he would have liked. But Zoranus again, he's just back to bullying Ray in the top side. A lot of pressure. There's a bit of a powder keg here on the Rift between these two teams, both looking explosively to try and make plays. But Luon on the backside, again, it's a sign with an ultimate. I don't think you've got the kill pressure that you need. But with the Rift Herald up and available, that is the priority setup to try and take one of the two objectives off the map. Unfortunately, what will likely happen is it'll just be a trade. Noxian Blessings will go over to DFM regardless.
Yeah. I think one thing that can be said here for the Chiefs is that they've forced Ray Farki into building a Sunfire, and from where I'm sitting, I think that could very possibly be in the competition for the worst item in the game currently. It just completely fails in comparison to its counterpart. And so, obviously a lot of magic damage available through the Yone and the Maokai, but largely physical.
Zoranus almost cracks that tower, and that would at least extend things out just a little bit with the Noxian Blessings. Gives them a little bit of control on the top side. Guan is going to secure it there, so it will be irrelevant in terms of
it's going to be the bot tower
pacing.
as well going down.
So they want to match that. They want to, Chiefs want to take that top side, so at least it is not a massive advantage taken off the back of that Drake.
Yeah, ultimately things are going to be very even. It should be Zoranus that gets the first tower. There it is. I mean, there was a chance maybe DFM could have if they had fully committed to auto-attacking that tower, but Husha, he's going to use this time, the power they have on the top side to try and get himself this Rift Herald.
Oh, he's backing off. He's not confident, especially with the collapse on the mid lane. Luon knows that Guan is there. Violet in the mid lane, that Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall just to get Arya to the play. It's a very low mid tower. Karkin with a great rocket jump. Rooted up now will be Hart, but here comes the engage from Husha. It's great. Unfortunately, the Fate Seal does not land, but he does get the shutdown. That's one kill onto Arya, but this Neferi champ is unleashed, and forward will go Guwon to pick himself up a double, and DFM slowly but surely creating a further lead for themselves here in the second game of our series. They find themselves the Dragon, the bot tower, the mid tower, 2 kills, and they are feeling pretty happy.
I mean, a great stop of the wall, but again, everything feels so disjointed here for the Chiefs. They're playing reactionary League of Legends. They come and try and make a play off the back of things, and they commit so heavily. Yes, they will drop Arya, but it costs them almost the entirety of the rest of the team there. Luon falls, the bot lane duo dropping. Jimmy just has to scurry himself away. So again, they're committing everything, yes, but in a reactionary fashion. Chiefs need to shift the momentum. They need to go off on the front foot, force DFM into an uncomfortable position, and make them play reactionary.
Absolutely. DFM, however, not looking to let that happen as they are now up here as a 3-man unit, 4 if you include Arya, who can get there very quickly, heading towards this Rift Herald. Should just be theirs. There's no realistic way to contest this, and I think so far, while the Jace has a great matchup into the Scion, the impact that the Jace is able to have in the team fights in comparison to what Ray Farki is providing is not really comparable.
I mean, even if it was, timing-wise, it just has not been there for the Chiefs once. They just never at the right place at the right time. They're never there together at the right time to find that impact. And Jimian wants to try and defend, but the damage is just too great at this stage.
Yeah, he's going to be able to go back to his shadow, but half HP taken away from him and the tower as well. Without even having to use the Rift Shield so far. Guwon going to locate 2. The Husha and Luan are found. Arya's going to be able to get himself out with the Weaver's Wall, and the Empowered Recall for Harp means he's also out safe. Good damage. Unfortunately, there's no real world in which you're killing that Scion.
And even if you do, I mean, realistically, what are you getting out of it other than a bit of gold? Like, there's nothing major up. Yes, Artican is going to be available, but the next real objective, at least in terms of what is contestable, is going to be that Ocean Drake up in 2 minutes. So, I mean, yes, it is good that you have a little bit of priority in the 1v1 against your lane opponent, but in terms of actual contribution, like you said, Vray is given a lot more to that team of DFM than Sorinus currently is for the Chiefs on this Jace.
Yeah, and I think there's an argument to be made. I'm not sure what is correct, but you could even start to look to try and get Jimian into the Scion matchup, just because of how far behind, ultimately, especially in a 1v1, Ray Farki currently is. I think right now, in the current stage of the game, you kind of want gold onto your Yone more than the Jace in general. Just is going to be able to pair better with the team comp. Has a great time with Maokai in general, and getting gold onto this Yone should be at the forefront of Chiefs' priorities, I do believe.
I mean, yeah, in terms of just raw damage output, 100% that has to be the case. Husha could be likely target. You can see DFM are itching to try and make something happen here.
Yeah, not really any objective. It's just the other Khan, which admittedly pings are going down on, but it's Chiefs that are pinging it.
I think it's more about keeping up momentum, just, again, pushing Chiefs around a little bit, just keeping the status quo, letting them know that DFM are the stronger of the two powers in this matchup. And you can see Jimian, yeah, respecting that well in hand, doesn't want to over-push in the lane, wants to try and find that farm, wants to try and get a little bit stronger. And you look at these 2 levels down. Look, to be fair, it's about to be 1. He's not far off that 13, but that's still a pretty decent gap in terms of accessibility for the Rift.
Yeah, I think one thing ultimately Chiefs are going to struggle with as this game progresses, with especially against champs like the Leona and the Scion, is their damage profile is pretty heavily AD. They have some from the Jace. Hold up, Weaver's Wall coming down, and Zorinus is in a very rough position. Let's see how he navigates it. Unfortunately, he's just going to get hit up, knocked up, stunned up, and will be just going down. It should be more gold going over to the side of DFM. Arya picks it up. Meanwhile, Jimian, he's doing as best as he can. He's trying to take some minions, some side waves. Guwon's going to get this tower, and all of that gold going over to him and Arya.
I mean, that was brilliant from Guwon.
Yeah.
Identifies, he completely splits Chiefs in that situation. There was no way Chiefs were going to be able to respond with the Rift Herald going down onto a bot lane inner. And DFM have just completely controlled momentum throughout this game. They've had every objective bar 1 tower go their way, and even then, topside outer isn't going to net you much in the grand scheme without having anything to back it up. It's not over, but definitely Chiefs are in a situation where they are bleeding, and it's getting heavier and heavier as the minutes go on.
For sure. And I think we've had our question sort of answered about whether or not Kakun and Harp have been able to find their synergy in the bot lane. Honestly, even in game number 1, they did perfectly fine together, but here in game number 2, they're really doing well. They're around the map at the correct time. They've always been the first to the play between the 2 bot laners, and it's showing with sort of how this game has started progressing, where every play is initiated from start to finish. They've all been started by DFM, sometimes countered by Chiefs, admittedly, but ultimately they've always been able to dictate the pace of this game, and that has been largely because of this bot lane duo.
Yeah, I mean, the one lane winning is topside, and yes, Zorinus has been bullying out Ray for the better part of, what, 23 minutes now. It really hasn't translated into anything else other than a gold advantage. Every other lane is advantageous to DFM. They're winning their team fights quite handily. Synergistically, Chiefs have not been able to find the team fight that they're looking for. We haven't seen a Nature's Grasp, into the Fate's Calling, into a True Shot Barrage, into a Glacial Fissure, as you would expect out of this draft, because they, again, have just been staggered coming to every single team fight.
Yeah, and that you've got to always add the context to that gold lead, right? While you see it down on the scoreboard, yes, he is 1.2k gold ahead of Ray Farkey, but what it actually is he's now just even with the rest of DFM, while the rest of his team is very, very far behind. So Zoranus, you know, in terms of his individual power, sure, he can match up to most people. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the rest of the team. Husha gets found in a bush. He's looking for something sneaky. Does flash away, but Guwon's going to be able to match it, and down he will go. Weaver's Wall used for good measure. Was unnecessary, however, and this should just mean the Arakan is free for the taking here for the side of DFM with all 5 members on this side of the map. Now, Jimmian has some free time on the bot side. He's going to be able to get that inner tower. He's going to start to look towards that inner tower now, rather, and probably need to see some recalls coming through for the side of DFM, as you don't want to give too much time to gold, and here comes the teleport from Mario.
Yeah, Ronis secured. Pedals taken. There was no real contest as soon as Husha got quite out of position. He was well deep. And we've seen the transition for DFM. Find a target. Ari is suddenly there with the Weaver's Wall to cut off any sort of rotation out, any support coming his way. So I think unfortunately, Vision is not allowing them to play as safely as they would like. And they are going to have to pay a bit more respect, which unfortunately is going to be even more detrimental in terms of their freedom to find that farm. Yeah,
I mean, the fact that Husha got found out in that bush too is very impressive. For the side of DFM, because you could see what he was going for, right? DFM, their natural progression is to go to look towards that Arakan or the Baron. So if you wait there, there's no way they're going to have eyes on you. They're not going to expect you to come from there, and you could possibly look to turn the game on a really nice engage that way through the Nature's Grasp, but unfortunately, DFM, wise to his trickery, was able to turn that one on its head.
Well, DFM are in the driver's seat. Now it is, of course, about ending the journey, getting yourself safely to your destination, which for both these teams was a struggle in Split 1. They're going to start that Baron up. They've cleared the Vision out. This is potentially going to be a pretty big bait, but they know Arya's there. They are well aware of this situation going on.
Yeah, teleport now coming through from Jimmy, and it's going to be a 5v5, but Decimating Smash is going to lock up Luon. He does get the shield down, and maybe an overcommitment here, as he is going to get out on a narrow amount of HP. Is going to be helped out by the fact he's got that shielding. Husha gets completely one-shot, and health bars are still there from DFM, meaning it's going to be very difficult for this 4v5 to come up in favor of the side of Chiefs. Now, we still have the Fate Shield available for Jimmy, but that's the only powerful ultimate left on their side of the Rift. Violet trying to weave in these Mystic shots, and is doing a good job, but unfortunately that ever-growing health bar of Ray Farkey is not making it easy. Golden does go Aria. Jimmian now locked up with both the carries of DFM. Neither one going down, and Ray Farkey, still as menacing as ever, is finding value in this fight. Very low goes Karkun. Maybe the Baron finishes off. Not for the time being. Jimmian flashes away. Violet doing much the same, and it's DFM once again who do not get the Baron, but they get the team fight win.
Yeah, and they just keep accelerating, rolling forward to a victory here. They just keep proving that their draft is a little bit stronger when given the room to work with. It's not a bad draft out of the Chiefs, no, but it requires them to be in the lead for its continued success. It's a draft that struggles from behind and is going to rely heavily on some massive misplays from DFM if they want back into it. And look, to be fair, it could have been a lot worse, realistically. They did actually have a bit of a chance there. You just look at it, Ray is such a massive frontline for this team. Husha melts in the face of a Talia-Tristana combo. There's just so much damage coming out of that duo that there was no real surviving. And you look at it here, Jimmian looking for that opportunity, drops it, unfortunately, onto Arya, who goes golden and completely negates it.
Yeah, well done by Arya to bait that out. And you see the sort of vision from Jimmy, and it's really hard to do anything on the other side of things because there's 4 members all together. If you go in, that's almost certain death. So he looks for the opportunity onto Arya, but Arya is far too quick in his reaction times, does get the golden off, and is going to be able to win that team fight almost off the back of that alone. Dragon number 3 now, and that's sole point for the Infernal Dragon. In favor of DFM, they are going to be able to have complete control over the map for at least the next 5 minutes, and you have to assume either the Baron or the Infernal Soul should just be going over to them.
Absolutely. And True Shot Barrage is going to come through, bit of chip damage onto Karkun. Guwon dodges it.
Nature's Grasp from the back is going to be able to lock down, unfortunately, a Scion. And so that is now your biggest teamfight ultimate off the map. A knock up onto Zoranus, but no Scattered Earth means no real damage coming back onto him. It's a good trade from the Chiefs to thwart off any attempts on their mid lane inner, but still, DFM don't look like they're done just yet.
I mean, Lauren played that very well. Negated a lot of damage to get the team as healthy as he could. That is a Braum. I mean, that is integral. Playing spoiler and denying a lot of that output from the ranged champions, trying to keep things active. I mean, to be fair, this is a situation you drag this out if you're the Chiefs. You allow Jimmy to hit full build, Zoranus and Violet as well. That is a lot of damage from a pretty significant distance.
Yeah.
And if they find the timing, if they find a fight in the right place, the right times, Nature's Grasp, Fate's Calling, True Shot Barrage, if they stack things together and find multiple members of DFM, they evaporate.
Yeah, absolutely. Vision getting put around the Baron once again. Both teams realize that could just mean the end of the game. Either the Chiefs pick it up and find themselves a really nice comeback, or DFM pretty much cement themselves the Game 2 victory. Now, once again, started up half HP. Jimmy pretty far from the fight, still clearing out that top wave. They don't know the health it's on. Now they will. Half HP still on this Baron. There's a lot of damage being done here to Ray Faki's health bar. Meaningful damage. Jimmy coming from the back. The Nature's Grasp is there. He doesn't find it onto Kakun though. He does go back, but unfortunately Guwon is following him. But it's going to be Husha in the pit. It's going to be Husha. It's going to be Husha. No! Guwon finds his way in. Gets the smite. The double kill for Kakun. The triple kill for Kakun. And eventually it will be the game for DFM. Only Luon stands between them and the Game 2 victory, and we once again will have a 3-game series on our hands.
DFM answering the call. Chiefs step things up coming in the first game. DFM say, all right, bet fellas. They then step it up again going into Game 2. We have a 3-game series on our hands. Now, to be fair, the last time these two teams played, it was in reverse. DFM won Game 1.
Yep.
Chiefs returned with Game 2.
With the Scion.
With the Scion. So, will we see history repeat itself and Chiefs come back, take Game 3, or will DFM buck that trend and cause heartbreak for Oceanic fans?
Yeah, it's, I mean, all up in the air now, really. DFM played a fantastic game, I think, largely off the back of their macro play, winning that one. The one grub fight, truly turning it. Ray Faki was well and truly out of that game in terms of the lane phase. He was never going to be able to do anything to Zoranus, especially after just dying in a 1v1 at level 3, level 4, whatever it was. But he then finds the timing where Zoranus is back to go to bot lane because his bot lane's back to go top. And the same thing you'd expect would have happened from DFM. But Ray Faki smartly stays there. They commit to the 4v4, but Ray Faki being there turns it into a 5v4. He gets the 2-man knock-up and really turns the game on its head almost in that moment alone. Kakun doing the most damage that game. Great performance out of him, and unfortunately with the lead Zoranus did find himself in, really all it amounted to was him getting picked off in the side lane time after time.
Yeah, and look, much the same vein, I cannot put that down to the Chiefs playing that game badly. Yep. It was, again, DFM just played that better. In the grand scheme of things, the draft fell a little bit flat, not for lack of trying, not for poor play whatsoever. It just came down to the fact that this DFM draft snowballs better in the grand scheme, and when they snowball, it's very, very hard to catch up and slow down. And you look at it, Zoranus started the game off with a solo kill onto Ray under the tower, and this was it. This was really the make or break point. The numbers disparity, the key ultimates coming up at online, and the catch out of Ray. He just staggered himself on the back, holds his tongue and sits there and waits and bides his time. And again, another avenue back in for the Chiefs. They weren't quiet by any stretch of the imagination.
It was so good.
It was so clean from Violet. He stays alive, takes the initiative to jump forward, flash Mystic Shot into Kakun to take him down. But even here, Zoranus plays this very, very well to stay alive.
Yep. Does manage to get out narrowly. Health bar ticking plus 27 every half a second for some reason, but Aria tries to come up, finds something. Husha's there to answer it, gets the lockdown. But it was some fancy footwork from Aria here that keeps him alive. Husha, unfortunately, doesn't connect with the Nature's Grasp. Luon comes forward, looks for the Q, but Aria sidestepping it means he's able to get out. Sure, you get Harp off the back end, but it's not without you also losing a member yourself. And it was DFM turning this one around pretty well. After Jimmy, I mean, the game could have changed if he landed that knock up and got the kill.
Yeah, but in that situation, Jimmy has to try and make something happen. Once again, a bit of a heavy commitment onto Aria. Jimmy misses the ultimate there in the backside. We'll get the shutdown. But at that stage, I think the snowball had already started rolling and was very, very hard. If you are going to stop them as the Chiefs, you need to land everything on top of each other, stack multiple champions. And again, another solid effort from the Chiefs, but Talia and Tristana have gotten to a point in this game where even a tank is pretty much nothing in the face of them.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue Chiefs ran into was Sion was wholly unkillable, and that's largely because of the damage profile. While typically Yone does really well into tanks, of course, the Blade of the Ruined King build really helps with that as well. The fact that all you're really getting is a Maokai AP, which with a Leandri's is a little bit, and 33% of Yone's damage being AP is not enough to get through this massive bulking health bar on the Scion, and I think they really struggled once Rayfaki was able to find these fantastic macro plays to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, but it brews another story very, very similar to the Talon CFO match, where maybe it's a case of Chiefs do need a loss here to kick them into gear for Game 3, and at this point the game was over. Chiefs was still fighting to the bitter end, and Husha just so close. Guon proving that he has stepped up to match his mid laner in terms of output and effort. Violet, nothing he can do here. Chiefs did not play that poorly. DFM are just stepping up the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a game number 1 win for the Chiefs esports. It was a game number 2 win for Detonation Focus Me. And so when we're back from the break, the decider, game number 3, who will take it all?
When night comes the dark, like how I feel within, I try my best to never let you know. Mindless remarks about how both our days have been. A glass of wine helps conversation flow. Why are we going through motions when surely we both know we're falling, but neither one head over heels? Would it be kinder if we left each other before we uncover something that is messy, my friend? Again, forced affection
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次は全力で行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
And we are back getting ready for game number 3. It's a 1-to-1 affair. It's Chiefs with side selection, but DFM with momentum.
And yeah, like I said, historically, this is similar to how that last matchup, it was obviously the opposite sides of the coin there. It was DFM able to take it back in game 3 after losing game 2. Chiefs now find themselves in the position to potentially take it back in game 3. I think in terms of just pacing, it was a case of the draft for DFM just handled the momentum a little bit better than the Chiefs draft, where, you know, Chiefs draft struggled when behind going into game 3. Obviously, a lot of champions off the board. Poltron is going to have to cook something else.
Yeah, range tops as well now taking a hit. Losing the Jace, now has Zorinus. Have a look. Poppy, Callista, Gwen, Vi.
Pretty stock standard. I mean, Vi, Gwen, and Callista have been the same throughout every single draft phase for these two teams. Poppy and Victor, the newest additions. It has to be. There's no way that Azir is allowed through for Arya on the blue side. It's just too much of an issue. He's such a good mid laner. To be fair, again, last time these two teams played, he picked up the Yasuo and didn't really care about the Azir no longer being an option. So it's a case of, do you invest in banning it out? I think it's obviously the safe option because Azir is just such a monster team fighter. You don't want Arya having that.
Yeah, it is going to be gone. Now, first pick for Ray Farkey. What are they going to go for? What really remains open? The Varus is someone that, you know, a lot of teams have put a lot of priority around.
That was the second ban for DFM, so they're going to take it for themselves. I mean, looking towards the top side, Ambessa stands out to me as being up and available, especially into a Varus. That would not be the worst pickup for Zorinus, although, again, propensity for ranged champions maybe speaks to that not being one of his strongest. Either way,
he definitely plays a lot of Ambessa. It's something that he's played a lot of when it came out, and he will be very proficient on the champion, so I wouldn't hate to see him. The Jhin for Violet, it's a champ that Violet also has put a lot of time into. It does do reasonably well into the Varus as far as lanes into Varus go, and Husha going to get himself the Skarner.
Now that was what I was about. We've seen Jhin picked before early on in the draft. It was then immediately responded to with the Skarner Sion. Sion is not available because it was played in the last game. Skarner taken by Husha, you know, removes a lot of that threat. Jhin, struggles into those tanky champions. He does want something that's a little bit squishy that he can just evaporate with a single shot, or even just the 4-shot combo in the early stages of the game. So barely side Guon picks up the Lilia.
That's a really good champ in Toscana. It does sort of dance and prance and hop around those team fights. There's a lot of damage, percentage health of the Leandries, and we're going to get the Alistair come through early on, so it's not going to be able to be banned out. And so you'd have to think that Chiefs now should pick their support as well to be able to match it and not receive bans towards that.
Yeah, in terms of what's left, I mean, there are options. Okay, it's going to be a Silas or Jimmy. With an Alistair on the board, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it is a good pick into the Alistair. Not the greatest ults otherwise. Chain of Corruption's okay. The Lusting Lullaby kind of sucks. So, yeah, I don't hate it. You're going to have to ban for it now, though. What are they going to look towards? Obviously, the Talia's off the card, so already feeling pretty happy about that.
Ari's gone, which, again, could have been a bit of an issue.
That's a good matchup for Silas, though.
Yeah,
so.
But I think in the hands of Aria. Yeah.
Mr. Steak.
We're going back to board 1.
Yeah.
No need to guard the water cooler, indeed. It's Lil on magic time. Corki taken away as well. So that targeted away from Aria in the mid lane. They really are looking to lock that down, give Jimmy as much freedom as possible.
Absolutely. Corki taken away. Now, I mean, what really stands out in the bottom lane in particular?
Rakan,
in terms of the support, sure, it's Rakan. I mean, I'm thinking AD carries. I mean, I guess it's for mid lane, true.
Xayah at the moment is the one that stands out. Zeri as well. I mean, there is possibility for a Zeri Lulu type combo. It would be an interesting one to see. Potential for things to go a bit awry. Caitlyn is available, was banned out last time by Chiefs. Yasuo, I was wondering if that might have been an angle the DFM were looking for, and Chiefs say, well, actually, no, we remember quite vividly what happened.
It makes sense because they have the Alistair set up. They also have an AP jungler, so you don't really have to worry about the damage profile in this case. They are going to want to get an AD mid laner of some sorts. Now taking away the Corki and the Yasuo, as well as already having the Tristana removes, has taken away a lot of those options.
Are we going to see a potential Honky Comms moment? What do I do into a Z? Because I haven't played into it. Not the issue for Jimmyan, but Bard coming out. We did see it a couple of times in last split. It was more from the Vietnamese teams than anything. But seeing it here for Lua, I am 100% confident now with the way he's been playing today that this could be a very, very terrifying situation for DFM to play into.
Very strong lane for the side of Chiefs. While Darish typically getting lane priority, it won't be so easy this game. It's going to be the Ambessa. Theoretically, could be in either lane between the mid and top, most likely up and top. And there we go. Okay, so Orianna going to be the choice. Obviously, peering to AP champs never feels that great, but you do have such good damage profile anyway.
And Nidalee top lane.
Yeah. He finds a range champ some way, somehow.
Now, this has been picked already this year. The split even, I believe. I want to say LPL or LCK. It has been picked in the top side. I know that much.
I feel like Ambessa should do fairly okay into the Nidalee. As long as you're not falling too far behind in the very early stage of the game. Eventually, if you do slow her down, you can kind of just run over the Nidalee champion. We'll have to see if he goes for a more DPS, sort of AD, bruiser top laner, or if he goes a more tankier build up in the top lane. I imagine it'll be the bruiser AD.
He's locked in. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
It's the nod, the confidence. And you look at the draft here for Chiefs. There is a lot of very, very scary setup. And you've got a Bard support. If he does land that ult onto a key target, suddenly Skarner's landing on you. You've got the root from Jin coming through. Silas then follows it up and evaporates you. So you cannot be taking, because this is a bit of a poke comp between the Jin and the Nidalee. They're going to be throwing spears, throwing out shots from range. If you take too much chip damage, all of a sudden they drop the Bard on you. All of a sudden they're collapsing, and you got to be very, very careful. So
wrong day. CFO is not here.
Either way, look, I rate the draft from Chiefs. It's a bit of a gamble, definitely. But if it pays off, it could pay off in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the ease of execution, though, handily goes in favor of DFM, and that always can be a problem, especially in the pressure times like a game number 3. If Chiefs can play this like they did game number 1, full confidence they can do it. But if they play it like game number 2, while they did still play reasonably well, you could see some of the issues arising that in a composition like they've put together here can be very problematic, because if they fall behind, it's going to be very hard for them to claw back in.
Yeah, and I mean, Ambessa is going to do a lot of work.
Exactly.
The public execution does make things a little bit harder. I mean, Violet on a Jhin, he does dance around a little bit. He's a little bit harder to lock down, I'd argue, than a Varus, and he's back at it. The man,
yes,
the
Mr. Steak.
cheerleader indeed for the Chiefs.
Oh, I love this guy, Mr. Steak. A true blue Aussie at this point, I think.
I mean, look, he's doing a lot more for the Chiefs at the moment than Australian fans are. There's a lot of doubt in the community that they can come back and split too.
Yeah, I mean, so far, at least game one looked really good. And I think until we see the result of this game is a little bit uncertain because they do feel the side of DFM and Chiefs, both of them, very, very evenly matched. And until they verse other teams, we don't know really how good or bad that is.
That's exactly it. Only time will tell whether this is the resurgence that Chiefs need. Same could be true for DFM right now, though. Harp taking a bit of early damage. I mean, for the most part, as you would expect, between a Jhin Bard and the bot lane, they are going to be able to throw a lot out into the big cow.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alistair, once again, completely blows level 1. And so a champ like the Bard is
It's also Glacial Alistair as well.
Yeah, so I think that's because of all the range.
Yeah.
You're not really scared of getting one shot this game, ultimately, especially through the ult. And so it does feel pretty good to have that Glacial slow onto champs like the Bard, like the Jhin. Well, certainly uncommon. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Nice start.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is just a straight bully lane. Melee support into range support. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for Hart, but once he hits 6, that's when he can really start to have some effect.
Absolutely. Now Husha's gonna be spotted out on this ward. I believe it would have been placed by Arya. Actually, it certainly was. There's no way it was anyone else. Top lane, pretty much even. Maybe 1 CS in favor of Zoranus, which, I mean, grand scheme of things, who really cares? You're a range into melee, and Rayfaki's navigating it perfectly well.
Yeah, I mean, the added sustain that an Italy does possess isn't going to translate into a heck of a lot. Ray is going to be able to trade damage back pretty comfortably. Jimmy in the mid lane, is going to strike. He's doing well in terms of farm, but he's popping those pots. Needs to get his HP up. Yeah, again, this is a match very, very similar to the last two, even where this game is sitting on a knife's edge and feels like it could really tip either way.
Yeah, absolutely. I think interesting decision out of Husha to once again, I mean, both junglers pathing up to the top side, considering how strong their bot lane wants to play, and they may be able to find it. Nice sidestep from Karkun, gets him out of that route, and will be completely fine, but a big 4th shot takes him back down, humbles him a little bit.
Oh, yeah, this is where we're hitting the danger zone. Husha on for it. Oh, with Karkun as low as he is.
Yeah, I mean, Karkun is just dead. Nice flash from the one. Unfortunately, oh, this could be disastrous! Oh, Harp made the play. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to, but oh, it's a disaster. It is an absolute disaster. Well, yes, you found the dive. Lilia just picked up a double. Guwon sprints from the top side, answers the dive, and gets himself 2 very early kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. And you look at it, he's just sprinting. Lane priority's there. Unfortunately, Hart was just magnificent here.
Yeah.
Karkun dead to rights, trying to play spoiler, trying to play disruption, sees the aggro taken, boom, straight to the wall, flash, stun.
Prepared.
Oh, as a support main myself, that is cinema.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty easy for Guwon at this point. Unfortunately for Chiefs, it was a really, really good idea, but Guwon just had the read and was able to answer back. If not for Guwon being there, what a play, what a heist. Karkun would have been down a lot of CS, a lot of XP, down a kill, but yeah, what could have been, unfortunately, goes to the wayside. Still, great lane situation here for the bot lane of the Chiefs, looking like they're just going to give up these Void grubs to keep some priority, give Violet that extra gold, that extra XP, and he's going to feel very happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not a phenomenal tower pushing team. Zoranus is going to add a little bit in terms of attack speed. So he's going to do reasonably well, I think, in shoving towers. But it's not an on-hit Varus. Oh, right.
Yeah, it is going to have to flash away. Obviously going a bit aggressive there, considering Harp did leave to go rejoin the rest of his team and possibly look to contest these grubs. Arya finding sly auto attacks. here onto Jimmy. Jimmy now going to have a bit of an easier time in the lane, being that he does have that null magic mantle and a bit of health from Ruby Crystal. Arya gets stunned up, does get shockwave out, and Husha finds the angle, but it is going to be answered back by a shockwave of his own. And Harp able to be there to headbutt Jimmy out, and Arya once again will live to see another day.
Does cost him his flash though. And into a comp which is going to be diving onto his face, especially with Lawn. He's not near 6, but he is working his way towards it. That could be a bit problematic. Guon takes the first grub. They will likely give up the other 2, as we've seen for the most part. But there we go, Lofting Lullaby is up and available. He's beat Husha to 6, which to be fair, was to be expected.
Yeah, looking like the Triforce as well for Nidalee. So Zoranus going for that Bruiser build. It is going to be caught out. He flashes away and does manage to just get out of harm's way there, but unfortunately for him, does now lose that flash. Staying at this tower is going to be a lot more scary, being that the Alistair's up here as well.
I think you take that though. You deny one of the points of progress towards the feat of monster slaying. Nidalee, not the most reliant when it comes to the flash, still has the ability in that Cougar form to jump away. Jimmy needs to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, Arya's spacing looking really good. Still a very close game, of course, but 1K at 7 minutes is nothing to scoff at, really. Harp finds a way in onto Jimmy, does have the dash there, gets stunned up, and comes Husha, the flash away from Jimmy, no flash to be there for Arya, of course. So it is going to be now both mid laners losing out on their flashes eventually.
Husha does hold on to the ultimate there. Doesn't drop the impale. There wasn't really going to be the best chance for anything off the back of it, so holds it for a more vital time in the coming moments. But you see ultimates back up for both Jimmy and Arya now. In the next team fight, I mean, they're going to be... Violet is on his own here. Luan is a bit disjointed. If Ray decides that he wants to push and make a play onto Violet, it could be very detrimental. But yeah, right call made by Luan. Identifies that his ADC should not be left alone and goes to answer.
Archon getting hit by the spear. Doesn't really matter. I kind of like this, just setting your Varus up to the 1v1. Nidalee never going to really have threat over the Varus. Varus, probably the definition of a stat stick. You know, every role has their stat stick champion. Varus is kind of the AD carry that does that. Hence why sometimes you see him in top lane building items like Locket first and still providing the damage necessary to just pretty much take on anyone.
Yeah, Violet is going to head up to match him. Has got the Swifties, so it's going to be a little bit harder to lock down. Does get the minion, doesn't miss out. It's all about efficacy at the end of the day. Yep. Zoranus, yeah. So, I mean, Chiefs are doing a little bit better a job in terms of tempo, matching DFM around the map at the moment. Yes, they lost at least 2 grubs off the first rotation, but they denied that point, which is everything. They want to keep those champions in those power positions. They want to match. They don't want to give any sort of advantage if they can avoid it. So, again, a lot of this transition from early to mid game is going to be a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it's a stalemate that currently is favoring DFM because of the early capitalization on a dive. Zoranus coming here to look for an aggressive play onto Arya. There is going to be Luon coming in behind him. Unfortunately, Chain does miss, and Arya, my god, the area of the Summoner's Rift at which he clicks is just always so on point. It never ceases to impress me.
Minute 18 to grabs, and Chiefs are a little bit stacked up in the mid lane here. I mean, from range, they need to be a little bit careful. If something connects and then suddenly Violet out of the darkness is going to land a root, there is potential for something to then happen off the collapse. At the moment, it's actually Luon. I think for the first time today, it has been a case of the blue side support lacking in terms of overall experience. Luon is very, very close to 6. If he does find an opening, Zoranus...
Yeah, going to get hit by that bowling ball. Going to get put to sleep. Is the follow-up going to be there? The flash, Chain of Corruptions is just in range. And Zoranus will be punished for losing his flash earlier in the game. And there's going to be once again DFM who get themselves the feat of warfare.
Oh,
unfortunate disconnect there. Arya still does get locked up. So we will be going down eventually. Should hopefully give that to Jimmy. And no, unfortunately, Husha will snipe that one away.
Go on low, but
could have been a lot cleaner, but they do get it done, and they're not going to be punished. Guon gets the movement speed there, but the magical journey maybe just means he is going to get taken out. Oh, the flash! Okay, it's answered. Well played by Luon. So Guon now without flash makes those engages that Lilia sometimes can find a lot harder. It also means that Husha's going to be able to pick up these grubs. So Chiefs certainly finding their way back into this game. Aren't going to be able to answer.
I mean, again, still walking that knife's edge for both sides of this equation. Neither team taking much that has allowed them to streak away. Feet of Slaying taken by DFM, so they have that one locked in. Means they can prioritize pushing down it. So far, again, yes, they have found a lot more openings successfully than Chiefs have.
Yeah. 3 grubs, so 4 in total for the Chiefs here. And also Monster Slaying the first strike in that column. Now, I think this is the part of the game where if Rayfaki is actually laning against Zorinus, it gets a lot easier for him. He has that Eclipse, gives him an additional shield, a lot of extra damage, the cooldown reduction as well, and starts to really stick to the Nidalee.
At the moment, though, I mean, in terms of the spot lane, Karkun is so impressive, given what we were seeing out of him last week. Lacking confidence, lacking cohesion with his bot lane duo. He, so far, momentum-wise, has been outpacing Violet in terms of the rotation. Everything so far has been Chiefs responding. And DFM, once again, will carry on that trend here in Game 3 as they start up the Drake. It's not even going to be contested, which I think for the Chiefs is probably the right call at this stage in the game to make.
Yep. So, first Dragon, earliest Dragon I think we've seen today so far. First Dragon, I mean.
We also had one of the longest in that last match as well. I think it was 14 minutes or something.
Yeah. Oh. Which is crazy when you compare to yesterday where CFO got the soul at something like 24 minutes.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I think, yeah, Chiefs are answering where they need to. The problem being is that Ray, level advantages are definitely leaning the way of DFM right now. Gold advantages as well. So we are hitting a point. We're about to hit critical mass. We're starting to see some of those big items come online. There is no rower yet for Jimmian, which does put him a bit behind his lane opponent of Aria. But Zorinus picks up the Triforce. Suddenly, Chiefs is going to start to hit a little bit harder. They're going to feel a little bit more confident taking some of these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, Rayfaki and not necessarily himself, but the side of DFM really navigating this Nidalee very well. Just most of the time matching Karkun into him, putting Zorinus behind, and Rayfaki, meanwhile, is just level 10. He's a level a bit above what should be a difficult start to the match. I actually, from experience, I don't think Mbessa struggles particularly much into the Nidalee. It does feel to me a little bit like you've hurt your draft by picking this champ for not too much gain. Especially when the attack speed steroid is almost entirely useless on the team. Now, a nice engage coming through from Harp. One is going to be taken out. Going to be matched with that Tempered Fate. Are they able to find anything on the back? The Impale's good, but Harp has the ultimate for himself. Violet trying to aggressively go forward, but there's so many slows rather, that are just stopping him from really making any progress, and it is just the free kill found. Luon does go down, and Rayfaki gets some more free time on this top tower.
Yeah. And this is much the same issue that Chiefs had in that last game, is they were just getting outpaced and out-rotated. Those opportunities that were presenting themselves and being taken quite cleanly by DFM. And you look at it, Guan is now 3-0-1. He's well ahead of his opponent right now, and it's going to give him that much more priority. He's going to be moving around the map that much quicker and being able to set up a lot more for DFM. And Chiefs need to... as much as I want to say they need to force something here, they also don't at the same time, because I don't think they're really in a position where they would come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, so far, if the game continues on in this trajectory, I don't think either one of us would have had Chiefs versus DFM, DFM winning, with Aria not being the reason.
Yeah.
Because even in game number 2, it was kind of off the back of Karkun and Rayfaki a lot of the time. This game, so far, it's Guon as well as Harp, I want to say, that have been really having their impact shown.
Yeah, I mean, Guon has, again, just been playing out of his mind this entire series. His Neferi was so clean. His Lilia is also pretty darn clean as well. Luon is here to try and assist, but it is still an outmatch in favor of DFM.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they are just struggling to keep up. Push is here now. Can they look for anything? The Impale's back off cooldown. He has Flash. Luon not with the Tempered Fate as of yet. And Aria, I mean, everyone on the side of DFM at this point having Flash available means it's going to be very difficult to land any sort of meaningful Bard ult.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmian, he is just struggling a little bit. Ray has just been given too much freedom. Jimmian doesn't even have the Rod of Ages stacking up. So comparatively, he's well behind his lane opponent at the moment. Which, I mean, you look at the numbers, you wouldn't have thought it was going to be this bad.
Look at the vision on top side for Aria here.
Yeah.
Just essentially can see as much of the map as we can on this top side of the map, which is, I mean, it's a story of DFM. They like to play around him generally. Obviously, as I said earlier, this series hasn't really been him, the driving force behind it, which is unusual, but certainly setting him up to get himself gold where he wants to. Ray Faki, though, he's going to be the target of 3 members here of the side of Chiefs. Teleport coming through, Husha trying to find his way, and Ray Faki just navigating the situation to perfection. And with Arya here comes public execution. Guwon does flash forward, and Zornis in a little bit of a rough spot, but does get the flash away, and Violet unfortunately going to pay the price. He gets the flash out, he does have to cleanse, but unfortunately double kill coming through here for Guwon. It's going to be a triple kill as well, and he's still feeling very healthy. And I think the dominoes are one by one just toppling over. So unfortunately DFM very, very comfortably ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Ray backs immediately. He's gone to match Jimmy, and they will lose the tower, but at what cost at the end of the day? And you start so strong. The Chiefs, it was a massive game 1, and by the time we land here in game 3, it feels like they're starting to fall into some of their old habits.
Absolutely. I mean, well played mechanically by Ray Faki.
Oh,
of course, his team's coming. He dodges the spear, he dodges the snare, and with that, Husha has to try and get away. He's got the public execution, which he's going to land, and the follow-up with Harp well behind the rest of the team, unfortunately, is there for the entirety of the side of DFM. The flash away can only buy so much time as Harp answers back, hits Violet back into his team as well, and Guwon just sitting in the face of 3, dodging everything, dipping, diving, and claiming himself 3.
Yeah, I mean, just the vision is also the other big problem for Chiefs at the moment. They are so severely lacking that any step out around the map has just resulted in them being taken down. Husha might find himself in trouble once again.
Yeah, looking at Ray Faki once more, they do get the stun. Jimmy in very, very low, but if they can find the kill, it could be pretty good for them. Zoranis teleporting in, Ray Faki trying to flash away, does get the Alistair roll. Jimmy in going aggressively in. The Tempered Fate comes through, that's certainly 1 kill going over. Nice ultimate, actually, oh my god, no! Ray Faki, he does get shut down. The curtain call's good, Harp stunned up. 4th shot does come through, but the damage reduction is so meaningful. A great impale, but it can only buy so much time as down will go Jimmy, and Arya still continuing on forward alongside Harp and Kakun. The stuns there, the Yomu's Ghostblade even. Can they speed them up enough? Zoranis, he might just clear the distance. And with the bush movement speed, he does get himself out to safety. So 2 down for the 1 traded, but DFM will also claim the Rift Herald on the back.
Oh dear. It ain't easy being a Dose fan, and it never gets easier. You look at it, DFM are playing out of their minds. They really stepped up to the challenge that was laid down to them by the Chiefs in game 1. Guwon is playing some lights out jungle right now. Arya just consistently solid in that mid lane, and Ray is just dancing all over the Chiefs' attempts. That kill should have happened so much quicker. The Tempered Fate, if anything, was a disrupting factor. And Ray, you see, he's just bullying anyone and everyone that steps into his line of sight. Jimmy and survives as long as possible. But DFM are rotating so cleanly. Zoranis, like, I hate to say it, this Nidalee is just not working. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it does. I mean, you've come in, you've done, what, 300 damage to the Alistair. Nice shot from Violet, does secure themselves at least the 1 kill, but Harper's just not taking any damage whatsoever. Gets the heal from the passive, gets another one, and Zoranis will be able to get out, as will the rest of Chiefs, but it isn't before losing 2 of their members and the Rift Herald, as well as the top tower.
6-0-1 on your jungle, Lilia, and a jungle that with that snowball momentum is so very, very hard to slow down. Just on the Rift even, let alone in terms of their capacity. Luon looking for something on a Harp, but again, it's Harp. He's just too tanky. Why is this the priority for the Chiefs right now? I mean, to be fair, he's well out of zone.
Yeah, does have ultimate, and he's going to pop it and try and get himself out and buying a lot of time.
Oh.
Arya! Oh, it's a 4-man, but it's not going to matter. The Tempered Fate going to stop him. Harp goes down, but in comes the Chain of Corruption. It does go wide. Luon does get taken out by that execute from the piercing arrows. Zoranis trying to dip away. Arya not able to find the distance. He'll be able to get over that wall. Although, okay, not the damage. It isn't empowered. It's a 1-for-1. Both supports are going to be taken out. Unfortunately for the side of the Chiefs, it wasn't a member of the DFM side with a shutdown, so they get a bit of, I guess, time off, although no they don't. The tempo's still there for DFM.
That shockwave should never have happened. I'm sorry. the Tempered Fate should have come out so much sooner onto Arya. Just completely remove him. The Shockwave doesn't come out. That fight doesn't go nearly as bad.
We have to see Vision, though. I don't think they knew he was there, is the problem.
He did, because Luan was deep. Luan was very, very deep in that position. Like, so I'm pretty sure he'd scouted Arya already.
Well, I think we'll get a replay and we'll have a look. But I'm pretty sure Arya was out of vision and walked up to do it. I'm like pretty certain. We'll get a replay, hopefully soon. Tech pause, not sure what it is just yet, but as soon as we do get information, I'm sure to let you know. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it was a very high in game
that was
the Chiefs.
I mean, yeah.
And, you know, it is hope going forward in the split. And again, as we said, you don't actually know how good or bad either of these teams are. It could be that DFM is now, they've come back. I mean, Karkun certainly looks leveled up. Karkun looks a lot better than he did in split 1. And you'd expect that, being that he lane swapped to play AD carry. Oh, voices in my head, sorry, as I was saying. High ping on one of the Chiefs players. But as I was saying, he comes in, roll swap, literally last day until LCP starts, plays AD carry, looks rough. Who's really that surprised? I mean, he was even defaulting back to playing Talia bot. Now he's come in, he's had a lot of time to practice, a lot of time to scrim, a lot of time to get that cohesion, and he looks like a whole different player. And that's a really good sign for DFM. And it also means that even if Chiefs do lose this, you can feel hopeful that it's just DFM have leveled up that much, that Chiefs also have leveled up to a near similar amount.
I mean, look, there was always the expectation coming into Split 2, is that the competition was going to keep stepping up to that point. So here we are. So Luan is that deep.
Yeah, but he has no ward there.
Okay,
so they have absolutely no idea.
No, he saw him. There we go.
He sees him there, but there's the Bard ult's never landing in time.
Yeah, he's still... Yeah.
There's no way. But unfortunately, I mean, they probably shouldn't have been clumped for a 5-man or 4-man in any case. But ultimately, this is just the nature of being so far
with the margin of error there, like that was about as good as it goes. Luan is just so squishy as a Bard. He's probably going to die more often than not.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, so vision has been a problem. That again, you were in a situation when you've just got to react. The fact that Harp is the only target that's presenting itself in a meaningful time is again a problem. You've got a Bard. He should be setting up these fights, which just has not happened yet. Everything so far has been reactionary.
Yeah, I think the problem really just stems from all the way back at level 4 off the dive that went really well, but unfortunately was read by Guon.
Yeah.
Because as soon as Lilia is ahead of Skarner, well, you know, Skarner is a champion with a lot of lockdown. It's not lockdown that reliably hits a champ like Lilia, who is just so much faster than every other champion in this game.
Oh.
You know, you kind of need champs like, what's a good example? Like Rel, where while the engage isn't that easy to land on Lilia, you have such a wide AoE that it generally is able to clip. That's not really the same for Skarner. He has the channels on all of his abilities that do CC. The only other CC option you have is Bard, who if he's ever landing an ultimate on Lilia, it's on the Lilia to have been hit by it in the first place generally. It's just a very hard game to navigate. It's going to be hard to ever get vision control when this... I mean, ultimately you have a 6-0-1 Lilia with his Zhonya's for the extra layer of safety.
And they're just going to take this completely free. Voracious is not even going to be contested.
Oh, we've ended up in the middle of it. It is going to be the Voracious Artican coming through. Husha's going to go down 2. That's a 2 for 0. And forward go DFM. Violet is not going to be hit by the bowling ball. Still 3 members against 5 of DFM. Luan and Husha were unfortunately taken out in that quick skirmish. Violet now walking up, has flash, has cleanse. He's going to use the cleanse as soon as this lands if he has to, but he's not going to need to. Luan is getting reasonably low. Faki trying to follow up on him, and they do get the withdrawal, so that's a little bit of alleviated pressure. As Guwon's going to have to try and respawn, come back to join his team.
I mean, something. It's better than nothing.
I think ultimately that's a big mistake from Guwon. I think it's kind of... I mean, it's good for his tempo. It means he's going to be back almost perfect timing for this dragon. Jimmian has the Lufting Lullaby as his ult. Certainly not ideal when you'd much rather have this Alistar. And it's not one of those ults you can just throw out either. You need to hit someone to be able to use it.
There needs to be that initial setup. So unless he finds a massive opening into multiple boosts. I mean, if you get the Temper Fate and then he can jump in the middle and then maybe trigger, he's not going to have the longevity with that ultimate to make that happen, I think. And, I mean, there's just so much priority for DFM, so much vision control that they will just carry on down to this dragon, take themselves that and set themselves up on Soul Point. But Chiefs, I mean, look, they've done a lot right this series, but unfortunately, some things have definitely felt they've crept back in a little bit.
Yeah.
And, I hate to put it this way because he played so well in... Yeah, I hate to say it because he played so well in Game 1, but the top lane ranged gimmick has fallen flat the last two.
Yeah, it has. Obviously, it found a lot of advantage in game 2. Hold up, the dive possible here as Ray Farkey is alone for the time being up on the top side. Guwon does finish off that dragon, and I like the proactivity from Chiefs. They realize there is a weakness on the top side of the map here for DFM, so they try to punish it, but Ray Farkey, once again, as he has done so well for pretty much the entirety of this season, this series, just navigates it to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, he could have a much worse scoreline right now, but 0-5, he's done so well for himself. You just look at this current state of the game, and for Chiefs, what is their avenue back in? Silas is well behind Arya at the moment, as evident. I mean, Guwon is just light years ahead of Husha. It is going to come down, I think, more than anything. DFM have to misplay this severely if Chiefs are to come back in this series. And
has both sums. He's getting chased, and we'll find a nice amount of damage. And I think a smart flash there. He's almost certainly going to go down. On the other side of things, though, Ray Farkey getting stunned up. He is trying to find a lot of damage. The Tempered Fate, unfortunately, will go wide, but Ray Farkey is not going down. And Lofting Lullaby. Good night, Chiefs. That's 2 going down. That's a double. Make that a triple very shortly as Guwon is dancing, prancing. He's tiptoeing despite not having toes. It's a triple kill for Guwon.
On the backside, though, Zarnus does take down Ray, finishes him off, so I mean, you take what you can in that situation. A 3-for-1. Violet survives as well. He's going to keep farming up. I don't have faith that this game is going to go long enough that Chiefs can turn this around. Yes, Violet will become a bit of a monster if that curtain call can land on the backside of things. Ray is just also too beefy to shut down. I think the mark has been missed a little bit here in terms of the draft. And not for lack of trying. There wasn't a heck of a lot that was still available. And Ray, again, is just playing out of his mind on this Ambessa.
Really nice stun found from Luon. I mean, Luon played about as well as he could. He tries to find a nice Bard ult there, but it's Guwon that flashes out of it and manages to find a 3-man queue on the back end as well. And I mean, at this point, it's just so hard to deal with. Look how fast he is. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Arya being this inevitability coming into the series, but it seems that it's Guwon. Yeah, like the entire time. He was the big one to worry about. And I think DFM have lent into that a little bit. I mean, there's this onus, this aura that Arya does have coming into it has allowed them to pick up some picks that has really scaled up the rest of the team.
Yeah, and this is going to be Baron. There's no contest really possible here for the Chiefs. They're just not in the position. Try as they might, is going to be, unfortunately, another objective going the way of DFM. The tower with the shutdown gold is picked up, so it's something. But ultimately doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to get them any of these power spikes, these items they desperately need. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I think the draft is they've tried to do too much in the top lane to try and shift things. Yes, look, you're probably going to crack a tier 2 here for Zarnus, but you're losing your base because of it. Jimmy does get the ult that he's looking for, though.
It sucks. It's just, you got all this gold, but it's onto your Nidalee. And with the game state and the way it is, it doesn't feel like that's really going to ever do anything. It does mean that if any mistake comes through, then there's a possibility of finding a way back through the bot lane. Now, stun comes through, Tempered Fate's nice, and oh my god, the hit back from Hart as he gets stunned is going to mean he's really in the thick of it, but he has the ult. Zarnus, with all that gold, is just going to be taken out. It's now a 4v5 to defend the base up against the Baron. Health bar's looking good for the side of DFM. Jimmy, he's trying to trade on the bottom side of the map here. That's going to be the mid inhib going down. There has to be one final stand from the Chiefs to try and find a way back into this game. It's going to come down now. Jimmy, he tries to find the change, not going to connect. Nexus Tower 1 down. How are they going to find a way in? Husha trying to pull the trigger, but Jimmy in the Alistair ult is not going to have the health bar to survive. He's only just up still. He goes back in. He finds a bit of damage, but down he goes. Violet will fall too, and just like that, history will repeat itself. DFM take the series 2-1.
A magnificent reverse sweep out of the JPL representatives. I mean, look, I don't know. Chiefs, again, came with so much promise, so much bigger, but things start to fall flat. And look, I still take that as a victory. As an Oceanic fan, that is the sign of life you want to see from the Chiefs. The problem is that was a soul-crushing momentum stall for them. Hopefully they can then look forward to their next match, of course, and carry on working on those things, those foundations they've now laid coming into Split 2, which have led to the successes they showed in that series.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams can be pretty happy with how they played in general. Obviously, Chiefs Game 1 was the cleanest game we've seen from them this year so far, but the turnaround from DFM to come down from that defeat to have possibly their 2 cleanest games they've also had this year so far so far is it's a good sign for both teams ultimately. I think Violet in particular for the side of Chiefs can hold his head high. He played very well as Ezreal. Even in this Jhin game, I was like, what am I supposed to do here? It's a rough position to be in. He had a great game 1. He played well in game 2 and 3. Chiefs in general did pretty well. I think their drafts, while not terrible, I think they fell a little flat as soon as they did fall behind. And that's the problem when you have these ranged top laners up against the tanks, or even the bruisers like the Ambassador, is that you get a little bit behind and all of a sudden, this pressure that you generally feel in the side lane goes missing.
I mean, it's also specific to the champions themselves. For the likes of Jace, for the likes of Nidalee, they require a lead to then translate into position. They are not necessarily team fight champions. A lot of their damage is onto single targets. They find one, they isolate one, they blow them up. And unfortunately, they never really found that beyond their lane opponents.
Yeah, and the exception to that is Aurora, which is, you know, the champion they did find the win on. And, you know, another great game, and it was a great team comp to, you know, allow Aurora to play the way she wants. It was set up this big circle, and then another big circle comes in, and then a big cone comes above it. And it looked really, really good for them in that game, but I think it left a lot wanting after that.
Yeah.
Even, you know, Zoranus, he played great. He got himself the solo kill very early on in game 2. It just, unfortunately, didn't eventuate into much because DFM were able to play the fights and play the game just a whole lot differently.
Yeah, it was very much a case of once bitten, twice shy for Ray in that top side. He learned his lesson. Yes, he died solo in the second game, but coming into the third, he just bides his time, waits to hit those power spikes as an Ambassador who I'd argue is going to have infinitely more value in a team fight compared to an Italy in this situation. And yeah, there is no doubt that Guon was invaluable to DFM. And we talked about it. I must say, the series between Chiefs and DFM in Split 1 versus the series we just saw are two drastically different playing fields. It was a matter of Aria almost single-handedly carried DFM through that series in game 1, it's Split 1. This time round, it was solidly a team effort.
Absolutely. I think that's a really good sign. Guon played probably the best series he's played so far. The Neferi game was fantastic. The Lilia game that we just saw was just a soul read that he found to go to that bot lane and capitalize on the dive. Resulted in sort of how this game went. If that wasn't answered, you walked away with an absolute murder down the bot side. Violet's going to be infinitely ahead the entirety of that game, but because it was capitalized on, it meant the entirety of the game was actually the other way around, and it was Guon who was able to control the pace for the entire duration.
Yeah, a very, very rough situation.
So well played.
I mean, if not for the fact that Guon played as well as he did, Hart could have been very much in the consideration for that MVP role. He just did so much to set the team up in the support role where he was consistently being bullied in the matchups. And Ray, there is not a single member of DFM that did not shine this series, even, which is ironic, saying Aria had the quietest series of the team, but he still had magnificent moments.
Yeah. I think Aria's moments were very much in terms of his micro, right? Like he had so many times where he navigated these crazy situations that these control mages don't typically navigate. But yeah, the entirety of DFM firing on all cylinders after a bit of a wake-up call possibly in game number 1. And so high hopes, I think, for DFM going forward here in this competition. Certainly looked good in this series. And yeah, I don't know, not much to critique really.
Yeah, very, very promising signs in the future for them in the LCP. You got to look at it as a whole. They played pretty safe champions for DFM comparative to what we saw out of them last split, but they played them so very, very well. It seems that they have ironed out a lot of the wrinkles they were suffering. Karkun, again, positioning. You just look at him, you would not think at all that this was a mid laner turned bot laner, the way that he was playing this series.
Yeah, like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
It's a really big come up from him. And I think most improved award for this team so far, obviously very, very early days, but it is Karkun. Even when you compare it to their Chief series last time, this guy is leaps and bounds better than he was before. He's in the right places constantly. His mechanics are perfectly good for any AD carry at any level. And yeah, I don't know, just a whole lot better. Everything's looking a lot better for DFM. And I think that's really what Aria needed, more than anyone possibly.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Chiefs that they come in looking so good, but then DFM answer it so well. I mean, looking at the way things were played, looking at the draft, I think what we need to see from the Chiefs is sort of a rest driver situation. You've got Zoranus, who has these champs that he plays very, very well, but you've got Bio, who absolutely locks things down on that bruiser tank role. So if you can switch them in and out between games and series, it opens things up so widely on the top side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do believe very shortly we are going to have an interview. Not entirely sure exactly how it works, but we will very shortly have an interview ready for you with a very prominent member of the Chiefs lineup, someone that I've been wanting to talk to for a while. I was trying to hold out the interview until the Chiefs got a win, but I thought after game number 1, it's time to bring them in.
I mean, look, to be fair, there are those that would say that was a complete failure for the Chiefs today. No, absolutely not. The difference in approach to things between Split 1 at the end to the start of Split 2 here, this is their very, very first match. Now, I will play devil's advocate here. Their next easy or comparative match is their last one against SHG. Everything else from there on out is the teams that were top 6 in the league. So you got to be careful. But if they can keep building on these strengths, they have so far to go in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is very exciting. And I think also when you think of the narrative of the series as well is a lot different because they got that one win against DFM. It was off the back almost entirely off of one player. It was BioPanther just controlling the entire map the entire time. This time, their game number 1 against DFM was the entire team. It was everyone playing really, really well. And I think that is a good sign. And the Chiefs ultimately can go back over the course of the next week, look at what happened in the other games. Like, okay, this team fight was bad. We sent Zoranus down bot expecting them to teleport. We're going to have to find a way to ward, to scout out for this in the future. And you can learn from it very well.
Yeah, a lot of it needs, they definitely need to refine the macro game. That's for sure. The tempo was a little bit off there. They were a little bit disjointed. But you can see the building blocks for a team that will find success in this competition. If they can put up that showing as their first, and yeah, look, they did stumble a little bit. The building blocks are there. That is very, very evident. Whereas you look at last split, they were disjointed. They were feeling a little bit lost in the grand scheme of things. So I'm not as concerned as I was coming into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. Now, I'm going to ask you a pretty heavy-hitting question. We've only seen one series, but I want you to really quickly tell me, based on that series, is Chiefs going to find their first series win this split?
Oh, absolutely. I think it is very much in the works. I could not say who it is against because, you know, those 5th, 6 teams, 5th, 6, 7 can be a bit volatile. It could come down to a matter of just who plays better on the day, which it always tends to. But again, it is going to come down to refinement. They're going to have to still put in that work to get in that position. But for sure, there is, well, not 100%, I'd give it a good solid 40% chance that Chiefs find themselves a win, if not potentially 2 this split.
Yeah, hopefully more promising signs from the Chiefs as we continue going forward, because it's really hard to continue to feel confident about them. I think this series installed a lot more confidence. I think any O's fan should look at what happened here and see the meteoric improvement from this team, and the cohesion was, even in the game losses, you could see them all working together to try and find an avenue back in, and it was DFM who had just leveled up even more so than Chiefs had, that were able to capitalize. And so this split, it has to be done. They have to find their win. They are so good. Individually, they're so good. I think if we find a way to utilize BioPanther and Zoranus switching in with the different play styles,
that needs to happen.
It could add a whole lot, because, you know, while the lane pressure is always going to be very good, the game doesn't end in lane phase.
It is also the difference between Jason Niddley, who, again, like I said, very much they find a target, they blow up target, compared to what BioPanther plays, which is the bruisers, the tanks that get in the thick of it, draw a lot of attention, drag priority away, and assist in the other roles in the team, finding those openings to find picks, find kills, find objectives, whereas Niddley Jace don't really do that. It is a draft that required them to be ahead at almost every single stage in that game, and they just weren't able to find that in games 2 and 3. So, look, again, I'm hopeful, but this is entirely on their shoulders. We cannot, as commentators or fans or anything, push them over the edge to get them to where they need to be. They need to find it in themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, I've had word, the interview will have to wait for a later date. But when we are back, it's another absolute banger. It's our first Civil War here of the mid-season. It's going to be GAM going up against Team Secret Wales. We'll see you very shortly.
With the vibes, hi girls, please stop the lights.
right, surprise, we're back. We came back. We had to talk to big man Poltron. Hey, Poltron, how you doing? Oh, here we go. Oh.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Oh, it's been so long since I've heard your voice. How you doing, pal?
You know, as well as one could after the unfortunate loss, but signs of hope.
Absolutely, yeah. I want to sort of talk about that. After game number 1, I imagine the backstage was kind of an elation, right? There was a massive win. It was not like, you know, last time when you beat DFM, where a lot of it came off the back of sort of BioPanther's Scion. This time it was all 5 members really participating. How did it feel at that moment?
Amazing. It felt like we were going 2-0 the series, I'm not going to lie. Straight after the first win, everyone's happy. A few players were nervous in the first game, especially, I think, Violet, or a few of the newer players here. But overall, it's good. But obviously, heading into game 2 and 3, stuff didn't go as planned, and a lot to look back at. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think ultimately this series, at least from where I'm standing, I'm sure yourself as well, there was some mistakes made in the game that are very sort of reviewable. There's things that can be sort of worked upon. And obviously, first stage game here for a lot of your players, right? 3 of them now coming in. Do you think it's something that can be very quickly turned around upon?
100%. I think there's no reason why we can't come back next week against Challengers, 2 of them.
There you go.
I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's easy at all, but I think our team has a lot more to showcase than what we did today, but there were signs of life.
And I mean, look, Poltron, we've talked about the draft and the game itself. I mean, compared to how you guys ended Split 1 to now, it looks like an entirely different team. Not just the players itself, but the attitude as well. I mean, what went into rebuilding not just the team itself, but the confidence and the faith that they can carry through to a victory? I mean, clearly you guys have been putting in a lot of work.
We had to remake the entire system. Roster, coaching system, just all the structure. Now, I think a big reason why, even in Split 1, obviously, wasn't the best split. You know, it was pretty bad. But the vibes were poor because of everything else behind the scenes. We've completely revamped that, and the team has a lot more confidence. The team feels good heading into the games, and we are winning scrims. I'm not going to talk too much about it. Obviously, today, again, unfortunate loss. Like, it did hit us all pretty hard. But we're going to bounce back, review, and we're going to give it our all for next week and every other game after that.
That's what we love to hear, and I'm sure all the Oceanic fans love to hear. And speaking of them, Poltron, do you have any words for your fans back in Australia, you know, here in New Zealand, or just even globally? Obviously, Mr. Steak in the crowd. He is possibly the biggest Chiefs fan on the planet.
Well, it's actually funny. We ran into Mr. Steak before we even got to the venue. We were just waiting outside, and he just rocked up and he's like, "Oh, hey, I'm Mr. Steak," you know. He's the one cheering. He's got all his photos, everything, and he's just like, Chiefs win, and getting the whole crowd going. It is amazing. Thank you. If you do watch this back or you're watching right now, I'm very sorry we couldn't bring back the win for you today, and for all the Oceanic fans. I know it's been a tough year to be an Oceanic League of Legends fan. From the outside, you're like, what's going on? This is happening right. I understand it's frustrating. Bear with us. We will turn it around. Stay optimistic. OS has been through worse, and I've always come out on top.
There we are. I mean, really, really good words from you, Poltron. Hey, thank you so much for joining us for this interview. It's been long overdue, and I think, especially after how sort of the new split comes in a whole new roster, it's really good to talk to you about the mindset behind it. But thank you so much for joining us. I do hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and I can't wait to see the Chiefs competing once again next week. Am I off? Welcome back, everybody. Series number 2 about to get underway. GAM Esports up against Team Secret Wales. And I think this could be an absolute thriller. These two teams, arguably the most bloodthirsty teams in our league. You've done it again.
I've done it again. I was just thinking about it. Yeah, no, undoubtedly. I mean, these two teams will look to instigate early and often. The crazy thing is, Team Secret Wales, worth mentioning, by transitive properties, have also proved themselves better than North America and China because they themselves are the only team to beat CFO last split.
Yeah, well, this is true. So, gonna get to see if they come back with the same form they finished off with. I guess actually not finish off with because during playoffs it definitely didn't look like the same Team Secret Wales we saw in the regular season.
To be fair, we didn't get to see a heck of a lot of them. It was a very, very quick exit. I mean, but GAM coming in, proving that the volatility that these VCS teams possess could be enough to carry them over the line. And I said it last split, and I've still yet to confirm my theory is that VCS teams technically have the higher ceiling in the league, but it's the consistency where they fall flat. PCS teams are just that much more consistent. CFO looking to disprove that theory with how solid they are looking. Not only are they consistent, but they are also insanely good. Are VCS still going to come in with that same intensity? Have they also leveled up their game, much like we have seen out of the Japanese and Oceanic representatives?
Yeah, I mean, well, Vikings certainly did, right? So they've really put VCS as a strong start on at least here. And obviously, after the end of this week, one VCS team has to lose, and that's only because they're versing each other. So it's kind of like the Draven thing, where even when the VCS lose, the VCS still wins, is what you get to see here in this one. And I mean, GAM at the back end of last season certainly looked better than Team Secret Wales. I believe they were the team that eliminated Team Secret Wales. So certainly could be just a bit of a grudge match. So Kiaya going to be doing the 1v1 here on the side of GAM. A very talented top laner in his own right. I think many people have him as the best top laner in the league. Bit of a quiet split one.
Yeah.
But coming into mid-season, you can expect more from him.
Yeah, look, to be fair, unfortunately, the bar set insanely high off the bat of our first week of play here in Split 2, so we'll see if, again, GAM and Team Secret Wales have leveled up to match the competition as it stands, because at any team that hasn't managed to work themselves into a higher state of being coming into Split 2 could quickly find themselves at the bottom of that leaderboard, just with how volatile things have been. And I mean, for Kiaya coming into what is going to be the Spirit Blossom 1v1 champion pool, there is a lot for him to play. There is a lot that could be done. We no longer have to worry about any Draven shenanigans. His brother, though, is a different issue.
Yeah, his brother has managed to get into both pools. The Darius still remains. We've seen one win from Darius so far. It was Betty. They pulled that one off yesterday. We've seen 2 Yasuo mirror matchups. Could we see another? I kind of like the Yasuo mirror matchups. There's a lot in them. You know, there's a lot of back and forward, very narrow wins. Sometimes it's just a complete wipe.
The one I'm most looking forward to seeing would be a Vayne mirror matchup, because that could just be crazy. A Tristana mirror matchup, and Thresh is in the pool. So you'd have to play offensive Thresh, and it is going to be Yasuo Riven.
Yeah, okay, this is interesting. Obviously a lot of mobility for both of them. Some play where if you only have one thing in this game for Taki to win wall, and that is Riven ult. So you're never using that ability until level 6. So is it just, what are you even leveling? Is it Q, I guess?
QE.
Yeah.
And even then,
and then level 5, you take the wind wall.
Even then, I'm not sure if it is probably worth it. You could probably just
it definitely is.
I mean, look, in theory,
100% is worth it.
Look, theory craft. No, I mean, yeah, look, there isn't really a better option in that situation, so you kind of just take it, hoping that you can time it right. But, I mean, coming into this matchup, I mean, it's a bold call. So, for GAM, you've got your top laner. For Secret Wales, you've sent your support in. Yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, we've seen matchups similar to this that haven't really mattered, because individually they're very, very good, but I mean, it's a pretty big disparity in terms of what you'd expect out of these champions for these players in their individual roles.
Absolutely. I mean, Yasuo is still 50% win rate in the 1v1s. So now it will finally be broken. One way or the other.
Only because we've had 2 mirror matchups. There was no way it couldn't be 50.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, technically, wouldn't it be 100%?
No, because he's also
even when he loses, he still wins.
Classic Draven.
Yeah.
There we are. I expect... I'm not entirely in touch with the Vietnamese fan base, but from what I understand is GAM is kind of the Vietnamese team.
Like Vietnamese esports royalty.
Yes, and I mean, that have to be based on their results just historically for years and years and years and years. And so I expect when we get the fan cams out, when there is a GAM game going on, you could probably see them even competing with the likes of CFO, who sit atop the podium in terms of their PCS fan base.
I mean, even the VCS, like all Gonits have been out and forced in the LCP arena.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing I really like about these VCS teams and the fans is they're very willing to cheer the other teams from their region. They're not sort of, you know, I can't really think of an example off the top of my head, but quite often
Canadian
there's a lot of there's a lot of like bitterness. There's a lot of like sort of bitterness between the, you know, the regional rivalries. Whereas it's really good to see sort of the VCS teams getting behind one another. I think it adds a lot. Early trade certainly favoring Kiaya. I think that can be expected.
Yeah,
it does feel like a rough matchup for Yasuo.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, early levels, really at all stages in the game, Riven can be a bit of a monster. There are very few situations where she really struggles. Your straight tank matchups, even she has answers to in terms of build range matchups. She doesn't really struggle into straight melee matchups. She thrives in for that exact reason.
Yeah. Still, Taki, even on HP, does find a nice Q, but unfortunately it hits a shield, so...
It's about star points.
It is, it is. It's about the confidence, but I don't even know if he knows he landed it, is the thing, because it was out of vision.
Yeah, I suppose with the shield. Look, maybe if he's like eagle-eyed, like knows exact HP numbers, then maybe he knows, but I don't think it's going to do a heck of a lot for him in that knowledge.
Yeah, okay, this is a rough-looking start. He also has the flash, which I find interesting.
I mean, it gives you a bit of extra range in terms of getting that knockup rather.
Yeah, there is a bit of playmaking to be had with the flash on Yasuo, but it does feel like Barrier is really, really strong in these 1v1s.
Yeah.
I mean, how often do we see someone living on just 1 HP? And that's
I mean,
Barrier mirror matchup.
mirror matchup, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Maybe he's the playmaker of this team. Maybe that's secretly where their prowess comes from. He does have the level advantage as well, though.
Yeah, he hits level 6. He's going great.
Oh,
it doesn't matter. It's not even close.
Which is crazy. If it had the barrier, there's a good chance he could have won that.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, all he needed to really do was get that knock-up off, and it truly was a one fight for him. But Kaya able to dip and dive and not allow for that to happen. He's got the CC, the stun, the knock-up is there, and didn't even need to use the ult, so really not out of the water yet is Taki. Kaya going to get himself a plate, going to look for that back.
10 CS lead, a plate, and a kill.
Yeah. Let's see what he is. Does he have a full item? I don't think so. Okay, that's good. Going for the Eclipse, though.
More or less. I mean, you're about near enough that it doesn't really matter. And I mean, in this matchup anyway, anything, I mean, cooldown and AD, you might as well, even better than an item, I think, at this stage in the game. So, I mean, Taki had his work cut out from him from the beginning. He's going to get some gold. I don't really see much that he's going to be able to build that will give him. It's again, going to have to come down to playmaking. He needs to land the knock-up. He needs to dive around a lot of that CC, which is going to be hard at the best of times. Not to mention the broken wings just being ever-present. I want to see Taki do it. Like you said, he's an amazing playmaker, but in the support role, in champions that are geared towards it, whereas Yasuo is really one of the biggest feast or famine champions in this game.
Believe it or not, 2024 spring playoffs. SoftBank Gaming's support. They were playing Senna Yasuo. Yasuo, the support player, was playing, and that's the end of the 1v1. I mean, as soon as you died first, it was almost going to be impossible. I mean, it's already a fairly impossible matchup. And I wouldn't be too surprised. I think this time more than the Noxian theme, where it was just clearly Draven's the best 1v1 champion out of the pick. I think there's sort of like a triangle, a combat triangle, if you will, where like Yasuo will probably beat a bunch of things.
This is Rock League Legends for.
Yeah, it's like there's a good chance that you will see, oh, there's Mr. Steak, not so happy.
A little bit reserved, but he's still happy to be there.
Of course. I mean,
the guy's stoked.
That place looks so good.
The saddest I think I've experienced him was when he found out that you weren't actually going to be in the arena to meet him when he was there today. That was a bit of a soul-crushing moment for the man.
He did then give me tips on if I ever am over in Taipei, what to have at night markets. So, he supports all of us, that guy, and I support him too. But for now, we have to support our two teams that are playing, Team Secret Wales and GAM. I think ultimately these two teams are just, historically, at least through last split, so evenly matched.
Which is, going into playoffs, I've said you were wrong. I would have said that Secret definitely had a leg up on GAM, and then GAM go and eliminate them anyway.
Just annihilate them.
The one truth that I have come to learn in the LCP is that there is no limit to the capacity of what a VCS team can achieve. Whereas PCS, look, they set the bar high from start to finish. VCS teams, literally, I would not be surprised if there was a world in which a VCS team came out of nowhere and won Worlds and then relegated the next year. Like, they are just sort of that it is all or nothing type region.
Yeah, and it always makes for exciting League of Legends. That's the main takeaway. Excited to get into draft here and see what... I think I'm most excited to see top lane.
Oh, top lane has been the most dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been, hasn't it? Mid lane has kind of been a variety of Rod of Ages builders because Catalyst is just so broken now.
Now, it's also worth remembering the longest match of Split 1 was between these two teams as well. So, again,
how many kills?
I can tell you in a sec as we get into the draft. It was GAM who won it. It was 16-5, and it was still a 40-minute game.
Damn, less kills than I thought. Varus, Aurora, Nocturne. I mean, it's a staple. VCS teams, I mean, Nocturne just noticeably missing from last series. VCS teams, they will blue side first pick their champ. They are very good at utilizing it.
What do you mean I can dive even harder? Yes, please.
Turn off the lights and dive?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but they are just so good at it. I mean, the champ's synonymous with him. I think the most famous moment in Levi's career was the, 5-minute level 6 Nocturne, where it was just like, how is this guy level 6? His team is leashing him every camp as he gets to level 6 before even solo laners got there.
I'm excited. I mean, the bot lanes for both these two teams, the mid laners for these two teams. I mean, every single role in this matchup is just electric in terms of capacity and capabilities. I mean, Taki, Elio both had magnificent moments in that support role. Yeah, look, not the quintessential playmakers, but some of the biggest setup for both these teams in terms of their success. Eddie, Artemis, just looking to really stamp their mark in that bot lane, and RS and Dyer in the mid lane. I mean, Dyer had some massive moments.
Didn't he? He certainly did. I think maybe both team standout players were the bot laners.
Oh, crazy. I was just about to touch on it. Kalista let through, immediately first pick.
So what's our answer then? We get the Rumble. Obviously going to feel happy about that. Let's see if Kya... I mean, Kya also, by the way, is an Aurora player. Although they banned it, so... Yep. Scratch that. Take that one off.
Gwen is available.
Yeah.
Gwen was not banned, which has been a red side ban.
But do you go Rumble Gwen? Because obviously the standalone champ... Okay, now you can't pick Gwen. So if Gwen's happening as GAM...
Yeah, it was... I mean, that's what I meant. I mean, for Kia on the top side, is the quintessential answer to Rumble.
Yeah, it also can go jungle as well as holding out for Team Secret Wales too. It is still a very strong jungler. Obviously, because of its early power now, it does actually do well in the lane again, which it was... That's kind of why it ended up being a jungler, is because you struggled to navigate some of these lanes. Still will. There's still, you know, matchups like Renekton where she won't have a great time.
Nico.
I don't know how you match up against that. I mean, you have to kind of pick Ashe, and then...
Yeah.
And then what?
Ashe... As much as I want to say Ashe Renata, I don't think that's the answer. You kind of need something that's going to make it harder to get that engagement combo off. You're going to have to just go classic engage support. Maybe an Ashe Brom combo. Oh my god.
Lord. And it'll be top, so that's Kiaya on the Galio, almost certainly. It can go mid, obviously. It'll be fine to Ahri as well, but it is typically what we see as an answer to the Rumble.
Okay, so Kalista, Nico, Galio top, Pantheon jungle. Like, how can we make this situation worse?
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty hard. I mean, Xin Zhao, they've got a very, very strong start of the comp for Team Secret Wales. But the fact that Kalista has not made it through a single game until now is scaring me a little bit. That it's
Kalista, I think, still remains the highest priority champion in the big ban phase globally. Yeah, like it's crazy. Other regions, it seems, are more willing to allow it through, which still contributes to that priority in that it is picked. But I mean, so far, yeah, Team Secret have a decent answer. The Wukong being banned out, yeah, that sort of wombo is the last thing you want with the Cyclone coming through. Misfortune, yeah, again, you don't really want that layered on top of an Equalizer, because not only is, I mean, Rumble Street insane, but Misfortune paired on top, it becomes even scarier. For Eddie, Taki in the bot side, it doesn't feel like there is a good setup into it, but I'd argue the safest is probably something like the Ezreal Brom, but that's not really what you would have played into this comp.
Yeah, I don't really think you can't pick Braum.
No.
Because you're against double range. It's just going to get punished way too hard. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, you can...
Yeah, well,
you can go something like Draven, like a really aggressive Draven pick with something.
Yeah, something that can just pop the squishy bot lane.
Yeah, plus Draven can go for the Bloodthirster first, which will deal with the sort of poke that comes out through Nico. But again, I don't think that's optimal. You don't really want to play Draven into something like Galio.
Yeah, it's not the cover-all answer in this situation. Yeah. So there is going to have to be some innovation from Secret.
I just don't think there is a cover-all, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Israel would have been, I think, the best option in terms of... It doesn't answer it completely, but it allows... You still have an all-right game. Corki, much the same vein. It's still not going to be phenomenal. It's still not the perfect answer, but it is an answer that does all right.
Yeah, it's also considerably worse than Ezreal. While it has the safety, it doesn't have the safety of farming. You have to get a lot closer with those phosphorus bombs. And then if you are using your Valkyrie, much the same as Ezreal, it costs a lot of mana.
For Secret, you almost have to lean into an aggressive bot lane. You want something that is going to allow you to punish this Kalista Nico in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, you can't punish it. That's a problem.
You need kill threat. So as soon as, if Hesto decides to rotate down, but you can just immediately blow up one target. Nefiri,
I mean, I think there's an Exodia comp.
Yeah, look, it is. It really is. And you start them young. You start them young at League of Legends, you get them hooked, and they're a fan for life.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to see how Team Secret Wales deal with it. They have the Rumble, but they have no setup for it. Just absolutely none.
I mean, the alternative is maybe... Oh, yeah, I did say, go hyper-aggressive. Corki, Pantheon, kill lane. You look to blow up Nico every time she steps out of a brush. It means you've got to play that much more carefully. I don't think it is going to give the answer that they want. I think, realistically, it hinders them, if anything. I mean, you
really
could have gone ultra passive and gone something like a Renata to look to punish that heavy engage. Sona even, but I think realistically they had the idea with the first round of the draft, but then Team Secret really just got thrown off with a couple of bans coming through. I think they really were looking towards something like an Ezreal or Misfortune even.
Yeah, I mean, it leaves me wondering, like, if you're getting the Rumble, why not just... I mean, maybe you're scared of giving over the Rumble, but like, you've just given over Kalista Nico, and it feels like a pretty unanswerable bot lane. And it's not like last split, where it's like, oh, this bot lane sucks, let's go top. You can't. You have to play the first 3.5 minutes in that bot lane. Pantheon, you know, he seems scary. He's not. He's really not that scary. You can't get in range of the Nico before losing a vast majority of your health. And even when you do get there, you get snared up. And the DPS comparison between... Well, there's GAM time. Mr. Stake, he's a prominent feature of the broadcast now.
Look, I think he is going to become a staple, hopefully. Hopefully, I'm here for it.
I am too. As I was saying, though, it's like, if Artemis and Elio make a mistake, and Pantheon somehow is able to close the gap without losing a lot of health, sure, the trade should be good. The problem is, that is going to be a real lapse in play, and it's sort of the lapse in play where you would never, ever, ever expect GAM to make. I think there's going to have to be some heavy jungle intervention to sort of save this bot lane.
I mean, the one alternative is you babysit 80-6, and then Taki's job just becomes roaming the map, trying to help set up kills. I think that might just be the game plan here, because it is going to be an Ignite on Taki as well, so they are going to look to play this one hyper-aggressive. I just don't see the opportunity presenting itself.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
Especially with Neferi bot lane. Crazy.
Does she have the dogs following her as well? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No.
The jig is up.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a lie. It was never reality. Reality is false.
Well, let's see. I think it's going to be so difficult. You've got a bad match up top. Fine match up mid. Very gankable match up mid. And that's probably going to be where Team Secret Wales have to try and focus down. Is trying to get that flash away early for
it has to be a level 1
capitalize on it.
Hold on, that minion's a bit strange.
Yeah, not really fooling anyone. And here we see the problem. Taki sitting in the bush. I mean, you're never landing a phosphorus bomb. I don't think there's much use in actually throwing it out. I think that sort of hinders your level 1, although you're never going to be winning it against the double range. Barrier for Artemis. I think, I mean, you can go for the cleanse against Pantheon. That's what I tend to do when I play it. Is he jumps on you, you cleanse it immediately and just kill him. Because he kind of runs out of steam.
Yeah, but I mean, what meaningful follow-up do you have in this matchup? Like, the cleanse doesn't matter because there's just not enough damage.
Yeah. And for Eddie, the cleanse does matter. Unfortunately.
I hate to say it, but it almost feels like this lane's over.
I mean, it was. In draft, it's over. As long as GAM play it, play their range, it's going to be very difficult. Now, Taki finds a little bit of a trade, but Elio doesn't really care about his health bar. He's just going to utilize those pots early. It's the pressure that they're building up.
Is this a situation where Team Secret, as soon as the lane swap is available, they do it?
Yeah,
because there's just no other way that Eddie has any meaningful impact in this game.
Yeah, and even here, when you've got Rumble, you really want to be winning that side of the map. And Galio disallows that. So it's like you just have to because it benefits both sides of your map. And honestly, the problem you then run into is it doesn't even hinder GAM's side that much. Galio isn't going to care too much about being in a 2v1, and Rumble won't either. But certainly there is the dive that comes through from the Kalista Nico that will make Hero a little bit concerned.
Yeah. And Hero is just getting bullied right now. I mean, look, he's keeping up in farm. I think he's just biding his time. Corki hitting down to the bot side indicates to me that Team Secret aren't actually going to be looking to instigate that lane swap, which is a little bit concerning that they're just going to sit here and sort of take their lumps, but maybe this is a case of if they realistically, the win condition now becomes dire, if I'm being honest.
It should. I mean, that has to be with their target. There's no real world that Histo should be able to find a gank on the bot lane. You know, Nico clone being there, it just gives vision for 7 seconds if you channel the recall while it's out. You'll also just have wards because that's where the support's going to be, for the most part. Levi trying to play aggressively here. You see a very strong early game champion now as Neferi, but Histo will be completely safe. He has the backup there available as well, as you see Taki as well as Dyer hovering over that direction. Now, top lane going a little bit better for Hero as mana runs low for Kiaya, but still Levi hunting aggressively. Histo uses his dash and Levi finds him. There's also going to be Arias in the area. He gets the flash over the wall, but the follow-up's not there just for now. And Kiaya, flash forward, gets the knock-up, gets the first blood.
There are very few games that I would be willing to call lost in draft, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
I refuse to count Team Secret Wales out because they have proved time and time again that they can and will continue to fight until the very bitter end. So until that fountain falls, I don't think it's... Oh, okay.
The flash, but Elio still has the heal, and Artemis is trading back. Oh! Well, and there you go. If there was ever an angle, it's off the back of a great play like that. Unfortunately, the one mistake Elio could make, walking far too far up, not playing around the range, it gets capitalized on, and they are able to get both Sums and the kill. Unfortunately for them, it's the top side that was also losing out.
Yeah, who would have thought the VCS team's forgetting that this is what VCS teams do, which is hunt you down, given the opportunity, and the opportunity was given. They know that he's top side, they know he's likely looking to those Krugs, and they just send everyone they have up to chase him.
Yeah, the problem still remains in the bot lane, though. Even though you got the assist, you're still behind because of the CS gap. Yeah, sure, Taki got some gold. He's never going to have the amount of gold that results in this Pantheon being the 1v9 carry. And the rest of the map going not that great. Not that poorly, obviously. The gold is even, but that is majoritively off the back of Taki getting that kill.
Okay, is here. Does have the ult ready to go. So if they do maybe look to make some dive happen. But no, I think they're just going to give it up. The next target priority is going to be Void Grubs, rather, up on the top side of the Rift.
I like this from Team Secret Wales. I really believe this Dragon is so much better than the Void Grubs. Very rarely have we seen the Void Grubs have a massive impact on the game outside of a fight happening around them and one team snowballing off it.
Yeah.
That was an entire Pantheon combo.
Yeah, entire support Pantheon combo, to be fair. But, I mean, yeah, it's kind of how the matchup's going to go. Kiaya is a bit of a beast right now. He's got himself a kill early. He's got that Spirit Visage. So he is going to be harder to take down.
Now...
No, sorry, the Spectral Cow.
Histo is in the area. So Levi is certainly, I mean, smartly looking for the dive, but the answer is there from Histo, and I think wisely so. He's playing outside of vision, but Levi now spotting him out is just going to turn his attention towards him, and all of a sudden, this Xin Zhao is much less helpful, being that he is so low on HP. Hero, though, gets that time to clear out the wave. He also did use the Equalizer to ensure it does happen. Dyer now turning up. Very hard for Ari to land that charm onto Levi. Does get stunned up as well. It's going to be a reasonable chunk. Actually, a very good chunk. I don't really know what's going on right now, to be honest with you.
Oh,
Charm connects, but it's onto Arias, who's very far back in the play. Taki's going to have to reduce all the... What is happening?
Posturing. VCS posturing at its finest. The big boon is that Edie has now been given a lot of freedom. Oh, just a little bit off the mark in that choke point.
Yeah. Does connect well onto the clone.
But it is also Boots' first Rumble, which is a bit rough.
Yeah, you just have to into the gully, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, Rumble does typically like to get Boots first. It's just... He likes the Sork Boots more than the Mercs. And Levi has claimed himself a red buff. Taki will have, once again, that invulnerability, but unfortunately, is there any real way out? Levi doing a good job to dodge out of a bunch of Histo's damage. Flash not yet available for him on the Xin Zhao, and he is going to go down. And that was about a 3-minute play on the same jungle that entire time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Eddie, I mean, look, again, yeah. While an absolute chaotic mess for Team Secret, Eddie the positive being that he was given room to actually get some farm. But yeah, like you said, that was just the culmination of, a good 3 minutes of play. And unfortunately, Histo not having 6 here, Taki being a support Pantheon in this situation, and the nature of a Rise in the mid lane with that Realm Warp. I mean, again, so positives for Team Secret, Eddie had freedom. The negatives for GAM is it did take Artemis away. Unfortunately, he did find 2 kills in that time.
For sure. So, I mean, GAM in a very dominant position. They're up 1k, but this game can really snowball quickly around these team fights, especially if Artemis gets any uptime, which you have to expect he will. There's not a whole lot of threat onto him.
Against almost any other team, the same thing does not happen. Like, that is not just posturing. They look to punish around the map, which is interesting given the different playstyles between the different regions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Void Grubs with 1 minute. We'll see how much priority GAM put over it. They can get 6, but it almost certainly will give entire priority around this dragon, which again, I think giving it over isn't a good choice.
Yeah, I definitely would be one of the win conditions for Team Secret, and given that they are few and far between, Dire's had an alright time, but it's also been a very, very quiet time. He's not been involved in much of anything. Great stop on the recalls there from Eddie. Not that it's going to have the most massive impact. There are some interesting things that you can transform into as an eco.
My favorite is just transforming into a blast cone and just sitting there.
Yeah.
And then eventually some support comes toward. Like, oh, nice, a blast cone. Turns into a Nico Pop Blossom. But I mean, okay, so for Team Secret Wales, they're behind. They scale reasonably well. If they are able to navigate the mid game, which is obviously going to be the most difficult part of this game for them, then they will be fine. But that is a very tall task, and it's not like once they're out of mid game, they're out of the woods and they should just win, because you also have this Neferi champion who scales very well. You've got the Rise, and the Kalista also scales completely fine, especially when not under too much threat.
Yeah, 6 across the board for GAM. The one champion lacking is the Pantheon, but I think that's more, again, a response situation or potentially even a setup. But the Grubs are going to be started up. GAM should realistically be able to take this for free. At the moment, they are just easily the stronger of the 2 teams. Even if there's not massive leads built around that, Team Secret need to prioritize the Dragons. They need to prioritize the bot side. 3 seconds, that chem ticks up. You can see Histo is already working his way down there. So that has to be their win condition. Soul has to be where Team Secret mount their comeback.
Yeah, nice engage coming through mid, and that's going to be Artemis taken out in quick fashion. Levi also going to have to flash away, and Elio arriving here to try and save the play, but it's still is going to be one quick kill, and an important kill certainly found for Team Secret Wales. They're able to now almost certainly secure themselves the second dragon and get those stacking up nicely.
Elio does have the Pop Blossom and Flash, but yeah, look, smart call. Don't overcommit. Give them any more of a route back into this game. Team Secret find a massive opening. Drake Soul taken. Cloud Soul. I definitely think that is where they're looking for Team Secret with this roster. Having that extra mobility is going to make it very, very scary if they do claim the Soul.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud Soul is just indisputably the best Soul in the game. It gives you so much. Out of combat movement speed, a ridiculous amount of it, and as soon as you ult, you get a bunch as well. So, I mean, it has the highest win rate in the game for a reason.
Rod of Ages finished up for RSU. Yeah, I mean, he's had a great game on this Rise. He's not nearly been as hounded as we've seen Rises in the past. Rod of Ages as well for Dire, so mirror matchup in terms of the pathing at the very least, but the difference being, for the most part, that tier now in the pocket, well stacked up. He's made great progress towards that. Seraph's Taki, the support Pantheon.
Has Histo behind him. Importantly, did dodge out at least one of those Neferi knives. The Dagger Dogs. Missed opportunity to not have picked Glizzy Neferi. Unless it is. I actually don't know what it looks like in game.
No, it's not. It's definitely not. And I mean, yeah, look, Team Secret, at least in a position where GAM are forced to respect them. They know full well that despite how things went last time, they can't be doing the exact same thing into this Team Secret roster now with some of those spikes coming in terms of levels. They need to pay that respect where it is due.
Oh, yes, Elio's a dog. Oh, he's not in the pack.
Oh, dear.
There's so many fun things for him to transform into this game. He's got the Callista Ghoul.
It is in the brush. That would be very, very hard to see too, given the size. You'd tuck it up against that wall.
I believe it does have a health bar above it, though.
Yeah, but if you're not expecting it to be there, that can be that moment's difference maker to set the Pop Blossom up. And well, we are hitting that 14-minute mark. It is going to be voracious item count on the Rift. Artemis hits that first item, has the boots up as well. We have yet to see the Pop Blossom combo that we're expecting out of this Callista Nico. And the first time that comes out, it's going to be pretty devastating for Team Secret if it lands correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking to get these dragons now, I think GAM. Obviously, Team Secret Wales already with the 2. They can realistically give some up if they're feeling like the team fight's not looking ideal, whereas GAM don't have that luxury. And that's just another fact of why these dragons are so strong. You get so much more will over the game.
Again, the majority of this game has just been posturing by both teams.
You want to fight? You want to fight?
Yeah. Which is, to be fair, which is just the go-to for VCS teams, it seems. They are so willing to drop gloves and duke it out.
Well, too much fighting going on, although there was that like 3-minute long fight that only resulted in 2 kills. I say only, very impactful 2 kills.
The quintessential like high school rumbles in the bus BG, just circling each other for a good 5 minutes before walking away.
Also importantly, 1 objective away from getting the feats of strength online for GAM.
I mean, Team Secret in a position to take that avenue away and force it towards the feat of towers, structures, I think it is. Again, feat of demolition. Like, come on. It was right there.
It was awfully close.
Unlike unlike this top side. I mean, Guy is never going to die to Hero here.
No. I mean, Hero is just going to try and find a really nice equalizer, and that can be a huge difference maker, especially against a champ like Callista. You know, she doesn't like being slowed. Obviously, it reduces her DPS. And so that can be enough maybe to get them across the line. I think ultimately, though, GAM just have so many tools this game. They've really put together a crazy comp. Yet to really need Ares as well, as he just quietly scales away, picking up farm bit by bit, and you know, with that, the XP coming online, stacking up his 2 stacking items.
When Rift Herald starting up, this would be an Noxian Blessing coming through, so Team Secret...
The option to trade for the Dragon, though, and that would be sole point. They can go get set up there and make it hard for GAM to find a way in. At the moment, looks like there's interest around testing this Rift Shield, but Levi's going to be able to get it. Oh, what a Pop Blossom! What a Pop Blossom! Histo trying to get out. He uses that Xin Zhao ult, and he's doing a good job of trying to kite away, but he will be going down. That's going to be the Rift Shield taken. The option for the Dragons there too. And maybe even just putting it down mid and trying to brute force their way through. Taki going aggressively, gets stunned up. Is going to take a whole boatload of damage on the back end. It's a double kill now coming through for Artemis on this Callista, who remains at full HP and is just dancing around these team fights.
Yeah, Hero holds the equalizer there, which to be fair, I think that was always going to go pretty downhill. Maybe could have tried to keep things alive, but Dire has just, for the most part, been an absentee in a lot of what's going on.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. I mean, same can be said for Ares. They're both just, you know, getting their Rod of Ages up, but it was really just a massive Pop Blossom, a massive angle found from Elio. They knew he was there too. There's no surprises. See what he does. He comes in. He does go invisible for a brief moment. The reaction times weren't there. Unfortunately for Team Secret Wales, they lose out on the objective in the Rift Shield. They lose out as well on the Dragon, which could have been their sole point. Remember, they had the option to just sack this Rift Herald, go down, get themselves the soul point, and give themselves a real fighting chance at getting, you know, just one singular Dragon out of the next 4.
4-1, and it seems to be the case. Every time we see Callista on the Rift, she just snowballs out of control, and we are seeing that again potentially here for Artemis. He's 4-1-0. He's had a great time of it, and he's been given so much freedom because of how oppressive that bot lane duo pairing that he had. Yeah, Team Secret were always facing an uphill, but it still doesn't feel like they're out of it because they have yet to find the team fight on their own terms. But because of just the nature of GAM's draft, it is so... I don't know if they have the damage.
It's going to be in a rough spot. Teleports are coming through, and Levi is here to answer. Taki, denying a lot of damage. The equalizer's not that great, really, and Levi might be going down, but he will be taking Taki with him. Although, will he? Taki lives on 1 HP, and Levi, he gets the healing. Will he be able to make it over the wall? He does! The follow from Dyer, though, and he gets the reset, so he'll be out of there as well.
Shut down gold, too. Not a massive amount, but at least something, an injection of cash where it's needed. Dyer, like I said, more than likely going to be the win condition for this Team Secret roster. I have to say, Eddie has done well to steady the progress, because it could have been so... Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember, no flash, no ult, and with that, Dyer, unfortunately, will be going down. It's just a matter of time. A bit too much CC there. Locked up. Hopefully give this to Ares if you are a GAM supporter. Looked like Kiai almost took it, but there you go. Shut down back this time into Ares.
Yeah. Just a bit of an overcommittal on the top side. And, I mean, they knew that Kiai was there. they just...
Very sneaky.
Yeah, they're never going to have the damage. It's a support Pantheon and a rumble into a Galio, who is just the magic damage sink. They then look to initiate, but the teleports take so long. And you can already see that the Rise was ready to go just that little bit earlier. RS was already on his way by the time that we saw Dyer actually making the moves up on the top side. And then from there, yes, they get the pick onto Levi. He gets some money, he gets an injection of cash, but then he overstays on the top side and ultimately loses out on any advantage he might have generated.
Yeah, 1k ahead, in fact, is RS currently, almost. GAM themselves, almost 3k.
Now, in terms of value, though, Rise, with what he's got, it's probably a larger value in terms of the way that his kit is geared towards itemization. Oh, dear. Yeah, Gwynsu's picked up by Artemis. I mean, even in the fights where it's not the full 5v5, GAM is still every single time coming out on top.
Yeah. It's hard to navigate. Again, if they are able to get through this stage of the game, their team comp will be fine. It's just a very difficult job to do that, really. You have to play so perfectly to be able to do so. And even, as I said earlier, the reward is not like, okay, now the game's really easy. The reward is, okay, now the game's not as hard as it was.
Now the game's playable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just so much that can go wrong in such a short window of time. Any misstep out of Team Secret is a death sentence. I mean, not even talking about the fact that
let's see it. Oh, he's gone. Okay. These are always my favorite parts of the game. Where are we headed?
Oh, okay. Hero's
he's
dead.
done it. He's done it. And yeah, here comes the Pantheon ult. Trying to... Okay, I think they've thwarted off the attack, but there's 2 towers claimed.
Especially, yeah, in terms of timing-wise, 45 seconds to the 4th Drake on the mat. They crack that tower, they crack the mid tower, they then can look to quickly reset, come back by the time the Dragon has spawned up. But realistically, this should be GAM's second. I don't see Team Secret in a position where they can actually contest this in the straight 5v5, because the team fight is just that much scary out of GAM.
Yeah, and they won't have Equalizer, so it should just be a give.
Which is a real pain point, given that that was their best chance, I think, in terms of win
they could have just had the last one. Yeah, is the biggest problem. And because they didn't take the last one, they instead chose to fight, is why they're so far behind now in the first place. So I think just a misjudgment, really, on the series of events around that Rift Herald, which, again, first game back, stage jitters, everything can be playing a part, and it is just one of those unfortunate things where now the game becomes a lot harder. It was already difficult, and it just sort of snowballs from there.
Yeah, and the late game is no easier to navigate than either the middle, early. Second Drake taken. Either team is now going to be on Soul Point with the next claim. Artican, I mean, not the likely next objective. It will probably be a team fight. It might bait out the next team fight, which then results in either of those being taken. GAM just have so much priority around the map. They've got vision. I mean, not a massive amount of vision. Nothing compared to our last series.
Yeah.
But enough that they can be pretty free and rotating things around.
Yeah, I think importantly, though, for Team Secret Wales is their 2 items are now coming online. So they have the Corki, he's at his biggest spike of the game, as well as Ari now with the Leandri's online. So they are going to be able to start doing reasonable amounts of damage. Of course, on the other side of things, there is still a discrepancy in the fact that Galio has completed his 2, whereas you've almost got the Void Staff for Hero, as well as his toe almost there at his Black Cleaver, but still not quite.
Yeah. In terms of pacing, it definitely feels like there should be a bigger gap, but I think GAM have lost a lot of momentum in terms of how long they've been sort of posturing around at certain moments throughout the game. They definitely could be a little bit more accelerated at this stage, but it's not enough that it is a straight avenue back in for Team Secret. They are still going to have to take a phenomenal team fight if they want that. It has to be insanely disjointed. GAM cannot get off their synergy points in terms of ultimate abilities. It needs to be staggered. They need to find a target, just threaten, waste a lot of the ultimates in a way that doesn't find the effect that they need.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look at how we posture around our next objective. The vision control is going to be there for GAM. They are just the stronger team at the moment. They're just going to start it up. So we'll see what response can come through here for Team Secret Wales. Of course, the Pantheon can be there at a moment's notice. Teleport available for Hero on the bottom side of the map. Ari's now coming to rejoin his team. It's going to be known. Here comes the teleport. Equalizer's going to have to be really on point, but how do you make it through this Nico? The Nico's already scary at the best of times. In comes Dio. Maybe they found a way. The charm. Down will go that Nico. Unfortunately, the Arcan already picked up, and so withdrawals can be here now for the side of GAM. They're going to take down his toe. What else can they get, though? Kaya still in the thick of things, trying to find his way out, trying to find his way back in. The flashes are there for Team Secret Wales. They're trying to find a way to navigate these fights. It's a second withdrawal coming through. They have done a great job as Levi going to be able to dodge out the next bit of damage, and Ares is waiting, and Ares will claim another life, and he'll claim another again. Taki will answer back, but again, it's just the withdrawals, and Levi dancing around. Taki, there's a little bit of a battle going on, but they are going to kind of part ways. It's once again GAM who will come out on top. They get themselves more gold, and especially the momentum now. Let's see what else I can get from it. Teleport coming through onto the top side. No real way from Ares to get that, but a double kill for him in the team fight. He's elated.
Yeah, I mean, look, to be fair, that was the answer, which is Charm lands onto Elio, you blow him up before you can get the Pop Blossom off. Unfortunately, the timing was just not there because the Arcan falls immediately after. Ares is just such a monster. He's been slowly brewing in the top side. Yeah, it was brilliant. Knock up into a Charm, blown up by Eddie. But unfortunately, yeah, on the backside, Levi secures the Arcan. Baron started up. It's about to go down.
Yeah, Pop Blossom this time is found. It's found onto 2, and Kiai is there to follow up on it. Taki, 1 HP, does deny a lot of damage there on the back end, but will be eventually swept up there. Elio takes the kill on the back end. Kiai gets yet another, but Eddie is trying to trade aggressively. Elio does dodge out of that rocket barrage and will be able to live. And it's once again GAM, they get the Baron, they have the Arcan. Elio still with the withdrawal available because he died before it.
Yeah, and that was the entire game plan for GAM. You've got a Kalista who just is one of the best Baron takers on the Rift. Even now, not to mention, okay, Eddie's got the mobility to get out, but Levi feels that confident. Even without a withdrawal, I think he feels that confident to make plays like that around the Rift. So they could just sit in the back wall. Kalista could just keep stacking up those javelins, and they could then look to make a play off the back of it while still securing it. So GAM's draft from start to finish has played out exactly the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragon spawning 45 seconds. Kind of interested that GAM aren't looking to force the issue with the Baron being up, but taking some time to clear out the jungle away from his toe. Going to set him further behind, and it was actually off the back of Kiaya that this was found, so well played for him to find that flash taunt.
Yeah, I mean, this is just utter domination from GAM. They draft Team Secret's bot lane into a corner. They absolutely, I mean, there was nothing that Hero could do. They first pick the Rumble off the back of the draft.
Done the least damage in the game.
Yeah. I mean, Kiaya has just been man-fighting everything. And this Galio pick has just completely nullified the Rumble.
It's always entertaining to me that Artemis has done the least damage in the game, but it's just because he is such an existing threat that you have to avoid him at all costs, and it's kind of meaning that you're not able to play the team fights that you traditionally would be able to. As well as, ultimately, the side of GAM are just running forward, and I don't think Artemis is even able to keep up with just how forward the team fights are, ultimately. He's often got a hero randomly on the side where he's, you know, trying to dodge around that guy, and it's just Levi, Kiaya, Ares, and Elio.
You got Ares,
front.
who is the first to hit 18. I don't even think they can kill Kiaya here.
Maybe able to get that flash off, and okay, they will be able to eventually. It's 3 of them up here. They are losing their base for it, however, and Kiaya delays a lot of time, so that's bot lane inhib going to go down. The mid lane inhib sure to follow as well. Only Eddie and Dyer in their base to try and mount what could be considered a defense.
Yeah, if not for the knock-up happening, he was getting away, unfortunately. But I mean, you look at it, 4 minutes left to Seoul. What would have been Team Secret's best answer to this GAM comp is now well and truly slipped away from. The best they can do is try and delay it out just that little bit further, but it's far from going to be within reach for them. Dyer, there was just so much more needed from him, and not for lack of trying. He really did try and make things happen, but he spent so much time absent from team fights that there's just been such a significant shortfalling in terms of cash flow.
Yeah, that's just the nature of Rise, really. Gets to his 2 items and immediately one-shots a wave. You can either choose to fight with your team or allow Rise to just get so monstrously far ahead with no guarantee that your fight would even be winning, really. I think this is just really is a massive team comp gap, and while we didn't see it explode out of proportion early on, it really is where the, you know, the mid-game where it comes to fruition. Levi just jumping in at will, Elio as well, and then Kiaya on top of them to provide that cover.
Just Team Secret's credit, they did stem the bleeding pretty darn well. Like
they did a good job.
This game could have been over so much earlier, but they play it safe, they play it smart. Unfortunately, that it was also a bit of a death sentence, and it was just going to allow a team that scales crazily, like GAMS does, to keep ramping up. So, yeah, look, it was a slow death by 1,000 cuts rather than just a straight impale.
Yeah, so 1 inhib does remain, and even though Baron is not up, they are still looking to pressure down the space. I mean, there's just not much left for them to do. They've already taken the jungle away from his toe. They've got minions pushing in. There's no real way for them to slow push or anything like that.
I mean, this is also a 4-item rise. Like, you're pretty much end build in the grand scheme of that champion. Very rarely do you take it any further than this. So this game is over. It is just a matter of timing. As soon as Iris finds an avenue in, he's just going to keep shoving that wave, and he clears it so quickly. That tower is not much longer for the world. And you can see the rest of GAM are just sort of toying around, waiting for that collapse to happen. As soon as that top lane tier 3 is gone, the collapse just commits onto Team Secret.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, once again pressuring down the bot wave. There's going to be another wave of super minions hitting in straight to those Nexus towers. It will be cleared out, of course, but it just gives more time for Arias up on this top side and the rest of GAM to try and pressure out this last existing inhib. Dyer doing a good job of clearing out the waves. The 6 grubs, though, helping a lot here. Pop Blossom comes through. It's a 3-man knock-up. In comes the Galio 2, the hero's entrance, and what a heroic entrance it was. That's 2 down now as GAM look to make their mark here in game number 1. Looking for even more, though, as they go forward. Down will go Taki, down will go Hero, and down will go the hopes of Team Secret Wales, at least in this first game of the second series.
Yeah. Unfortunately, 6-0-5. Why not? Let's just go one further for this monster rise in the mid lane for GAM. How does Artemis survive that? I'm a little bit perplexed.
It targets the minions first.
Yeah, so very small window of success there for Artemis. A little bit of griefing. And you know, look, again, blood for the blood god. You got to make a sacrifice to find success. He's sacrificing his bot laner. But yeah, look, to be fair, Team Secret draft themselves into a pit, and there was no getting out of that pit. It was really just a matter of when, not if, that game ended in favor of GAM. It was going to take some pretty egregious errors going the way of Team Secret for that to then turn around. And I think they know that. I think they realized that that was far from their best draft, but in a best of 3, they turned their attention to game 2. Now they don't have to worry about some of those big issues that GAM had available to them. They can look to reset.
Yeah, I think going forward, and not just for Team Secret Wales, but for every team in the league, especially with lane swaps being completely removed, you just kind of can't give over Kalista because she is the ultimate lane bully. And if you compare her with anything else that helps her, Nico, you know, Elise, things like this, that you are able to just win lane from level 1, you're going to struggle. You're going to really struggle to find a foothold in the game. Edie did great. So did Taki. They did great to be able to navigate it. But you get to the mid game, and these champs, well, Artemis didn't really do much in the mid stage of those fights. It was just the pressure that's there.
There was the threat of a Kalista more than it was the Kalista itself.
Exactly. And that just allowed so much room for Levi and Kiaya, and ultimately those champions are just going to pair well together in the first place anyway to do what they wanted. It also is a Kalista which has the Fate's Call available that can just allow Elio to play way more aggressively than any other champion does, especially from the AD carry position.
But yeah, on top of that, it's an aggressive position for an aggressive team from an aggressive region. This is... It almost feels like Team Secret forgot that they were a VCS team, playing a VCS team, which was just, fighting upon fighting upon fighting. And on top of it, I mean, realistically, the best bet I think that Team Secret had to alleviate a lot of that pressure was to lean into the timing. And yeah, Elio on these mage supports has just been an absolute nightmare for every team that he's versed. Team Secret, they almost needed to lean into that lane swap time. As soon as they were going to be able to, send your duo up to the top side to get them away from that Kalista combo. Yes, it probably would have put Hero in an even worse position, but it means that Eddie is actually a champion going into the rest of the game. And the rest of these clips, it is just going to be GAM doing what their comp is designed to do.
Good from Wales.
Yeah, like that was a great answer into the Pot Blossom, but again, RS is a monster. They still get the Voracious off the back of it. Unfortunately, Team Secret were just 2 steps behind every single portion of that game.
Yeah, and it is just a priority afforded to you by the champions picked by GAM. You got a bad matchup in the top lane. You got a bad matchup in the bot lane, and the mid lane matchup is even. Only real power point there for the Ahri into the Rise is the fact that you can look for those ganks. You have the power, of that charm and the Spirit Rush mobility, but they weren't able to do that. Ultimately, too much pressure around the map. Levi just constantly in the jungle there of Histo the entire game, and kind of why we're seeing the results this way is just too much to deal with, really, for the... minutes on end. It was like a literal 3-minute fight around the top side jungle just to try and deny Histo from being able to do anything.
Yeah. I mean, look, yeah, it's an interesting spot to be in. We talked about teams leveling up the competition. It's hard to gauge where the Team Secret have because they put themselves at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge because we've only seen one game, but once we're back, we're going to go to a break. We'll see if they can fight back in game number 2.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次はチャ力で行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Welcome back, everybody. Getting ready now for game number 2. Obviously, it is GAM who lead the series 1-0 in a very dominant fashion, stemming very much so from the draft.
Yeah, look, it is hard. It is hard to put yourself in a position where a game is just not winnable off the bat, and I think Team Secret did a very good job of putting themselves in a position like that. Coming into game 2, they look to mentally reset. They will have blue side. Nocturne, Skarner, and Lilia all immediately banned. They have a vendetta. There is a target, a hit out on Levi.
Yeah, very much so. Now, you got to think about what junglers are still available. There's obviously the Sejuani, the Maokais of the world. Something else he's liked is the Kindred. Typically was paired with the Galio, which is gone, so they almost feel like that's already taken a hit as well. Neferi Zinzal won't be available.
Neither will Pantheon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Wukong. Wukong is there, and he's a very good Wukong player.
Yeah. I mean, Aurora, Vi, and Varus, the response from GAM. First pick is Jace, responded with a misfortune. Interesting in terms of choice. And priority, Sejuani, misfortune, the opener. Already things are still looking scary for Team Secret off the bat. I mean, if GAM just take like a solid top laner, something that is going to be able to soak that, okay.
Histo has been pretty good at the Nidalee, at least in our first split. So we'll see what he's like now here in game number 2. Second Nidalee of the night, different role.
Stone cold. Ready, watching. I mean, he knows it's in the back. That's the aura that man gives me right now. He knows that it's a done deal. It's just a matter of semantics.
Ooh, a poke comp brewing.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of these in the past for the LCP that just fell apart because they were not played as poke comps. So hopefully Team Secret are going to approach that way. To be fair, look, this is kind of the answer you want into a Sejuani misfortune. You just want to keep distance at almost all times. The question being, how do they round it out? What do they pick for Dire? What do they pick for Taki? I mean, to be fair, there's a lot. Oh, boy.
Okay, Yorick into Jace. I mean, I feel like Jace might struggle a little bit. He does have the Q that can get him out of the cage, as long as there's something to Q around.
Yeah, but the problem I'm seeing is going into the mid to late game, Jace, in a poke comp, you kind of want him there to help contribute damage, whereas he is, someone is going to have to answer the Yorick in the side lanes because, again, that is where Kiaya is just going to be perpetually. Gwen banned out.
What are we banning Gwen from?
Dire.
Jungle,
unless they're anticipating Jace mid lane.
Yeah, with Nidalee top like we saw from Zarnus. But, I mean, whatever. Gwen is a strong champ. Get rid of it. I guess it's fine. I'm not really seeing the vision.
Maybe,
Nidalee support, perhaps.
Obviously, again, teams scrim each other. They're living in close proximity, so the players do talk a little bit. So
GAM time.
Yeah, clearly. Damn, that's kind of cool. Like,
that's the in-game emote.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one falls off the truck. Maybe it ends up in New Zealand. Who knows?
That would be pretty good.
Maybe there's someone I talked to about that. I don't know who, but maybe. Maybe Mr. State can help us out.
Yeah.
He seems like a homie. He seems like the kind of guy that would facilitate that.
100% Mr. Steak is the homie.
Alistar banned. I mean,
it's just more times I wish I could read what these say. This time it's in Vietnamese.
Yeah. Again, we struggle with basic English.
Yeah, exactly.
Complicating things a little hard.
All right, so 4th pick now to come through for GAM. They are looking for a support or a mid laner. I imagine mid laner is the more natural progression here. Ara's very capable. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy Akali out of him, and maybe that's what we're shaping up to try and find still. Silas remains open, pairs extremely well with the Sejuani. The same can be said for Yone. However, you would be then lacking a little bit in the magic damage department. There's not really a tank on the other side of things.
There isn't also, I think, enough to justify a Silas pick here. The ultimates that you're stealing out of 2 of the 5 champions aren't really going to do a lot.
Yeah, you get to transform. Kind of cool.
Israel Brom, it's a pretty safe pairing. It's going to do all right. It's going to do a lot into the misfortune.
And the Leona. It is a good little lane pairing here for Eddie and Taki. Now we have to pick the mid laner. They take the Silas.
Which, to be fair, again, in terms of what's available, 2 of 4 are just 2 of 5 are cripplingly strong ultimates in the Glacial Prison and the Solar Flare. If you're not stealing the bullet time at all, I think. If you do, I mean, where are you realistically going to use that as a frontliner? But it does mean that GAM may have to readjust. Okay, so it's going to be the Akali.
As soon as I saw the Silas, I expected the Akali because RS has had so many standout performances on this champion. Why wouldn't you pick it when it is just the... In terms of melee mid laners, this is the matchup. The Silas versus Akali. It's kind of where Zeka made his big staple on the world stage. Solo killing Scout something like 5 times. Now, I'm very excited to see, obviously, 2 very capable mid laners on 2 very fun to watch mid lane champions. Now, top lane can't say the same. Pretty boring up there. With the old, as soon as Yorick's involved, as long as the rally is not picked, it's boring.
Yeah, look, I'm really liking Yorick stepping into the forefront of competitive play. We've seen a sort of bit hit and miss, both sides of that equation. Man, the GAM fans are out in force.
Yeah, I expect to see that to be a reoccurring theme. I dare suggest going forward.
I mean, they easily have the most diehard fans in the VCS. Like they are above and beyond the rest for sure. As we jump into it in just a moment, I think again, this time definitely Team Secret have had a much easier time in the draft. They are far from out of this game. It is going to come down to just execution at the end of the day, as it always does. It is the golden rule. Execution is the make or break point in League of Legends. But coming into it, synergistically, RS just has so much set up to really pop off this game.
Yeah. I think ultimately as well, coming to game number 2, Team Secret Wales can be happier about what they have, because it's not like you'll come into this game and say, oh, this is just over. We actually have what is a good team comp. They have a good bot lane, a winning bot lane even perhaps, an even mid lane, of a skill matchup that typically favors Akali in the very early levels, just based on not having to use mana and can deny a lot of what Silas wants to do through the Shroud. But as things progress, it is just straight skill matchup. And as much as I'd like to give you any form of analysis over the top lane, cannot say I've seen the Jace versus Yorick a whole lot. But I do imagine it kind of won't be that great for Jace, simply because, again, the nerf to, well, the buff rather, to Yorick means he can no longer one-shot those ghouls.
Yeah,
he can if he's in hammer form, which is already probably not ideal.
Yeah, just we've seen what a melee bully the Yorick is at the moment, so you probably want him to spend as little time as possible there, which again presents a problem that it's not much better in range form. I mean, at this stage, Team Secret under the pump very much so, and a very, very lackluster start to their return to LCP in Split 2. The problem being, yeah, you've gambled on a Nidalee jungle, which requires priority in lanes, requires the ability to snowball into a comp, which is going to be very punishing for a champion that wants to be on some of those squishies.
Yeah, and this matchup, as I said, is pretty decent for the Akali early on, but will even out as things progress.
The range form is great and all until he smacks you with a shovel. Yeah, we've seen a couple of Jace solo kills on the top side since his changes. It's a bizarre world where you remember back to the start of Split 1 where the only Jace we saw was Tank Jace, and now he's reverted more to what we've come to expect Jace to be. But okay, he's going to do it again. Jace just does it.
That looked like the easiest solo kill of all time, by the way.
Yeah, like he was far less deep under the tower than compared to the Sion match earlier today.
Definitely a problem, a massive problem. Now brewing in the top lane. I mean, yeah, just level 2 to 1. This is kind of just laning fundamentals.
Yeah.
There's no real need to ever look that far up in the lane. Sure, you want the XP, but it's not worth giving over the death and then losing all the XP anyway as it dies to your tower. Aggression in the bot lane here, coming through from Alio, and Levi is going to be here to match. Pretty low is this Leona, but great trade really as Eddie takes a sizable chunk away from his health.
Yeah, while also not losing any summoners. Arius and Dai are going to be going at it, hammer and tongs in the mid lane. Oh, what a connection.
Unfortunately, he might not have even wanted that. Not terrible. He gets the Conqueror fully stacked up if he can continue this trade, but he's pretty low on mana. And once again, just another advantage that the Akali has. The energy users really don't suffer from that sort of management of... Oh no, the Reese. Oh, the heal. Oh, it's just the electrocute proc. And Ares maybe even able to look for more. He has Levi coming up. And his toe realizing the situation is just going to back on out. Solo kill in the mid lane, solo kill in the top lane. A bit of a showdown, really.
Yeah. And in a comp where, oh, Hero, I mean, look, not the end of the world. He's still doing reasonably well in this matchup. But yeah, the last place you wanted to be losing priority was the mid lane, and especially with a Nidalee as your jungler. Yeah, I don't know, this is a rough spot. We've seen phenomenal Akalis in this league, and missing the hook there, getting caught by the Shuriken, flashes away. Aris does flash under tower, gets the kill, and still gets out of it scot-free because the call was made. Jungler comes in to assist, and there is nothing Histo can do there. So a situation where you needed to be playing off the front foot and accelerating, you're already behind.
Yeah. Very bold of Dire to pick the Sylas into Aris, who has already shown himself as such a great Akali. And ultimately they're playing the champ to its upper limits, really. I believe that electrocute cooldown, or sort of the timer between abilities and whatnot, had to have been on almost the last millisecond when he did manage to find that proc and managed to get that kill off the back of that.
Iconic. Classic stuff, but it is far from over. GAM heading to the top side. Going to be a match from Team Secret with a minute to the Grubs. It's going to be an Infernal track first. Realistically, both teams get a bit out of it. Far from the be-all and end-all. I think the Ocean probably one of the better ones early on in terms of just how these VCS teams play. But again, aggression is always something that's been favoured by them, so an Infernal probably not the worst.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if either team goes for it. I mean, it's typically more likely that Sejuani wants to get that objective, although with GAM and Secret Whales putting both of their bot laners top, it seems like we might just have a bit of aggression around that area of the map. Level 6 now for Ares, meaning that if any fight were to break out, it certainly would be favouring them more so. Oblivion Orb first item, of course, it does cut down that healing of Sylas and makes the lane that much easier. You will be lacking in damage when it comes to those team fights more so than usually, but it does cut down Nidalee heal as well, so you get quite a good amount of value.
Yeah, pretty solid effort all around. We are headed at point 6 online. Dire is not far from it, and he has some really, really solid ultimates to steal as well. Histo starting up the Grubs. Levi is going to be there. Bit of posturing. Will deny at least the 4 Grubs, if potentially setting himself up for all 6 and fight the top lane.
Yeah, Artemis going to be using that barrier as Elio still fighting. Exhaust does come out. Certainly a winning trade for Team Secret Whales, as you'd come to expect from their lane peering. Going to also now be able to come down and hover towards these Void Grubs as all 3...
No, one apiece, so
okay.
now 2 to 1.
One away.
Yes, the proxy Yorick. Iconic, classic. Hero definitely not doing as well as he was earlier on. I mean,
Hold up.
Oh boy. He wanted it. But I think smartly backing off, knowing full well that the punish could be so severe from that point on.
Yeah, pretty happy to just continue trying to get this jungle farm. He's going to take away the red buff at least here and probably look for the Krugs rather after. Not all for nothing though. Levi trying to get back up there to his top side. He's going to be very sad to see it's all gone where he could have just gone and taken the opposing side's jungle. Unfortunately, could have been, was not to be.
Oh, Histo's overstayed.
They know he's there. They're going to soon know that Levi's there as well. Spear won't connect. A lot of time can be bought. A lot of damage being done. Unfortunately, E does miss from Kiaya, but Histo almost certainly goes down, and that's a kill back now. On to the member who arguably needed it the most here in Kiaya's Yorick.
Greedy play there from Histo. Well overstays. Knows full well that you got to say, Sejuani, he's looking to head to that side of the map anyway, which is why you tried to steal it. You stole that jungle camp away from him. And as a result, punished, yeah, going to Kiaya. Artemis in a bit of trouble.
Oh, does have to flash. Is Taki using his as well, so a trade of flashes, but certainly more impactful to take away the Misfortunes flash than the Braum.
Oh, now it's Histo on the receiving end, potentially. Unfortunately, there's only the Grump to steal, but that's very, very deep and into Team Secret territory, so Levi would probably be risking far more than he should in that situation. Backs himself right off, and again, both teams looking to fight, neither really in the best of spot to do so. There's so many pings on this bot Flood River.
Nice chunk from Artemis. Not level 6 though, so... And also, just a Braum wall still available.
It's hard to say where the dam is going to break. Oh, Dire. Hey, that's the second shuriken he's taken. The last one was his death hero. finding the top side, doesn't have a great deal of mana.
Yeah, still fine for the trade. I mean, pretty even, all things considered. Trying to look for that maiden, but Kaya positioning aggressively to stop it. Shock Blast will deal with it pretty handedly. Dragon being started up now by Team Secret Wales. Elio very far away from the play, and see if they do choose to answer. Of course, bot side is both teams' bot lane area at the current stage, but it looks like Levi's more than willing to just give this one up, although, is that the case? Yeah, he can hit it there.
I mean, look, yeah, there's no real reason to contest at this stage of the game. It's only the first Drake. You're 9.5 minutes in. You've got bigger priorities coming in the second wave of grubs, and just under a minute now. Mountain second. So, I mean, realistically, there's any number of souls that we can end up with.
And Kaya doesn't even have any idea just how close that was.
I mean, to be fair, we also saw caster flashing on a dragon, and no one realized except for us. They're going to watch it in the VOD review, but again, there is a lot that does go unnoticed in the middle of a game for both teams.
Yeah, now, much slower paced game than I expected coming into this series. Both games.
Not for lack of trying.
Exactly. They have all... There's been a lot of posturing the whole time. This did start off with 2 solo kills, but since then, pace has rapidly been on a decline. Although, as I say that, there's a plan brewing. Unfortunately, they won't find the timing. Taki has no idea that Levi's in that bush, and Winter's Bite does go wide, but doesn't really matter. Void Grubs is going to be the goal for both of these sides. Hero. Kaya trading very aggressively down there. Kaya getting the better of it for the time being. A nice dodge from both top laners, actually.
Just so much posturing, so much looking for an opening with none of them really presenting themselves. Grub's going to be started by GAM here. True Shot Rise lands on Artemis.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of damage. Ultimately, Artemis walking up. He's going to see that there is a Silas on the top side of the river. They're able to find their way in. Xenoblade, unfortunately, does just go wide. And it's going to be answered back. Taki finds his way here onto Elio. There's no answer back for this. Leona down here will go. Ari's got to try and find a way out. Nice flash. Gets him out of the damage from Braum. The knock up too, but unfortunately does get clipped by that Q. The Winter's Bite will secure Eddie yet another kill. And Team Secret Wales now finding a lead here in game number 2.
It's been an odd game. Like, it is just, everything just feels a little bit staggered to where you'd want it to be for either of these teams. First of the 2 required for the Noxian Blessing claim. It's Feat of Warfare going the way of Team Secret. They are well on their way towards the feat of Monster Slaying as well. Last scrub should go down. There you go, 2 of 3 now in hand, and 5 of 6 scrubs there. And you look at it, just, again, a lot of posturing. GAM well and truly looking for a fight here because they've got the big ultimates that they want online. But the fact that you have on this top side Dire looking to... he was hungry for that solar flare as well. Come on, Elio, just step a little bit further forward, steals it, jumps away, drops it on Elio's head, knowing full well that he's not going to have the W up, so he is very, very squishy in the face of all this damage. While still missing the Glacial Fissure entirely, still baits out the flash, which is what ultimately seals Arius' fate there as well.
Yeah. Well played series of events ultimately for Team Secret Wales, and they do, as I said, find themselves ahead. 1.5k gold. It's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a good starting point, and the champions we do see here on the side of Team Secret Wales, for the most part, do scale very well as this game progresses.
It's a slightly more aggressive build, it seems, for Hero this time around. Usually you're looking your standard...
He's going Yomu's.
Yeah, usually you're expecting the Shojins or Black Cleaver to be your next path, but to be fair, Yorick not really a huge armor builder in the grand scheme, so you don't necessarily need it. Maiden down, yet again, 50 gold in the pocket of Hero. 52 gold.
There you go. Now, I wonder the Rod of Ages build and how that shifts the dynamic of this matchup. It feels like now it's a little bit more difficult for the Akali to actually one-shot the Silas, because that's what it ends up becoming, and a mechanical showcase of who can outplay the other in a one-shot, but there's just a chance that Silas lives.
Yeah, without the Black Cleaver build, Hero potentially might be your best target if you're the Akali, or at least the easiest target, I think. But as it stands, yeah, the Rod of Ages change means that it's a little bit harder to pull off those straight burst assassins because there is so much more HP in the pool. But Hero chucks down the ward, knows full well that there could be an intent to tower dive onto him there with Levi just being so bulky, so healthy, can do a lot under that tower. Dire again, RS meeting in this top side. Dire definitely feeling like he's got a little bit more priority now.
Oh, it's time. We've got to see a battle. All right. Oh, Shuriken lands, dodges out of the chain as well. Not choosing to reactivate it.
Yeah, I think it is just the HP pool is too great here for Dire. RS doesn't feel like he can comfortably get that full combo off and finish with an execution. Hero does finish up his Ghost Blade, so he's going to be a little bit more mobile around the map, which I think is really good into this GAM comp because they are going to be looking to play the macro game. The faster a Jace can then react to it, the more poke damage, the more input he can have in these team fights.
Yeah, it is just also more straight up damage. They have clearly built themselves a poke comp, and their engage is just Silas stealing an ultimate. Which is perfectly fine, of course.
Probably that one.
Yeah, that one or Leona. Leona might even be better sometimes. You can actually hit Artemis.
Or the lane gank from Levi.
Oh my god, playing around that vision is crazy.
Hero, though, knows full well that he will likely be a target of any sort of jungle shenanigans. Like, he just knows. That tickling in the back of his brain tells him that there is something coming his way, and it is not a great time. Hesto there to match as well. Chemtech, I mean, all this work progress for Team Secret. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, get confirmation.
Revealed. So, revealed for what? They're still losing the trade. Still very well. Could be a chunk of damage onto this tower. It's not going to be, and down the river does come Eddie. Still, not anything really coming from that.
Again, yeah, just still more and more posturing. Herald is going to be alive and well, but there's just both teams. Well, actually, not necessarily Team Secret. GAM is just so intent on forcing a fight somewhere to get themselves an advantage, and Team Secret are almost fully prioritized around denying that opportunity to them.
Yeah. I'm so shocked with how low action these games have been. This the wherewithal to just be reserved.
Yeah, it's almost the polar opposite of what we've come to expect from VCS after last split, which was just fight at the start, keep fighting until the end.
Oh, if Kaya doesn't back here, he's got himself a really good matchup into the Silas. And it's not likely that a repeat gank is expected here. And you see Dyer going aggressively, certainly didn't expect himself. The stun comes through, but what a save from Taki in the turnaround attempt is here. Dyer flashes the wall. Kaya trying to find any way out of this situation. Elio makes it there. The solar flare does land onto both of them, and in he goes, but there's no follow-up. Elio has just committed his life for nothing. It's 2 kills, going to go over to the side of Team Secret Wales off the back of a fantastic save from Taki.
And again, that comes down to GAM feel like they want to force a fight to take the advantage that way. That was never going to be the case into a poke comp. Yes, they were going to have to be the ones to force the issue because Team Secret were never going to be looking for it. And a defensive bullet time there to clear the wave does keep the tower alive, but only for a couple of seconds longer.
Yeah. Meanwhile, top, Hero going to flash away, but he might just be dead anyway. Can he find some way out? Absolutely not. Shut down into the hands of RS. And you found signs of life yet again. Kaya once again fighting Dyer down the bot side. The Yorick ultimate's there, but not for Yorick. It's going to be Silas using that Maiden. Has one of his own. Kaya, unfortunately, without his, won't be able to trade back, but still a sizable chunk of damage dealt. It is the tower picked up, however, for Dyer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Yorick Sejuani. Yes, they've got kill threat, but as soon as Taki turns around and starts getting involved, they completely lose all of it, especially with Guy taking so much damage the way that he has. They get the stun off as well. Elio, I mean, is not going to add anything when Kia's already dead. The one boon is he does allow Levi to back himself out of danger, keeps the jungler alive to carry on. It's a support at the end of the day. Elio's not losing out on anything. The big problem being that it hands more gold over to Dyer, which is not where you wanted if you were this GAM roster.
Yeah, well, that's another tower going down. Dyer with the Maiden in his back pocket, making use of it. Still, GAM down but not out. 3k gold disadvantage, but still Ares is very strong. He's down in gold actually now on Dyer, despite how this game started. Ironically,
it's
the side of the map that GAM got the solo queue, the part of the map that GAM got a solo kill on is down. And much the same, at least for a second there, was the side of the map that Team Secret got a solo kill in.
Yeah. It's very odd. You got the team that kind of needed the jungler to snowball, who is now actually doing that, compared to the team that was just looking to snowball as a whole, really falling off because they keep trying to force the issue and get punished for it.
Artemis narrowly avoids what could have been potential disaster if Eddie did connect with that Mystic shot.
I mean, the big saving grace is Artemis is actually starting to, he's hitting his items, he's keeping that farm up as well, just waiting for the opportunity to layer all those ultimates and get the perfect bullet time off, because again, it's such a devastating combo that GAM have available to them. If they find that timing, they are well back in charge of this game. Artican up, it's voracious as well, and we've seen how make or break that voracious Artican can be in blowing a game up. And yeah, Team Secret just handed Soul Point, no contest whatsoever. Again, purely because it feels like GAM is so focused on just forcing the issue.
Yeah, now, Taki might be called out here. He doesn't really have backup, but GAM playing a little bit more reserved, possibly learning from their mistakes before, not going to push the issue. And I mean, as much as we've seen the Yorick, even in the game it won, it really hasn't felt that great.
I mean, the game that it won hard. Because it just was allowed to play.
Team won
the
thing.
That's what allowed him to play the side lanes, and he just has not had that same luxury.
Again, a single time.
It has just been someone has consistently been on him, babysitting him, making sure that he doesn't run amok on the Rift, and as a result, he's been very muted. I think it will require a specific comp to it, and to be fair, the comp does kind of suit that. The 4-man stack of the Sejuani, the Akali, the Misfortune, and the Leona does quite well. If they can layer everything, that's a pretty easy mop-up, even in a 4 versus 5, and allows Ki to effectively rotate around the map. But even the threat of it alone should be enough to potentially dissuade a fight, which is exactly, I think, what GAM's game plan was. Unfortunately, it was into a VCS team who says, who cares, we'll fight anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I've just been left wanting a little bit from this Yorick. Even in the game it won, it didn't feel like Yorick won that game. It was just turning up to fight because the team was so strong. He was able to choose what he wanted to do. Artemis being looked at here as Eddie goes aggressive on the play. Artemis dipping, diving, dodging absolutely everything, but in comes the rest of the boys. Backup is always there. And unfortunately for Artemis, he loses barrier, he loses ult, and doesn't find anything off the back.
And if he survives, I think is the main thing. He was the one initiated on, so he avoids going down. Both ADCs have hit their 2 items, the difference being that on top of that, Eddie has finished his boots and his items just offer that little bit more in terms of that activation, paired with the combo and the comp that, the kit that he has. And you can see GAM is still looking to initiate something here, even though they're in a position where they're definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, it's not easy really for them to play. Looking aggressively this time onto Dyer, it seems. He will have the mobility available to himself from the Akali ultimate if he so chose to take it. But he won't for now. Almost certain to... Not even taking the Sejuani ult is interesting.
I mean, just say, Leona is easily the better choice. And if he wants to play aggressive, it's going to be the Akali. Just so much. There we go.
Takes it, throws it at the Sejuani. Not going to find a whole lot off the back of it. Shuriken lands from Ares, but certainly not going to be confident enough to take that one into the waiting arms of Taki and his toe.
Yeah, I mean, smart call. And to be fair, I think it speaks to, again, we talk about how teams have leveled up coming into Split 2, and what we're seeing out of VCS teams is they aren't as willing to just all-in commit. They go for the ball. GAM a little bit more so, I think, than the ones that we've seen so far. But Team Secret, oh boy.
Oh, and Artemis just gets taken completely by surprise by Taki and Eddie, and down will also go Elio. Unfortunately, things go from bad to worse here for GAM, as they are going to lose this Artican eventually. They're now down 4k gold. They're not really finding anything on the map. Kratos, he's trying to find something. He's looking for this mid tower. Maybe they're able to get it. That could be a reasonable amount of gold, but no, even Heroes did answer that.
I mean, the crazy thing is, so Kiaya teleports up. Hero was on his way to match him down in the bot lane, anticipating Kiaya looking to force some of those objectives. And it's not phenomenally fast for Aces Odegan, but it's still good enough. Again, we're still hitting these bizarre strides. It's a very odd game in terms of the pacing. Taki very, very deep. Artemis runs straight over a ward. And again, this feels like what is happening is GAM feel like they need to be the ones to dictate the momentum shift. And as a result, Artemis is leading the charge when it should be Elio in front of him, giving him that space, clearing vision, and he just runs straight across a ward. Team Secret knew exactly what was going on. And in this matchup, it seems that we are seeing is GAM is actually the team that has not stepped up their play. They're still playing much the same League of Legends they were in Split 1. Team Secret have definitely improved the way that they're playing. It was just a poor draft that really set them back in Game 1.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now Baron spawning, 6 seconds, 20 seconds until Dragon Soul. It's a Chemtech Soul, so not the biggest issue, but certainly champs like Akali don't like dealing with that. We'll see what sort of defense can be mounted by GAM. It's a massive trade between these two mid laners, of course. Dai is always going to be winning because even if he loses, he's just withdrawn. And Ares, he flashes away, but he may have got the early solo kill. It's not going to mean anything now as Dai now teleports into the fray of things. Maybe it's going to be one early withdrawal. No, the cancel on the bullet time is fantastic out of Taki. Yes, he's withdrawn. Artemis Low is just killed. Dai gets himself a double kill. Maybe even looking for the triple there. It's going to be taken by Hero. Levi and Kiaya with nowhere left to run. They're just trying to scamper, trying to find any way out of the situation. And maybe the box was good enough, but Eddie with the arcane shift finds his way back on. Kiaya trying to dodge away, not able to do so. Yes, he gets away from that one. Actually finds a big change, chunk of damage, and Eddie will eventually get the kill, as will Dyer. It's a clean ace Soul, and it's everything that Team Secret Wales could have ever dreamed of.
Yeah, and again, it sort of answers our question. The difference maker was the draft in Game 1. There's no two ways about it now. Like, Team Secret are playing to the level that we've expected now, seeing the games that we have. They have really ramped things up. They're playing a lot cleaner. They're a lot less willing to just throw away advantages on 50-50 gambles. Whereas GAM, again, I'm not saying they haven't leveled up their play, but it definitely feels like they're playing from a position of desperation.
Even here, Artemis, the second he drops the ult, immediately cancelled. What a prediction from Taki. He got stunned the second he threw that out, and it managed to find the perfect timing.
Even on top of that, Dyer finds the kill top lane, immediately starts channeling to get himself there with the teleport. And I mean, Eddie, Kiaya, yeah, not the Yorick, not the monster that it could be. Chased down by, to be fair, again, a 3-0-3 Israel, who is 1,600 gold ahead of his lane opponent. So he's hit his strides. He's got his Shojins as well. This is peak Israel. Anything on top of this is just icing on the cake.
I'm definitely not convinced by this Yorick champ. It's been cute. I haven't seen it in years, but it really hasn't found all that much impact in any regard, really. It won a game, but its lows have looked significantly worse than its highs have looked good.
The requirement for success for Yorick is it needs a comp where the rest of the team can comfortably 4v5. And unfortunately, well, yes, they do get themselves a tier 2 inner. They lose a tier 2 inner at the cost as well. And from there, the bullet time, again, another bullet time being committed just to keep a tower alive. And Sejuani just dies.
Taken out, Kiaya's taken out. Hero gonna get a double kill. Oh, it's just a disaster. I mean, I hope we get a replay of that. Somehow that happened.
Yeah, that emote's on point for Elio, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting transition in terms of how the year started to how we are now. Seeing a questionable Jace build that is now the stable because this is where he's at. And this is just going to be the end of the game. Team Secret get themselves a couple of kills round the rift and they just look to blow up the base and force the game 3. GAM put themselves, it was definitely a bit of an odd game.
It definitely was. And that's going to be game number 2, picked up. Team Secret Wales, they strike back. We're going to go to our second game number 3 of the night. And what a true turnaround in this series that was from Team Secret Wales. From start to finish, completely dominant in this game number 2. The solo kill, Like, I mean, after watching as
It's
well the
almost
solo
disfigured for a
kill
BCS game.
that happened at level 1, you have to think that Kiaya's not comfortable on the champ in the first place, because that literally looked like I would see in a solo queue game. You know, he just didn't respect level 2 of Jace of all champs, who has 4 abilities instead of just the 2, and just gets walked down.
I mean, the crazy thing is, even for Team Secret, like, they drafted a pick comp that didn't even feel like a pick comp, because every team they found a fight, they were still the ones initiating. They weren't sitting there kiting out the GAM roster. So, yeah, very, very bizarre game, I think, on the whole, in the VCS Civil War. But, again, it definitely feels like GAM is still a little bit stuck in the past compared to what we're seeing out of Team Secret now.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do agree. Looking towards game number 3, though, I think very important that Levi gets himself a carry champ, because obviously, huge target towards him in the draft. The first 3 bans for Team Secret Wales were the 3 junglers, the Nocturne, the Skarner, and the Lilia, taken away immediately. He picks up the Sejuani, a strong jungler, no doubt about it, but unfortunately, certainly not what was needed to get that one across the line. Because while Levi was being proactive, he just didn't have the capability of matching the tempo, the strength of the Nidalee.
I mean, which is even crazy, because it didn't feel like the Nidalee was the be-all and end-all in that game. I felt like Dire definitely had a greater impact on the whole.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, this was it. Like, I mean, Kiaya just overstaying his welcome there, just taking so much. And I mean, you then get the return of this from RS, who just absolutely monsters this, completely guts Dire there, gets himself away scot-free as well. And unfortunately, from there, he didn't really find a heck of a lot more. And with the change to the way champions in the mid lane are itemizing around that Rod of Ages, it is very much harder to play an assassin champion. And here again, Dire definitely felt like the linchpin to me, at least in this game for Team Secret, because he had so many massively impactful moments in the game. You look at the steal, turn around, they just set it up. They find some big picks off the back of it, and they even collapse onto RS. Even when Taki is missing, he's still finding impact in the game.
And this is just another situation where, as I said earlier on in the night, games aren't often won or lost based on the grubs, but the fight that happens around them needlessly. And that was, like, GAM was still perfectly fine in the game until that play that we saw happen. Even here is another one where Dire just picks up a bunch of kills from what should be a bad position, considering he did just get solo killed in his lane.
Yeah, the Rod of Ages is just that powerful on mid laners at the moment, especially on Silas, who, even at the best times, is still a little bit hard to chew through, has a lot of survivability. You give him that extra added health pool, and yeah, Artemis jumping the gun, he just runs straight over a wood. The fact that he's the one leading the charge and not Elio, I think speaks to the state that GAM are in, at least at this stage in the game. And from here, there's dominoes that had fallen by this point. The game was, for the most part, over. Dire had found his stride. He was no longer under threat by the Akali by any stretch of the imagination. We see yet another solo kill, this time return under tier 2 tower as well. He then transitions straight into the team fight. Taki, this again, Glacial Fissure, stun, out of stun, drops the Fissure off and gets the misfortune out of that bullet time. And GAM are just in shambles at this point. They just spent so long trying to force the issue. This is that team, the double kit that you're looking for, Hero. They just fully commit onto him under a tower.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the Jace of old. This isn't tank Jace, who, well, yes, still did crazy damage, but soaked a lot of it. This is damage Jace. This is what he does.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, damage has been done to GAM. It is now 1-1. Once we're back for the final time tonight, we'll have our last best of 3, our 3rd game. See you very shortly.
我们曾经强大，但在最关键时刻却倒下了。
Tụi mình đã đánh giá sai trận đó. Giải đấu này khó hơn tụi mình nghĩ.
応援してくれるペンに報いたい。次は全力で行く。
This wasn't the goal. This was only the first step.
Tụi mình đã làm cho mọi người nghi ngờ LCP và đó chỉ là nó bắt đầu thôi.
やるべきことは分かってる。言い訳はしない。この勝負にかける。Tụi mình đã giáng một đòn chí mạng với team mạnh nhất. Giờ thì tụi mình sẽ hạ gục họ.
从没人看好到谁都不该小看鲁蛇。不，我们是那支势不可挡的队伍。
我们掌握了战局，但却让他溜走。这种事不会再发生了。这一次，我们会牢牢抓住。
あとは結果で証明する。僕たちの本当の力を世界に見せる時が来た。
Cả thế giới sẽ biết tụi mình là ai. Đã đến lúc vươn tầm thế giới.
Tụi mình luôn có niềm tin rằng mình có thực lực. Bây giờ là lúc chúng mình bung hết sức.
勝つために必要なものは全て僕たちの中にある。Đẩy đối thủ tới giới hạn là chưa đủ. Lần này tụi mình sẽ bứt phá vượt qua.
The real battle starts now. It's time to prove you deserve our place.
曾经被看轻的我们，现在是让你们打鼾的存在。
1v1 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. Players are only allowed to pick champions from this draft pool. The ban phase is out. No champions will be banned. Only champions from the draft pool can be selected. Each champion can only be picked once per team throughout the entire regular season. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 1v1 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met, when a player is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy's turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes. The winner is decided by first kill or first turret destroyed. And watch out, the ring of fire closes in fast. Fall to it, and your opponent claims victory.
Shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow.
Welcome back, everybody. Game number 3, the 6th game of the night. GAM up against Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wales this time with the momentum. Will we have a repeat of the first series of the night where one team wins game 1 and then loses the rest of the season?
Well, it's a bold call.
Series, rather.
Well, I mean, we'll have to see. It is a case of both teams have had opportunities to really shine, but they've really then set themselves off on the back foot with the way that the game has gone through both the drafts and the way that they've approached it. GAM just seems so very, very keen to fight. Into the ban phase, Aurora, Poppy, Varus for GAM to start. It is Nocturne, Wukong, and probably a third jungler.
Lilia.
It has to be. Like, we're seeing Levi being targeted out here. To be fair, I don't necessarily... Yeah, Vi. Okay. Which I think is a little bit scarier than Lilia at the moment, even with how Guon played it.
That's true. Yeah, Guon would have arguments about that. Oh boy, man.
He's not... look, unfortunately, this is going to take away from the Oceanic fans. He's not just a Chiefs fan. He's an LCP fan.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a champion. There's a very good champion, a very strong champion.
Yeah.
Gwen.
I mean, it's been banned a couple of times in the top side.
We saw one game of it.
She's very much joined the Holy Trinity in the top side of Ambessa, Rumble. Gwen is the top lane priority picks for the most part. Yorick seems to be climbing there in the LCP, but we're still not sure why. Ambessa is going to be the response for Hero.
Yeah, we'll see how that does into the Gwen. Does feel like it should be relatively okay.
They seem to... I think they sort of fill similar roles, at least to the comp. Gwen is going to be looking to dive onto priority targets and doing damage. Ambessa much the same. I think Ambessa probably does a little bit more in terms of denying those priority targets. To be fair, Gwen blows them up pretty darn quickly anyway.
Yeah.
Victor in the mid lane for Dire, which, again, did see a pretty decent amount of play in Split 1. Definitely not as big a priority, especially with the Rod of Ages changes.
It has to be said that Azir is noticeably missing from these drafts.
Yeah, again, it was a conversation we did have in Split 1. Azir has looked the best on the top 4 teams. The bottom 4 teams did struggle to make it look very clean, and RS and Dire both were not really mid laners that made the Azir look good. And then they shied away from it more than the others.
Yeah, and there's a lot of AP, so RS probably just wanting to play an AD champ now. Yone does stick out as that sort of pick. There's Tristana available still.
Bring the Zed. No, it's an awful matchup, but I mean, look, if it can work at first, and you called it right in the money. If it can work at first stand, surely it can work in other regions. Look, he's not been the be-all and end-all of mid lane for a very, very long time, and I think it was more copium than anything, seeing him played at first stand. Viego get around things out in the first round of the pick phase. Histo in the jungle. Haven't seen it yet this split. Did make plenty of appearances due to the Fearless draft in Split 1.
Yeah, now, bans to come through. We'll see what they opt into. Obviously, the Maokai picked up for the jungle, so no more Levi bans. The Caitlyn realizing this Tristana is 90% of the time going mid. No AD carry picked up for them either. So we are going to start getting down to...
You say that. We've seen more Tristana's bot lane this split than mid lane.
I'm saying Team Secret Wales have
yes.
Yes. So we are going to start scraping sort of these AD carry picks. And yes, GAM can put it down into the bot lane and pick themselves a different mid laner, but I think you're really doing a disservice to your draft having that much ability power. So I would
also banning bot lane is almost forces the Tristana towards the bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's just going mid regardless. Yeah. I mean, there is still chance they're perfectly fine. You've got the Draven that we've seen Eddie play before. There's the Jinx, there's the Zeri. Jinx gone, so still the Zeri, the Draven. Sivir is also a relatively decent champ. I actually consider her a very good champ. Does well against the Ambessa too. Can deny her only entrance onto you.
The Cogmore? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We've been through that. Although it would be interesting to see a world in which Cogmore did make a comeback to competitive play. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But
just doesn't provide enough. He used to be really strong late game. Now he's kind of good at 2 items, but not as good as the other champs that you have.
Oh, I mean, we've already seen the problem with the mobile AD carries, and Cogmore is probably one of the worst in terms of that. The Nautilus banned out with the Alistar by GAM, looking to deny some of those big control supports away from Taki. Although, again, Taki, Elio have both played the mage supports very, very well. Taki made a pretty solid name for himself playing, I think it was Annie and Elise in the support role. Definitely the Elise he played very, very cleanly.
Yeah, I think, was it his Annie? The Annie was crazy.
I can't remember if it was he picked Annie or it was Annie in response to his Elise.
Yeah.
Zaya picked up, potentially even forces GAM into taking the Rakan away to deny that duo to Team Secret.
I mean, it is really good with their team anyway. I mean, Rakan is just good. So, This also means Tristana really doesn't want to go down to the bot lane because Xayah is a champion that deals exceedingly well with the Tristana. So Ashe going to be picked up, and that's a champ that Xayah does not do well into. So
yeah,
a pretty good response now. Kind of missing ultimately from the split so far has Ashe been, and I don't really know why. She's just as strong as she
Because I think it's because of the lack of lane swaps. So Ashe does well when you can lane swap her. You're looking to, as soon as she hits 6, bind her in the mid lane. And it's
I mean, you can still do that. I mean,
yeah.
her early lane is stronger than every other champion in the bottom side of the map. But yeah, this is a really strong lane. I'm not sure what you're picking into it. You can't really go Rakan that comfortably into this, what we're seeing here from the side of GAM. It's going to be very difficult to navigate the early stages of that lane. And, you know, as the game progresses, Renata ultimately one of the strongest scaling supports there are, just because every bit of scaling the other team has, you use against them. But there you go, there's something. Pyke going to add a bit of excitement. Yet another VCS support player trying to hand at Pyke. Can he live up to the expectations set by Xiulong? It's a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, Xiulong set the bar so high with the Pyke that he played. It is definitely become a champion that he's synonymous with. If it is available to him and it suits the comp, he's going to play it, and he's going to play it very, very well. The Renata does a lot to this comp. I think the Rakan would have also done a lot in terms of following up on the Ambassador Viega, but yeah, look, a little bit of aggression. I definitely feel like there isn't that big explosive factor. You just dump damage out of GAM to really blow up one target or another, but they also do a lot to punish that heavy engage. The Renata with the bailout is going to make it very, very hard to be effective as a Pyke.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both teams have pretty decent drafts, but just very different ideas on how they want to play. There is sort of the ambassador that wants to dive on someone and take them out, and Pyke will do well at doing that as well. Not really much else on the comp looking to do that so much. The Xayah likes to peel back, likes to run back and have people, you know, running through her feathers. Not as easy to accomplish when you're going forward, and Ashe pretty good at denying forward momentum, as is the Renata. I think there's just a weird identity.
Yeah,
from
Xayah
Team
definitely
Secret.
feels like the outsider in this comp.
Yeah. I think GAM's comp pretty much does what you'd want it to. You know, they're pretty happy doing a 1-3-1 setup where Ashe and Renata are just staying safe in the mid lane. You've got Gwen on a side lane, Tristan on a side lane. I think Void Grub's stocks are at an all-time high in this game. Still not really, in my mind, worth giving over a lot of dragons early. We've seen that become a problem for lots of teams, lots of times. And at some point, something has to budge.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back at it.
He's on. He's trying. Honestly, this is the hype man that the LCP has needed. I mean, having a crowd has just been so cool. Seeing all these fans coming in to support the region that we've definitely loved for a long time.
Yeah.
And just seeing the fans, the crowds getting behind it, and it only gets bigger and better from here on out.
I can't believe Mr. Steak's still going. If I had half the energy that man had, I would be so productive.
Energy's great and all, but without direction, it can be a bit tough. I mean, in this comp, Team Secret struggle to play comfortably in those confined spaces with the Renata online. That's always going to be the case. And I think if they can blow the Renata up immediately, which, to be fair, their comp is very, very capable of doing, it does remove one of the big hurdles for Team Secret to find success here. But, look, positioning-wise, always been the biggest issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is not going to be a very pleasant early game. You land the hook. What is it for? You're going to now lose the trade. Ashe.
Yeah. Again, the Xayah Pyke bot lane definitely feels out of place.
I think the Xayah just ultimately feels pretty out of place this game.
Yeah.
I mean, Victor as well does like kiting back, and so does the Viego. They're both perfectly fine at kiting back, but then you just have an Ambassador and a Pyke. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I'm sold on the identity, really, of Team Secret's team composition. I think the standalone champs, yeah, perfectly fine, but
yeah, the spiral potential is a little bit concerning. I mean, a Gwen, Tristana, Ashe snowball is a terrifying prospect. The one problem being the majority of the front line comes out of Levi and the Maokai. Gwen, yes, does offer some of that, but her biggest priority is always going to be damage output, less surviving.
we'll see. Definitely an easier game to play than their game 1 was, and they still did that.
To be fair, they're not even comparable with how rough that draft was. And solo kill again.
Okay, well, I guess we have somewhat of an answer as to how Gwen does into Mbessa. I didn't really expect it to be a solo kill this early on.
We've had a solo kill top lane in at least 50% of our games so far this split, I think.
In the whole split?
Close to.
Wow. I know we've had 3
We definitely
today.
had 3. And we had 1 yesterday. So yeah, that... Okay, maybe not quite, because yeah, no, not quite. It'd be near enough.
Damn. Yeah, just walks at her and snips her up.
We've had like 3 solo kills in the top lane, which is not a lot, but it's still crazy that it's happened 3 times.
Yeah, I mean today alone.
Yeah. 4 technically, so with yesterday's shenanigans. It's odd that it keeps happening in a lane which you would, for the most part, consider just sort of a safe haven for most.
Flash forward, what a play. But can they get it before the reset comes through? Yes, they absolutely can. I mean, just a fantastic punish. We'll have to find out why Flash was used by Artemis, because he was missing Flash from that play, so Taki punishes him well. And is going to be able to freeze this minion wave too, so things from bad to worse now on the bot side for GAM.
Hooked into the turret range is my call.
Yeah, I mean, they would have had to have played over-aggressive, I do believe.
Because barrier was used first, and then Flash. So I reckon...
No, barrier is just a shorter cooldown.
Oh, true, yeah. So, I mean, regardless, the fact that Flash was used... Oh, boy. And more... Oh, okay. Kia might be in trouble.
Has Flash, but yeah, his toe got the inside track to the tower. I mean, Kia still might be able to make it out. Oh, he does. He dodges away from the snare. Really well played.
Yeah.
Fortunately, his jungler's Maokai not going to be able to punish. We'll have a look. Okay, so...
It was just low anyway.
This is just what we saw, so we don't get to find out about the Flash, I don't believe. Yeah, we don't get to see what happened with the Flash. We already saw this part. Interesting. I mean, I do think it would have been something like he's gone too far under the tower or something along those lines, because this should not be a lane that's losing.
Because, I mean, yeah, realistically, because you were... Would have been about 80% HP the last time we saw it. How do you then end up down at 30% without having taken at least 1 tower shot? Seems odd otherwise.
Yeah. Anyway, 1-1, that does just even up the score, and Kia manages to navigate a gank. Does lose his flash for it, but importantly does not give over any of that gold, any of that pressure around the lane, and is going to be completely fine up there. Hits level 6 before hero, so see if you can find an angle, possibly. Ward going on to those Void Grubs means as Levi goes up there to start them off, will be known. However, the answer is there for his toe, who can just start up this dragon.
Yeah, again, another game where it's just going to be a lot of posturing around the map for the most part. It's going to be a learning curve. Have GAM learnt that lesson, and that they shouldn't be as hungry for fights as they have been in this series? Because realistically, if they don't play the way they did in the game 2, heck, if they did even play the way they did in the game 1, just 3 minutes posturing around the top red side, that could have been a lot quicker of a game. Game 2, they probably wouldn't have been in as bad a spot as they were. It's going to be a straight trade across the map. GAM take the Grubs, Team Secret take the Drake, Hex Tech next. So again, in terms of what is available after that fact around the Soul, there are a couple that would definitely work for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, always gonna ideally get the Cloud Soul from this position, but you know, the Ocean Soul, you never scoff at that. Mountain as well always adds just that extra effectiveness in those team fights. Kia having a very good time for himself up here. Up CS, has that kill. This is now the weak side of the map though, as his toe is in this area. Even looking aggressively, I think Kia wise to the potential. Artemis getting very aggressive. He doesn't have flash, he does have barrier. In comes the Feather Storm, the Blade Caller as well. That's going to be barrier now going down, and Eddie about as close to out of mana as you can imagine. Taki, keep an eye on his levels. If he does hit level 6, you can expect some aggression.
If League of Legends regions, sub-regions were a movie, the VCS has to be Fight Club. I'm sorry. Like, it is just a bare-knuckle brawl across the roof. What, we're cutting to teams and players who have just got minimal HP, because while there's been action going on, there's more action going on.
Yeah, and they've all very well playing it to the upper limits, where everyone's living on small amounts of HP. Level 6 for both Artemis and Elio clipped at the same time. Top lane, not a whole lot happening. Oh, this could be really bad. Ult available, but not going to pull the trigger on it.
I don't think there was quite enough mana potentially.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no reason why the Enchanted Crystal Arrow shouldn't have just outright spelled death for Taki there.
Yeah, I mean, Eddie going to be the benefactor of that, though, as another wave will crash in, and it's going to be missed for the most part by Artemis, as well as Elio. So Eddie certainly going to be getting to his items and getting to his levels quicker than Artemis for the most part. Of course, assisted by the kill.
Going to be lane swap coming in through up on the top side, but it is going to be a bit of a mismatch. So GAM will return to the standard lanes where Team Secret, Sen, Desire, top side, Taki. He's likely going to be off on his own adventures, looking to hit 6, and he's very, very close. There we go. 6 online. The execute threat now a real possibility. Just looking to clear out some vision. And to be fair, they've got a great comp. Oh, boy.
Histo going to lose his ult. And that's a lot of pressure now off the map. I mean, it just always feels like we're just teeter-tottering on the edge of a really explosive play. And I think, honestly, both teams have probably learned from the last 2 games that if you pull the trigger at just the wrong time, the game kind of explodes on the spot. That's what happened in Game 1 in favor of GAM and Game 2 in favor of Team Secret Wales. Hero now got to try and find some way of navigating this. He's just stunned up. Unfortunately, the handshake does go wide there from Elio. The redive potential certainly available. He's healing up pretty well, though, with this potion, and the runes available to himself. Stunned up. Artemis should be able to pick this up, but the shielding's there. Oh, disaster once again. GAM overplay their hand. It's a double kill. Make that a triple. And Team Secret Wales capitalize on some huge errors out of GAM.
What are we on now? Mbessa top lane into Tower Dives. I think she's... Well, Tower Dive's at least like 0-3 or something at this point. Ridiculous. How many times is it going to take teams to learn that Mbessa probably not the champion you want to be Tower Diving? Picture in picture, more fighting on the top side. It's just, how many times is it Mbessa going to be allowed to live on a Tower Dive before teams figure out that actually we need something a little bit better to deal with? I mean, you look at how much took just everything was dropped on her face, and it still didn't matter.
And then, I mean, it's just disaster after disaster. I'm not sure.
There's not much more you can add then. Yeah, okay, Elio's dead
again. Unfortunately, come back to live. It's starting to feel like here in game number 3, it's Kaya or bust.
Yeah.
Kaya still very much strong, even though the kill did go over to kill and an assist to Mbessa. Is trailing in terms of that gold. There's a 20 CS lead in favor of the Gwen. Gwen's certainly a champ that can carry. Really good Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and this might be one fantastic way back. The benefit of having an Ashe. Dire, he flashes away.
Don't do it. Don't do it. There we go, okay.
You wish you didn't have to flash, but you are glad the gold goes over to Tristana. So now we have 2 avenues in. The Tristana gets a kill. Artemis with a fantastic Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It means now at least another member of the side of GAM can be thought of as strong. Of course, no stronger than
it was
his
just
counterpart.
complete and utter disrespect from Elio at the map threat. And Levi's dead.
Yeah, and Levi much the same here, unfortunately. Side of GAM going to be slowed up by this Hextech Dragon. Stunned up is Ares. He's not going to have a way out. Remember, he did just use the flash. And wait a second, I think maybe Hero getting a little bit too fancy there with his abilities. Could have just auto-attacked and got the kill, but unfortunately for him, Ares able to get that reset off, able to get that rocket jump out, and now it's Artemis that's under pressure under his tower. Does a good job of getting away from his toe at least. Dodges out of the bone skewer, but Eddie, who does have flash, does have Featherstorm available to himself, looking aggressively. Teleport coming down. This is going to be Ares once again returning to the fray. Going to find Taki, going to have the rocket jump available. He's going to have the kill. That's going to be a reset as long as he finds one auto attack, and he hasn't been able to do so. Oh boy, it's an absolute disaster. What an absolute play from Taki, sitting in the bush, gets the sweeper
was a
going,
steal.
and you can't see in it.
Hextech was stolen there.
By
Levi.
Oh, I can't keep up.
Oh dear. It's like, hold on, no. Team Secret's jungler is Viego, not Maokai. Although, you know...
Sometimes he's Maokai.
No, okay. No, there definitely was a steal.
It was.
Yeah. Because obviously Viego can become Maokai.
Yeah.
But
it was Maokai.
Because he did die, but it was a lot earlier than that. And picture, crazy VCS shenanigans.
I mean, what a play from Taki. He has the sweeper going, so there's no way for RS to actually get the kill. And wisely, he decides to start trying to DPS down. Oh, no. Oh,
70 HP.
What a heist.
I knew, I knew it was stolen through a sapling. I didn't realize it was stolen that way with a sapling. That's criminal.
Yeah, I mean, 2 to 8, though, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to slow down the pace of the game, it feels. Unless Kaya could truly come to his own. He does now have the Rift Maker, so he is certainly a point of strength. However, he's steering down the barrel of many points of strength.
There still has to be, arguably, an avenue where RS could bring this back. I mean, you've got the setup with an Ashe, you've got a Tristana. To be fair, Ashe Tristana can rip and tear through the majority of this team pretty quickly if they take it later. Unfortunately, the lacking factor is that all of their front line is on the Maokai, and Elio is about to be caught again.
Oh, what a dodge. What a dodge. I thought for sure he was going to go down, manages to narrowly avoid the Blade Caller, doesn't get snared, is able to get away from what could have very rarely been his fourth death.
Yeah, I mean, his second and third, though, were off respawn. So he dies at Grub Pit. He then goes bot lane, dies again around the Dragon Pit. Like, that wasn't. I didn't really get the chance to touch on it because it happened so quickly. But
oh, he's been spotted. There's literally just a ward in that bush.
Vision is crazy. Yeah, he's something in his lizard brain tickles, and they know that full well he's been spotted. The game is up. The jig is up. There is no surprise attack in his future. Eddie.
I think good, though, that Levi is playing towards Kaya because, again, he is the point of strength on the map. And if there was a way to bridge the gap to try and get back into this game where it's going to probably be through Kaya unless we can land some more miraculous cross-map Enchanted Crystal Arrows. 1 for 1 at the moment. You know, it's a good start, but many more of those are required to equal up this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a good hostile takeover either at the moment from Elio. He just hasn't been in position to execute it. Because you look at the way that Team Secret are going to be playing these team fights, they are, for the most part, going to be pretty stacked up. It is going to be Viego and Mbessa pretty much on top of each other in the front lines. A good hostile takeover onto those two could really just throw off the momentum of Team Secret's team fight. And Elio and Levi have been spotted again. And there is a real chance they could be pinched in on here.
Oh my god, it's time. I've seen this one before.
No, my.
Right roll.
Oh, boy.
Arez. Oh, he gets hit, but the rocket jump's good. He does have the bailout. It's not going to connect. Really good hostile takeover. It's going to deny any more play there, and Arez does get away. I mean, murder. He just got away with down that bot side. I'm really not liking these dive attempts onto the Ambassador. It just doesn't work. It just really does not work. It's happened so many times between last split and this one.
How many times are we going to have to teach you this lesson, old man? It just doesn't work. Oh, no.
Hook connects. Elio this time will not have access to the hostile takeover. Does have flash, however. Histo looking for Artemis, but nice sidestep there. And Kaya finds a solo kill onto Dire's Victor in the mid lane as well. Artemis, maybe a bit of a confidence boost coming through from that solo kill, walking forward, looking for damage. But you don't need to. Kaya's going to bust open this top side, and that really is a good sign for GAM. He's going to get the tower as well. That'll be the first of the game. And I mean, I imagine it's just clean as can be. Throws out a needlework, I imagine.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're just not winning this.
Yeah,
unfortunately, you're Victor.
Just too overconfident, and probably one of the best targets for Kaya to take in the 1v1 straight up. Was always going to be the Victor. Yeah, Victor's strong, but he's also not a champion that's going to be wanting to man fight 1v1.
That's 2 towers.
Yeah, big opening there for GAM.
Oh, Wind's dead.
Yeah, okay. Missed that.
Yeah, I think that might have happened in the
I think
replay.
that might have been Hero.
I have no idea. I have no clue. I have absolutely no clue. I don't.
I would say Hero, Hero and Histo were the ones that pulled that off there.
We'll probably get a replay, I imagine. In any case.
Again, we continue to have this very bizarre series. We go from a game where the draft was really poor and Team Secret struggled to a game that was very disjointed and neither team really was just in the thick of it, to a game where there's just so much going on that we physically cannot keep up because there is action happening off camera while action is happening on camera.
Yeah. And the action on camera right now is Team Secret Wales getting themselves their second dragon of the game. Now 2-1 in favor of them. Of course, they did get the Noxian Blessings earlier.
Oh no, not again.
Oh my god, we're going for it. Round 3.
0-2.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me for the 3rd time. And if you include Investor as a champion as a whole, the 13th time. But we do not.
Or to quote one of the presidents, you ain't gonna fool me again.
All right. I mean, ultimately, the play for GAM here should just be to wait for Kaya to get pressure on the side lane, and then you can look to do things. Has the teleport available, can rejoin the team. Hero doesn't have that luxury, neither does Dire. Dire will have it very shortly, however. In the meanwhile, though, Artemis really can't afford to be taking chunks. It is just going to be very difficult to play the 4v4 without the person on your team who is the strongest. Aris finds a good chunk of damage here onto Taki, who will heal it up. Bit of a broken passive, although... No, okay, that's all he gets.
He's still regenerating quite nicely for the most part. And Dire, yeah, once bitten, twice shy. He's sort of happy to sit back, wait for the wave to come to him just in case Kiai is around that side map. And Kiai is on the bot side at the moment. 9-3 as we hit that 20-minute mark. The Ruinous Artican is going to be spawning up as well. We're a good 3 and a bit minutes away from any other objective being there. Team Secret not really in a position where they can just outright take the Artican. But we've seen so far already just one really poorly positioned fight for GAM is going to open that up for them pretty widely. To be fair, that is probably the prime position for GAM to really take any agency back in this game off the back of potentially hostile takeover. Oh, wards. Wards for days. They know. He knows.
Oh my god, it's time.
Why are you doing it? Why? What are you doing, Aris? They know.
Yeah, not much coming from that. They are going to lose their mid tower, but that was a given considering they already picked up the Rift Herald. No real way to defend that. Hopefully don't lose another one if you are a GAM fan, and they're not going to. Rather, taking pressure around the map, getting some vision down, and now it's going to be Levi coming through with that sweeper, trying to deny the vision that was established. There's the Rod of Ages procking. Die now level 14.
All right game, given that he's died twice. One of them being a solo to the Gwent. He's hitting his stride where he needs to. He's got those items under the belt. Leandro's Rod of Ages, he's going to be hitting reasonably hard. Taki, he looks like he's a prime target, but it's a pike. He's not really.
Yeah, pretty hard to lock down that chap. Though Mako does well at it, you probably end up in the middle of 5 members of Team Secret Wales real quickly.
Again, the classic VCS fight posturing. GAM are really struggling at the vision game. So many times they've thought they've had an advantage.
It's the Umbral.
Yeah.
That item is so impossible to deal with.
Yeah.
And it used to be even more powerful. They had to nerf that thing and it's still broken.
It's also the fact that he's not clearing a lot of vision. I mean, look at the vision score between Histo and Levi. 15 for Levi compared to the 35 for Histo. They've just been doing such a every single lane, bar mid, I believe, has been, yeah, it's Team Secret controlling the vision game.
Yeah, it tends to happen when you are the team with priority in general. Now, again, Kaya getting strong, has the Nashes online now, so certainly a threat. However, as I said earlier, there is just 5 threats looking the other way towards him. Ari is admittedly doing a great job of keeping himself strong.
Yeah, definitely has managed to stem the bleeding. Dies once early on, but has then avoided it, just kept farming. He's only 400 gold behind Die, which I mean says a lot, given the current state of the game and how things have been for GAM, at least. They've definitely learned a little bit from the last game, at least, in that if they keep forcing the issue, yes, there is going to be a breaking point, but more likely than not, they are going to be that point of breaking. So they tone it down a little bit. Yes, they're still looking for fights, but they're not overcommitting for fights. And Elio, again, it is the umpteenth time he's been caught. He still gets away.
Yeah, a little scary to truly commit to that. Now, they are aware of Hero's position, the bird coming through. They'll see the Artican has been started up, and that should signal them to look aggressively. Elio's going to get stunned up here by Dyer in the gravitational field. Levi's going to try and find some way in. It's a good Ash arrow, lands onto Hero. Hero's getting chunked down pretty low. The public execution goes completely the wrong direction. And that's the ruinous Artican. That's a kill. Rocket jump from Ares forward once again. The needlework lands onto Dyer. He has flash available to himself, and he might just have to commit it. But it's going to be chased. He's going to be coming down, and that should just be Kiaya being able to mop up this Victor. The handshake connects as well onto Eddie. What a flash. He tries to find something back, as Taki does as well, but he's slowed up. Ares with the flash, but it's matched, and Taki will be able to find his way out of this fight. It is, however, going to be the second dragon of the game for GAM, and the team fight win.
Shambolic in the end, and again, GAM go from overcommitting, overforcing.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that was ever working.
Yeah, no. But like I was saying, GAM go from overcommitting, overforcing in game 2 to just biding, waiting, and they do it to perfection. The Artican was such an overcommitment here from Secret.
Hero's ult just goes backwards.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he was forced onto, and there wasn't really much of a better target there. He's trying to get himself out, but that is not how the ultimate works. I mean, potentially something onto Elio, but realistically, there was not much better to do in that situation. Team Secret overstayed their welcome at this point. They should have just vacated the area.
And Dyer got so greedy here as well, holding the flash until Maokai's already on the way.
And he splits the difference for the rest of the team. Like the handshake onto Eddie. Tries to flash over, will get the finish. Taki drops the ult, both greeting onto the kill. At least Taki gets away here, but it's not really the champion of the two. That situation that you would have wanted to get away. It's not the door kicked in for GAM, but at least the door is now open for them potentially making an entrance back in.
Yeah, I mean, once we're back, take stock of the gold leads. Look at the top lane. That's an entire item essentially ahead now, is Kiaya, but he's not at this fight yet. He's teleporting in. Levi super low, as is Taki. Where is this Gwen? In she comes. Kiaya is there. Hero has to flash away, but Ares has the match. The public execution's great, though, and Kiaya's trying to answer back, but maybe he's bitten off more than he can chew, and he's going to have to dodge straight back to his team. Down goes Ares. Great answer from Hero. Gets out narrowly by the skin of his teeth, and now no teleport available for this Gwen, and Hitsto is hunting. Has to be careful, though. This isn't necessarily over. No ultimates really available here for the side of Team Secret Wales. Taki will not connect there on the hook. Levi is super low. Histo getting low because of the Baron. It's going to be hard to find a way in ultimately here. Although the hostile takeover might just do it! And that smite was dreadful! The worst smite I've seen in a long time. Levi moonwalks into the pit, hits the D button, and walks away with murder.
How many times are you going to overcommit to an objective that could potentially make a break? I said, that was not GAM kicking the door open. That was them making sure that they could at least step inside without getting their teeth kicked in. And then, I don't know, they find one pick onto Artemis, they overcommit, and then suddenly Team Secret think that oh, look, we've taken Onus, we've taken the Tristana off the board, and then hostile takeover comes in over the wall, completely disrupts things. Levi walks in as the Berserk lands onto his toe. The smite wasn't even available to him.
No, he used it. He used it while it was at 2,500 HP.
Yeah.
And then there was just nothing left to secure the Baron. I think maybe he thought he was about to die, but he didn't. And unfortunately, it just meant that Levi was able to get a freebie for himself, and in comes Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It lands, and it lands well. It's onto Dyer. In comes everything. They're not really that strong that you'd think they should be able to look for the dive. And in fact, unfortunately for them, Ares might just be going down. The redemption keeps him up very narrowly. Playing on a knife's edge once again is this GAM roster. Down 5 kills, up 2k gold, and we're down a lot more than that earlier on in this game.
This entire series is baffling to comprehend at times.
It's hard to take stock of what's truly happened over the last 3 games.
It really is. What a story though it makes. Oh, VCS never changed. It's such an interesting region to watch, even at its worst, when things are just completely chaotic and you're barely keeping up with what's going on. Kiaya, the saving grace. You called it. He was the make or break for this team. He was the pressure point onto Team Secret that needed to keep that up, and he does that phenomenally. He's now such a threat. He's 3 items deep, and he's working towards a 4th, slowly but surely. And he's just such a damage threat that they don't have an answer for.
Yeah, 3 items now online for Eddie, though. That Infinity Edge buffing the damage that Xayah does significantly. We'll see if he can have a team fight where he's actually able to play. Again, it just feels like their team comp doesn't operate all the same. They sort of have a couple champs that want to dive on in, and then, you know, their carries ultimately want to be kiting back.
Yeah, a game plan, but one that hasn't been phenomenally executed. GAM, by rights, early on in this game should have been shut out, but opportunities present themselves. Team Secret have overcommitted now to 2 objectives that have cost them very, very dearly.
This could be problematic. Teleport coming out of RS, and he is going to be able to get on out. In fact, he's going to come and join his top laner down the bot lane. Yeah, I'm going to say I'm kind of sick of this Heartsteel item. It just never gets any good stacks. It's at 60. We're 28 minutes in. This dragon's going to go down. It's the 3rd. That's Soul Point, but in comes Nature's Grasp. In comes the ult, and that lands straight onto Eddie. He's got the cleanse, though. He's able to get himself out. Kiaya still hunting down the bot side. He's using the Feather Storm. Levi finds his way onto his toe, and that is a complete and utter one-shot. Hero meeting much the same fate to Kiaya down on the bottom side. Feather Storm going to be used there by Eddie. Gets himself out, but unfortunately, it's 3v5 now. Yes, you got the Soul Point. It gives you an avenue back into this game. In 5 more minutes, if you get that Cloud Soul, you're a shoo-in to be able to take it.
Yeah, I just don't know if they've got the longevity there. This double ADC comp is just chewing through everything. Tristana and Ashe probably 2 of the fastest in terms of taking objectives and structures alike.
And Gwen.
Yeah, and Gwen on top of it as well. It feels like, again, a bit of a disconnect for Team Secret. To be fair, the comp wasn't the worst, but it definitely needed to have achieved a lot more earlier on.
Yeah. Still, I mean, there is scaling there. It's not like the game's over, but from the position they were in, where they're up something 3-4k gold, to unfortunately making some massive throws time and time again. Solo dying up in the top lane, Dire against Kiaya was a big one, taking away a lot of tempo, giving Kiaya more gold, more freedom.
Giving over Arakan.
Yeah.
Giving over Baron.
Yeah, the steals on both of those objectives, the fights that also came there and after. Everything's just been GAM's way since about the 25-minute mark.
And served on a silver platter as well at that. In terms of objectives, yeah, we haven't got a heck of a lot coming up anytime soon, and it's just going to be out setting wave priority. GAM, yes, in theory, could end here, but it's not a clean one. Yeah, you want the guaranteed thing. You don't want to be throwing away anything on a gamble at this stage in the game, given you are about to take this series and your first series of the split, which is going to be a huge boon for either of these 2 teams.
Yeah, it just makes the rest of the split. It gives you that one extra game where you could drop later on, especially when ultimately these 2 teams have been so hotly contested, even in this series, even in the past. Kiaya going aggressive once more. He's been looked at by 3, maybe even 4 people, but puts down the Shroud, jumps back over, and it feels completely fine. Now, getting this mid-wave priority, it's going to be pretty difficult, ultimately, for Team Secret Wales to find a way into that Baron pit. In fact, Hero might have unfortunately pulled the trigger a bit too fast, and he is just going to be completely annihilated. Rocket jumps there. Histo as well, having to jump away. That's his ultimate gone. Eddie trying to find some way to play the fight. Does have to use that Feather Storm and will use it to get himself back to safety. 4v5, though, and GAM maybe not even needing the Baron now.
Yeah, it's GAM.
A misstep from Hero.
They've just got the tools in the pocket that they need.
China Crystal Arrow is still up.
Yeah.
That is the tool to get this one done across the line. Flash Twisted Advance as well there for Levi. No Feather Storm for Eddie. In comes the Chaos Storm trying to clear out that wave. They're trying to do what they can. Kiaya's in there though. Kiaya's with the fit. Got that snip. Got all the damage in the world. Golden does go Dire. Back to the Fountain does go Histo. And back to regular scheduled programming for GAM. You come in, you expect them to win, you expect them to be dominant from split 1, but here, at least in the second split, in the mid-season, they do pick up their first series. They do pick up game number 3, and they are now topping the scoreboard alongside some other familiar foes.
It seems that Lightning strikes twice. It was not a fluke in the playoffs. They definitely are the better of the two teams. That is inarguable. Look, yeah, it definitely feels like GAM aren't quite on the same page as everyone else, but again, it's that BCS nature that they are somehow the best region in this competition, just not consistently so. They have the highest of heights, but it is definitely an interesting looking graph along the way.
Yep, as were the gold graphs for the majority of the series, and I think GAM can be pretty happy with how the series went. Ultimately, yes, you've got things to work on. The early games were a bit rough some of the times there. Obviously, game 1 was perfectly fine. There's a problem that they seem to be having where if we just target ban Levi's champs as carry champs, the entire team seems to struggle to navigate the game, the early stages as well especially. And obviously going forward, if that is a reoccurring theme, if you're trying to compete for this MSI spot against the likes of Talon or against the likes of CFO, that's going to have to be something that's fixed quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that is, I think, the biggest opposition to every single VCS team in this competition, bar potentially the Vikings, because I think they've definitely cleaned it up the most, is consistency. Yeah, you can have massive showings like this and pull out your absolute A game, but if you're not consistently putting up that A game where it counts, yeah, you're missing out on that spot 9 times out of 10. Yes, you could come out of nowhere in the playoffs like we saw in the last one. GAM really come in, upset the team that we considered the better at the time, which was Team Secret, but we need to see that consistency step up for a team like GAM. You can't just have individual explosive performances throughout the split. You need to consistently be bringing out those massive showings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we can expect that. As you look through sort of GAM historically, they've always been a bit of a slow burner team, where beginning of the year, they kind of look like a shell of their self from the year before where that world's taken on the big names. And as they progress through each year, they get to the grand finals, they're looking good. They get to worlds, they're taking games, they're taking series against some big global names. And I think we're just seeing sort of the beginnings of what GAM can truly be. Even in this series, you know, game 1 was what you expect GAM to be. Coming into this entire, you know, the LCP as a whole, you expect them to be like that game in, game out. Game 2, very rough. Game 3 started very rough, but they still managed to, you know, keep it together, bring it all back. Kiaya especially, phenomenal game out of him. And here we see some of the highlights at the end. I think some mistakes, you know, Dyer here holding his flash for far too long. Ends up with him getting hit back into his team. It's another kill going over. Fantastic play from Elio. Mechanically finds Eddie. Eddie does his best to turn that one around as well. And then Taki ultimately making it out at the back there too. Player of the match, Levi. I mean, considering the bans he tanked and also how he played after that, I think well-deserved.
Yeah, I mean, he just draws so much in that ban phase that it allows other big picks to come through for the team.
Getting through.
I mean, Kiaya as well has been a standout top laner in this competition. And unfortunately, again, it comes down to consistency. It has been GAM's biggest issue throughout this year. But when they are on like almost no one else in this competition. It is just an entirely different realm of existence that GAM is in when they are hitting their perfect game.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Team Secret Wales, I mean, once again, we head into the split. It's first time for probably most of the players in front of a live audience. It's not going to be an easy thing to deal with and to adjust to. And I think ultimately they can also be pretty happy. There's some mistakes like this, but the game before, Hero did the exact same thing to Kiaya, so, you know, no harm, no foul, really. Highlight plays Taki here, finding the angle, whatever happened before it as well. They're able to take, you know, control of a lane where they never, ever really had a right to. Hero as well here, managing to, you know, thwart this dive and, in fact, turn around, pick himself up 2 kills. I think credit is really due to Team Secret Wales. Yes, unfortunately, they fell just short this game, but any other day, and it could have completely been theirs.
Yeah, all of the identity issues, I think, were draft-related as well.
I think so too.
Looking to come into a competition where the last time these guys played, lane swaps were a very, very impactful part of the game. Now, you're coming into Split 2 where they're no longer an issue at all, because First Stand was the first time that we saw those changes being made. And it was such a VCS thing to do, which was commit to those lane swaps.
Yeah, even that. Taki, what a fantastic...
No, that was such a criminal steal.
But, I mean, both steals were. Both steals absolutely were so illegal.
Who wins, man with sword or a little caddy boy thrown into a pit?
And here, I mean, even this is another big turning point. You know, Dyer, he's stacking up well, he's playing fantastically, takes a trade that ultimately would never result in anything that great for him, and just goes down.
Yeah, again, we've seen teams really rise to step up with the competition here in Split 2, but we've also seen some of those teams fall to some bad habits that they developed in Split 1 and clearly haven't quite got clear of. And yeah, again, overcommitting to an objective here was probably the most egregious of the two. They commit to the outer card, it's so low, and by the time they realize they need to back off, it is far too late, and it is just given freely over. Dyer again getting caught out, just too greedy with the summoners. And Eddie as well gets caught here. They stick around. I mean, yeah, look, you throw an attack here if you can, but not if it's going to cost you your life and trying to escape. And then it gets worse and worse progressively as they do the exact same thing on the Baron. We're not even going to see it because by that stage the game was pretty much over. They just overcommitted time and time again. And Kiaya just, while, yeah, Levi had a phenomenal series, Kiaya really made game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good showing, really. The game 2, pretty dreadful from GAM. Game 1 and 3, rather, pretty good from them, really.
The crazy thing is,
the comeback as well was really promising to see.
If Secret hadn't drafted themselves the way they did in game 1, there was a very real possibility that was just a straight 2-0 series that goes their way.
Very true. But speaking of 2-0 series, there were none tonight. It was first of all DFM up against Chiefs. Chiefs coming out swinging, looking fantastic in game number 1. Unfortunately, DFM do manage to find that reverse sweep, so Chiefs will yet to find their first series win. And in our second series, a back and forward affair, but GAM eventually in that game number 3 do take it out and do claim themselves their first victory here of the LCP mid-season.
The evident factor coming out of week 1 is that everything has stepped up, from drafting to gameplay. Yeah, look, it's not perfect. It was never going to be perfect coming out the gate, but the intensity is building. And this is only the first 2 play days of Split 2, with everything on the line for those teams at both the top and bottom of the leaderboard. It just builds towards a situation where every game suddenly becomes make or break.
Absolutely. And speaking of leaderboards, there we have it on your screen. It's Vikings in sole first position. Because they're the only team that won in a 2-0 fashion, every single other game went the distance. And ultimately, I'm hoping that the leaderboards by the end of the split looks a lot like this in terms of how close all the teams are together.
You're saying you want Talon bottom 3?
No, I'm saying I want them all to be looking close together, because ultimately we came to the end, the top side very close, the bottom side not so much. But I think, you know, the series we had between DFM and Chiefs gives a lot of hope to the ability of these teams to actually compete against some of those top names.
Yeah, the next focus has to be how those translate into other teams. Now, Poltron did make the joke, oh, we'll just go on 2-0 Talon. I think that is, yeah, just as it was a joke. I think he's very aware of the situation he finds himself in as a team. And for Chiefs fans, I think there is nothing but positives to take away from today. Yes, it was a loss, but only because DFM have risen to the challenge of Split 2 as well. There is still so much more to come in terms of the LCP Split 2 as a whole. You cannot call it at this stage in the competition.
Absolutely. And speaking of the competition, next week the first match we'll have will be Chiefs up against Talon, closely followed by, I believe it's SoftBank versus GAM. So pretty exciting matches ultimately. Chiefs started their LCP career up against Talon. That's how they started in their first match in the first split. Now they're going to get it in the second week. They've had the time to warm up. They honestly didn't do too poorly last split against Talon, all things considered. And I think they, as much as you say he was joking, I know for sure he wasn't. I think he truly believes he's going to come in, have the shot for the 2-0, and with how Talon looked in some of those games, with how Talon's draft, there is a very real possibility that Chiefs can come in with the upset. I think I'd be bold to bet a 2-0 in favor of the Chiefs, but they're certainly looking stronger than they were.
I mean, look, it was very evident that DFM very much underestimated them coming into that game. And so for a team like Talon, there is a real possibility that same mistake could be made. And with how they were playing, I think they definitely need to incorporate Bio into that top lane as well, because Zoranus, yes, plays the range very well, but it's that X factor that Bio adds in terms of the bruises, in terms of the tanks, that fills out so many more drafts.
Yeah. Absolutely, but what an absolute night of games. 6 games we had, and what a great 6 games it was. Thank you so much once again for joining us here in week number 1 of the LCP 2025 mid-season, and I cannot wait to see you next Friday to do it all again, or Saturday to do it all again.
body aches with all of the stress and the pain. Say your heart's broken in two. No matter what, you can't seem to come through to me. No matter how soft I can be, no matter what I say or feel, no matter how many bandages you tie, you're all tied up with your heart cut up, and I think that you're in some need of medical company. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. You're feeling ill today, boy. You look sad or overcome. Well, let me help, lover. You should try to rest your head. Your heart's stranded now from lying alone in your bed. So let me put you back to sleep. No, don't say a word, just count your sheep. The doctor's gonna heal your wounds tonight. Baby, don't be afraid, don't put up a fight. You gotta rest a while, take your medicine regularly. So lie down, boy, and let Dr. Love take a look, see. Take a look, see. Oh, come on, baby, baby, I can patch you up. Oh, come on, baby, I can sew your stitches up. Oh, come on, baby, I can make you feel so